Hey, do it here. Welcome. God bless. Another week in review. Hope everyone had a great week. Thanks for joining. Hopefully, some exciting things to talk about. More research into the Vienna Circle. Hopefully, wrap up with some of that this week. And then this week on Wednesday, I will finish part 10 out of 10 of my series on the philosophy of science. So look forward to that. So last week we had Brel from House of Commons joined us, and God forbid, I'm going to talk about Samantha Woll and the prosecution of the case with the potential perpetrator, God forbid, of her murder, and God forbid my skepticism in that case of the perpetrator in the case against him. So we'll look at the evidence and the story of Samantha Woll and God forbid Michael Jackson Bolanos, and more update on the war. God forbid the war continues. So we'll keep you updated with that, and some interesting links this week. So I have a whole bunch of links. So let me share them right away. So yeah, I was looking at Jack London story to build a fire, aka God bless, good to see you. So I remember as a kid, I didn't read much literature. I stopped reading fiction, really, even in high school. Like I couldn't even read fiction by high school. Punjabi Prepa, God bless. But JF mentioned me. Oh yeah, God bless. Yeah, I haven't spoken to JF for a while, but yeah, I was thinking to build a fire, and the interesting short story about the man in the Yukon Trail who travels in the cold and freezes to death, and you're going quite into detail. It's 16 pages, short story. I read it maybe when I was in elementary school, but I was thinking about it. God forbid, related to the war in Gaza and the you're thinking after the fact, where so maybe I'll bring that up later. Ace really, God bless. So share that there. Um, God forbid I mentioned last week or maybe the week before Arthur Green on the podcast about neo Hasidism, and God forbid he's resigned this week for possibly sexual misconduct. So unfortunate there. And Hasidism, it's whether you could he wanted to universalize Hasidus, and yes, I don't know what JF is talking about, but props on it. God bless you, JF. So props to JF, but yeah, I'd mentioned Arthur Green in his interview about universalizing Hasidus, which I kind of like, but I think Hasidism is hard to universalize. Hasidism probably works best segregated among Jews and all males. And some of the concepts of Hasidism are nice. Some of the practices, like the singings, the chanting, the camaraderie, or the various things, but unlikely you would be able to universalize Hasidus. So there you have it. God forbid Arthur Green, and you're trying to secularize Hasidus. He's written some good books, some interesting scholarship, but unfortunate. So the Tesla space, interesting video this week about Elon Musk, and on Stephen James. Elon Musk was at Auschwitz this week. We'll talk about that more. Yeah, KL, definitely like a fan of the classics and the Western tradition, the canon. So how does SpaceX plan to get to Mars? How do they plan from like initial first launch to building a colony? And so this like short video kind of breaks down the possibility of like the first spaceship, the first people that would actually try to make it to the ground of Mars, self-sustainability, bringing more people, and various things. So people that check that out, and possibly in the next tens of years, we'll see the first steps towards moving to Mars. So Ralph was on the stream last week, and he recommended this video on consciousness. Does consciousness extend beyond the brains? And so most of these people arguing for this in this panel, the Holberg Prize, are physicalists, but there's certain aspects of physical phenomenon, the ability of know you're being watched, joint attention, aspects of sensation that imply that consciousness is not just within the body, that there's, the sixth sense or something. That A. Lambie, God bless, thanks for showing up. The sixth sense or something like that. So props to Ralph for mentioning that. I watched the whole 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So interesting discussion there. Kevin McDonald and Nathan Kaufness back at it again. This man interviewed both Kaufness and McDonald, and both of them, think that they've won the debate. Although, I tend to be philo-Semitic, but I tend to agree with McDonald in terms of the argument that there is a group evolutionary strategy. Although, from his perspective as a blue-eyed man and advocate for his people, he looks at some of the things as pejorative, as we're generally, I think that you take a philo-Semitic view. But I do tend to agree with Kevin McDonald that there is such a phenomenon as a Jewish group evolutionary strategy, and it does have effects on a lot of things like he mentioned, like multiculturalism and immigration and other factors. But people could check out McDonald's new interview related to that. Chaim Delphin, again, was on Zeb Brenner. So, God forbid, interesting, like this court case going on in 770 over the ownership for like decades is finally settled, where they finally have reached. But I think the Rabbi Delphin was saying that the decision wasn't that interesting. So Zeb Brenner, Brooklyn talk show, had Charles Moskowitz on last night at like 1 in the morning or midnight. So late last night, like midnight or 1 in the morning, Zeb Brenner, and I think I watched it Sunday morning, but had Charles Moskowitz on talking about his new book, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, where Charles Moskowitz basically thinks that there's, I don't call it like a benign, but an understandable misunderstanding form of anti-Semitism that you could, if you just speak to Jews, befriend some Jews, could solve. And then there's more malevolent forms. And, so I streamed with Charles for a while, and his A Potpourri Shavua Tov, God bless. Thanks for the comment. So Charles Moskowitz had mentioned, his new book, so promoting it on Zeb Brenner's show. So we got a handful of people watching on Twitter. So on Twitter this week, I'd mentioned, so I was on the show with Iggy Normus Jr., and I think the way he did it was live on his YouTube channel, and then he takes it down, or maybe it's on his Rumble, and then, okay, the Lions are playing right now too. So Doooovid, last week, the Lions, if they win this week, they'll be in the Super Bowl. So Doooovid here in Detroit. So a lot of people are following and watching that. But I think this week he will probably repost the interview, and people could check that out. Iggy Normus. And so it was interesting. Iggy Normus had for a period of time grown up in Oakland County, Metro Detroit, and even went to the Roper School summer camp. So we talked about a whole bunch of interesting topics, but I'll post that this week when he posts it. So Elon Musk went to Auschwitz and spoke with Ben Shapiro twice, and I did a whole show of that with Stephen James. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in relationship to the war in Israel. And so there were some interesting takeaways from the Stephen James show, which I'll share in a minute. And then Ben Shapiro and Destiny had their big debate on the Lex Friedman podcast, which was, I watched it, but I didn't really learn much from it. So I don't know if there were many takeaways from that, but almost 5 million views. And I'm going to come back to the Stephen James. I'll just share that now in case anybody didn't catch that. Okay, some interesting things also. Another YouTube, a lot of links here, is real estate markets across the U.S. are crashing. So the stock markets are still making all-time highs. However, the real estate markets are starting to crash. Homeowners, there's many reasons, appears to be bubbling. And then also, corporations, investment funds have been purchasing up and cornering the market in real estate and peaking. A lot of them are taking losses. So like a random economics or something. I'm not going to talk about that much unless someone comes on or wants to talk about that. But interesting. Let me also put the StreamYard link in here. And here's a New York Times article about China and movies. So like the new blockbusters in China are American movies aren't doing as well in China. And you see like in from 2011, almost all of the top movies in China were American. And then more recently, the last year, none of the top movies in China were American. And now China is even making some like anti-American movies where they're rivaling, instead of following X-Men or American action movies, China is pumping out its own films, and they have an alternative message. Many times the Chinese action movies now, the bad guys are American. So it'll be a good guy Chinese superstar, and that overcomes the bad guys, and the bad guys being American or Western. Okay, so quite a few links there, and got a handful of people watching, so I'll pin the link in case someone wants to pop on and chat. Appreciate everyone tuning in, and anyone new watching. Okay, so God forbid, I want to talk about the murder case of Sam Woll. And my friend Sam Woll, and I've mentioned it quite a few times, God forbid, and interesting, the New York Post covered it. They called her Rabbi. So the original title was of Rabbi Samantha Woll, and you could still see that here in the details of the article, where they call her Rabbi. A motion detector in the residence triggered the rabbi's living room about 4:20 a.m., suggesting the attack occurred around that time. Okay, so here's an article, Voice of Detroit, Railroad of Michael Jackson, Bolanos, and Samantha Woll Murder Defense, insufficient evidence. And the defense of the story. So I'm going to give my take on what happened. So, God forbid, the original understanding of the case with Samantha Woll was that there was no break-in, there was no sign of struggle, and nothing was taken, and a hint or indication, although not clear, that the most likely case was someone she knew, and led into her house purposely. So that was the till the arrest of Michael Jackson Bolanos. Over 2 months later, the first suspect that they arrested was someone from the synagogue, God forbid, someone that she knew. And then all of a sudden, this other guy gets arrested, and they're claiming that it was a burglary gone wrong and just happenstance that he happened upon the house that was unlocked. So I'll put it, two ways. First, the change in the police narrative without any conspiracy, and then we'll actually look at the evidence. And so presumably for the first month or two of the case, the assumption was that it was someone she knew, and in line with like the stabbing attack, it was probably some form of romantic partner or a close friend of hers that, God forbid, somehow came into dispute and a stabbing attack. And presumably most of the people the police questioned were people that knew Sam, that might have had access to her apartment, that she may have let into her apartment. And the police did their due diligence. Maybe they questioned everybody. Some people were suggesting that maybe her family, friends, people in the Jewish community weren't cooperating. Speculation that maybe the suspect was a prominent member in the Jewish community, and the Jewish community wasn't commenting. As like Samuel could be called a rabbi, like in the same way, like is Doooovid a rabbi or not? Samuel was a knowledgeable person. She led prayer services. She was synagogue president. Like she worked. She wasn't professionally a rabbi, but it wouldn't be a mistake to call Samantha Woll a rabbi. In that level. But just that synagogue president. The story, I guess, is more interesting. It's like a Democratic activist. All of her various hats that she wore, different things that she was involved in. To call her synagogue president, whatever reason, that's what stuck in the news cycle. So it was just interesting. The first New York Post articles now was calling her rabbi. And you could call it like, I just mentioned on that point because like Doooovid after the Keith Woods, like you're no rabbi, but okay, like you call a teacher a leader in the Jewish community, you could call a rabbi also, but they changed that actually. So when the news came out that they had a second arrest, and towards the end of December, and they sat on it a few days, they arrested a person. They didn't tell you who it was. And it was also like the first time approaching the 48-hour limit to charge the person. And then they charged the person. And then it comes out, Michael Jackson Bolanos. God forbid, Michael Jackson. And a home invasion gone wrong. And so then they postponed, and the preliminary hearing to see whether they were going to go forward was split into 2 weeks. So the week before they had the first part, and the second week this part, and they had a whole bunch of people testifying. And basically, the only evidence that they have, God forbid, they have a little bit of Samuel's blood on this man's jacket. So I'm guessing from the investigation that it would appear, and even the questioning, that they looked at security footage on the street in the area, and the only person that was on the streets was this guy, Michael Jackson Bolanos. And they had already brought him in for questioning a few months ago, and he sounded like he was a thief. He gave some suspicious testimony, but they didn't think he had anything to do with Samantha Woll, but they had an eye on him. And but they did the due diligence, and they brought him into the station, and they did a search warrant, and they tested his jacket, and his jacket turned up to have a tiny bit of Samantha Woll's blood on it. And besides for that, there's no real evidence or motive connecting him to Samantha Woll at all. Like to say, he was a convict. He had been in prison. Whether he was a good or bad person, whether he was trying to get his life on track or not, but it appeared that he decided to walk around Detroit for a few hours Friday night, and possibly was breaking into cars or trying to break into apartments. And so the narrative of the case now is that, so Glib is just putting up the fatal stabbing from the CNN, and we call him like a dirtbag or something. Okay, he had a criminal background, but like I'm going to lay out that I'm skeptical that he's actually the murderer. So like he's not just the suspect now; he's been charged with first-degree murder. So I'm just giving the history, because the police original narrative was that it wasn't a break-in, there was no struggle, and hinting at the most likely case, it was someone who knew her, possibly some sort of romantic quarrel. And then they arrest this guy, Michael Jackson Bolanos, who basically was the only guy in the street. So like anyone in Detroit, like Detroit streets at night could be pretty empty. Like there's some areas that have a nightlife and some bars. There's some homeless people, but relatively late at night, the streets of Detroit could be basically empty. And so if they went through the security footage, and this guy was the only guy. And that's basically what they're saying. Like they went through the security footage. She was at a wedding. It was miles away. She got driven home. They haven't released who drove her home, how she got home. Like that information, maybe it'll come out at trial. I assume the trial will be televised. But they go through the footage on the street, and the only guy that they find in the footage in that area at all is this guy Bolanos, Michael Jackson. And they had already questioned him, and I guess like you'll think like, okay, is this random guy on the video footage, he's the one who killed Samantha Woll, God forbid. But then they did a search warrant, and they found a little bit of her blood on his jacket. So with all the pressure for the case, like I'd been following the case, and there's a lot of people that were on the case, articles questioning Detroit police and the safety of Detroit. You got to solve this case. That they went forward and charged this guy Bolanos with her murder. And in order to do that, the police switched the narrative. But related to it is, I don't know, John, if you want to pop on and just hypothesize about the true crime, or John, the links in there. But I'm I'll explain why I'm skeptical, although you can't know. But basically, like there was a lot of demand to make an arrest. This guy's the only guy in the area, and then they do a search of his girlfriend's house. They find the jacket, and like the DNA evidence has a tiny, tiny bit of blood on it. And from there, they go ahead and they charge him with the murder. But because of that, they released a lot of the evidence. And so if you watch the trial, like the first 2 weeks, it was like 5 hours. Both of them were like 5 hours. There were a lot of witnesses, and So there's a few interesting things. One thing, he's wearing surgical gloves. In the video, you could see he's wearing surgical gloves. It's questionable whether he has like bags or backpacks, whether he's walking by himself and then he has a bag and then he has a backpack, whether what we didn't get the exact like transcript of the testimony he gave, but it would appear that, God forbid, he woke up in the middle of the night, was walking around Detroit, and he was rummaging through cars. I don't know if he was breaking into cars or if he was just checking cars that were left unlocked. And he was rummaging around. There's a video of him like hopping over a fence. The possibility that maybe he was like a professional thief, or maybe he was just an opportunistic thief. And so they have his phone data and they have him, like the whole timing. So we'll get to like the questions, like, is it even possible that he's the suspect? So certainly, like, how did he get her blood on his jacket? That's a very good question. And that's basically the only reason he's being charged with his murders. Like, how the hell do you have her blood on your jacket? But even in that, like, to think, okay, there's enough evidence that he could have done it. So all the other evidence is just circumstantial. So the testimony, they had evidence from a whole bunch of video cameras pieced together of him walking around. And he walks around for hours. He's all over the place. He's for miles. He walks all over Detroit. And like whether he was breaking into cars or not, possible. Whether he was scoping out houses, possible. And he's wearing surgical gloves. Like he's wearing surgical gloves because he's a thief. So the narrative of the prosecution, they don't actually have a narrative of how he killed her. They're just like, you got blood on your jacket. It had to have been you. And they're charging him. But so now they're claiming that she left her front door either unlocked or open by accident. So it's unclear whether the prosecution, whether it's saying like she came home from the wedding and she just left her front door wide open somehow. Maybe, God forbid, somehow she, just got home late and she wasn't thinking, she left her front door wide open. Or possibly she just left it unlocked. And, Bolanos is around and he's a thief and he's scoping areas and he just happens, per luck, to come across Sam Woll's house that the door is unlocked. And, there's the question of her security footage. There's two different things. The main evidence, there's her alarm system, which she didn't turn on. She has an alarm system, but she didn't turn it on. But the sensors in her alarm still read. There's her cell phone evidence, and then there's Bolanos' cell phone evidence that gives him a general area of where he could have been, and then there's the video surveillance. So the cell phone evidence shows that maybe Bolanos was in the area about 1:30. He's like walking around the street for like 3-4 hours. So maybe he was in the area at like 1 or 2 o'clock. And if she left her front door wide open, he just perchance sees like, okay, this woman's house, her front door is wide open. And so Bolanos walks by, he's in the area of her house from cell phone data and phone at about 1:44. So let me just show this timeline real quick. So Sam Woll this is from her from like the FBI and the police report that 12:30 she gets home, front door opens. 12:32 motion detected in the living room. 1:01 front door still open. Does that mean that's just unlocked, or open or not closed all the way, but she didn't close her front door. 124, motion detected in the living room. And maybe that's the only two places that she has motion detectors. Although there also claims that there's claims that a neighbor heard us scream, not necessarily her scream at 1:38. And there's a claim that she opened her back door at I'm not sure the time, but there's also a claim she opened her back door, or that there's a detector from her back door that's possible, like God forbid, the alternative explanation. We'll see, like the defense. But so the narrative now, the defendant's in the area at 144. So maybe he sees the doors open and doesn't do anything. And then the defendant, you have him 305. From video, he removes a white bag from a car. If he just happened upon a car that was unlocked, and he removes the bag. At 312, there's a video of him hopping over a wall to enter a parking garage, possibly stealing from cars. 328, there's a video of him walking back towards the area where Samantha lived, carrying a bag. 352, that he was tampering with vehicles in the scene, like maybe just trying to open them to see if he could get in if they were left open, not necessarily like breaking in. And then 420, there's motion detected in her living room. And then 423, the defendant is out of there. He's on the street, back at away from the house. 455, he's back at his girlfriend's apartment, and the video from his girlfriend's apartment, you can see he's wearing the same jacket in the videos. And God forbid, 620, her body is identified. So from the timeline, they're claiming for the murder case, God forbid, is that about, I don't know if you're going to hop on, John, you want to dissect this or look into this and think of the possibility, because just examining, they're claiming that, okay, there's motion detected in her house about 420, and he's out of there by 423, and there's blood on his jacket, a tiny bit of blood on her jacket. So the main reason, basically the only reason he's being charged with this murder is the blood on his jacket. The defense he says he doesn't do it. He said he doesn't know her, never saw her, didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Although the defense lawyer did make some claims, like, well, how did the blood get on his jacket? Maybe he saw her outside in the street and touched her, and so we don't know exactly the details of what happened inside, but there's a little more details. Now they're claiming that she did actually have bruises. Maybe she was fighting back, that there's things knocked over in the kitchen, and there's blood at multiple places all over the apartment. So originally, it was probably suspected that maybe she was killed earlier. Maybe, even like 1 o'clock, and the back door opens, possibly. Okay, so thank God we got John Wolf. So good to have John Wolf back.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Just in my experience throughout the years, especially down here in New Orleans, and I've been read about and was familiar with plenty of cases. and they already arrested a poor fella who attended the synagogue with her. And let me tell you, down here, that guy wouldn't get out of jail right away. They will let him sit until his trial date or his first preliminary hearing. Then his defense attorney would have to file a motion to have the case dismissed, or the prosecutor would then dismiss the case and he'll be released. Guy's even still sitting in custody. It's possible he is. I don't know how they do that. They detain the guy that they initially the initial suspect, the guy who attended the synagogue with her. Remember?
Yeah, so
said that. I'm not even familiar with the case.
They haven't released the guy's name, but they claim that in questioning, like they were just questioning anybody who might have known her, or he was at the wedding, or maybe had access, and he made some sort of guilty type statement, like God forbid, it's my fault she's dead. And because of that, they brought him in, but it turned out there was no evidence against him, or he got a lawyer, and it just appeared he made a dumb statement, like saying it's his fault that she's dead. Although that's unclear. Like they never released the guy's name or more details, but the police said no, they don't. It's definitely not him. And even the thing that that it's possibly just a dumb statement he made, why they arrested him, we don't know any information about that. Why they thought it was him, why they didn't think it was him. But yeah, just the questioning. So let's discuss the possibility. So the reason I'm skeptical is, God forbid, the murder weapon, the stabbing. How does a break-in going wrong? And even if, okay, he was a lowlife, he was a criminal, he was stealing stuff in the area, how does that lead to a stabbing? So and he's only there for 3 minutes. According to the prosecution, he's in her house for 3 minutes. So it's possible she left the front door wide open and he just walked right in because it was open, or it's possible she just left it open a little bit and he was lucky, so to say, as a thief, that he was just checking doors to see if they're open, and he checked her door and it was unlocked. And they're claiming that she was sleeping on her couch in the living room. Maybe it was like a 2-story condominium, but she happened to be sleeping on her couch. They claim that there was a little bit of struggle in the kitchen, and they haven't released the crime scene photos, but apparently there's blood all over the place. There's blood in the living room. There's a whole bunch of blood by the front door. And then there's a trail going outside. So during the case of it releases the detail about how she was stabbed, but what's the murder weapon? And they didn't even claim this during the preliminary hearing. Are they claiming that he was carrying a knife and then he killed her with his own knife? Or they claim that he used one of her knives? And I'm saying the logic of it, how does he end up stabbing her? Where does he get, whose knife is it? And why would he stab her? And then he didn't steal anything. At the end, they say there was nothing missing. She had her wallet and her cell phone on her, and nothing was stolen. So I'm just trying to piece through it. How is it possible that this could have been a burglary gone wrong and he ended up stabbing her? So if he walks in and she's on the couch and she sees
that doesn't. And wasn't she stabbed over 100 times? Did I read that right?
No, 8 times, mostly around her neck and face.
8 times. Oh wow.
And so
in her face.
Well, it's the likelihood that he was thieving, and he goes because they didn't mention the murder weapon. So you think is it possible that he would have been carrying a knife, and he would have had the knife on him, out ready to use just in case, and then she jumped she jumped up hey, who are you, God forbid, what are you doing in my apartment? And then just randomly he decided to stab her and then run, which is basically the what the prosecution is saying. Or God forbid, if he used a knife from her kitchen, because it looked like they claimed that there was stuff knocked over in the kitchen. But if they're claiming that he stabbed her with one of her knives, he took one of her kitchen knives and stabbed her with that, what sense did that make? If he were going through her drawers and she woke up and she realized and she came over, or even thinking if she grabbed a knife to attack him and like he overpowered her, took the knife from her and then stabbed her, it didn't make sense. Like how do you get from a home break and going wrong to stabbing, and then like he didn't even steal anything, and then also like he spent 5 years in prison, like presumably he's a tough guy. He doesn't need to stab her. If he's just trying to get out of there, it's like, oh shit, the homeowner's here, someone's here, and he just wanted to get out of there. Why would he stab her? He could just push her down, or he could incapacitate her in some place, but why would he stab her multiple times? So just looking at the story, like it just doesn't.
It sounds more personal that she was stabbed in the face.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. So that's why I'm looking at this. Like, I'm skeptical. He's saying he didn't do it. And then there's the question, like, well, how the hell does he have blood on her jacket? Although they said it was just a tiny bit of blood. So, like, in these days, like, okay, like, God forbid, it could be a plant. Like, they planted the blood on him. Or maybe there's something more to it. Like, he did break into her apartment and she was already dead. Or, like, he saw her in the street. And then also, like, okay, like, God forbid, what about the murder weapon? Like, if God forbid he killed her and he knows he did it, he got rid of the murder weapon, why wouldn't he get rid of his jacket too? I mean, especially like, you know, like if he went to her apartment and he stabbed her multiple times and he's got blood on his jacket, he runs it through the washing machine, but there's still a tiny bit of DNA trace. Like, you think he'd just throw out his jacket? Like, why would he hold on to it? But I mean, so
they found her blood on his jacket.
That's the only evidence, although it appears to be, you said it wasn't visible, it was microscopic, but it came out in the lab, and that's really the only evidence. So everything else is circumstantial, that he could have been in the area. So the only evidence against him is the blood on his jacket, which is, you know, some little evidence. Like, God forbid, how does he have blood on her jacket? Although even the judge, like, well, God forbid, I mean, they haven't showed the crime scene photos, but they say there's blood everywhere. And if he stabbed her 8 times, that there'd just be like 2 tiny microscopic drops of blood on his jacket from, you know, like, you know, God forbid, you know, when the case comes forward, they'll probably show the crime scene photos. But even the judge was skeptical. But yeah, so that's the only evidence. Everything else is circumstantial to just show that he could have been in the area. He could have done it. They don't have any motive. They don't even have a narrative. Like, I'm just trying to put forward in my head, how is it logistically possible that, according to their own evidence, he couldn't have been there more than 2 minutes, according to the case and the narrative and the phone and the surveillance. They couldn't have been there more than 2 minutes. How logistically, how is it possible that a home invasion, just a common thief, could end up stabbing? Like, God forbid, like, if someone broke into my house and I was on the couch, and then, like, I just don't see it. Like I don't see how it happens. Like, how is it possible that leads to a stabbing like that?
It probably didn't. And you know, these district attorneys, they will build an entire case around those videos of him in that neighborhood, and just like paint a picture of him running in that house, committing this act, and then, you know, running out. And unfortunately, you know, to a jury, that may be all that's really needed. That and the blood on the jacket. You know, I don't fully trust DNA all the way, especially when you know, it's microscopic blood splatter. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Getting stabbed 8 times in the face and the neck, there would be more blood, I would believe, on his jacket.
Yeah, then why would he throw out his jacket, like burn his jacket or something?
Oh, did he? Did he burn his jacket?
No, I mean, they did a search warrant like a month later.
Oh, wow. Oh, they waited too long. They didn't. They were just looking for somebody. You know, that may not be the guy. It almost sounds like it was personal because she was stabbed in the face. It could have been somebody she shunned at the wedding.
Well, that was the original case theory, that it was someone that she knew and purposely led her to her apartment, likely like some sort of romantic or personal quarrel that is in line with a stabbing and in line with there being no break-in, nothing stolen. And so what appears is that they went through all the surveillance footage, and this was like the only dude that they could find on the street. Like I don't know, like New Orleans. I mentioned the article about real estate prices crashing. I saw that New Orleans is one of the places where real estate prices are supposedly crashing. But I don't know if New Orleans is like that, but Detroit could be like that. Like the streets are literally dead at like 2 a.m. The streets are literally dead. So if they went through the surveillance and this guy was literally the only guy on the street, and so they brought him in, and okay, he was on the street. He's probably a thief. He's probably breaking into stuff, but what's the likelihood that he's the one who killed her? But then when they did the search warrant and they tested his jacket, they found a tiny bit of blood on it. And so with that, they decided to charge him with the murder because it's like, well, how the hell do you get her blood on it? How the hell does your jacket end up with blood on it? But like, Detroit, or being a conspiratorial-minded person, maybe they put the blood on her jacket, or maybe you don't trust DNA evidence. But it looked like he was the only lead. Like, and that's like you're pounding down like people she could have known, and she could have led into his apartment. They didn't have any other leads, and so they went with the only guy on the street that could have done it.
Did she live in the city of Detroit? Like, what part of Detroit she lived in?
She lived in, relatively downtown in like a condominium a few blocks off the major street. So she had a condominium, and according now to the story, they're claiming that she either left her door wide open or just unlocked, although it wasn't clear. And so, he's just a thief in the area, and he sees her doors open and decides, like, okay, his lucky day, he's going to try to steal something. He chances upon her, and he stabs her, and then he runs. So that's basically the case that the prosecution, but they didn't give a narrative of what happened inside her apartment. They just said like they didn't mention like the murder weapon, whose knife. Like, I don't know, was there a knife from her place missing? I mean, he was wearing surgical gloves. So, I mean, is the knife still there? Is the knife on the floor in her place? Or is there no knife? Is there a knife from her place missing where you could assume that this was the knife that was used? It was her knife and it was probably discarded somewhere else? Or are they claiming that he happened to be carrying a knife? So that they didn't make clear. They just have they didn't even have a story. So that's why I was so skeptical. I can't even put together a narrative in my own head of how like, I mean, maybe you could help me out with it. Like, okay, like, God forbid, like if I sometimes
it doesn't make sense that a guy car hopping will walk into an apartment. First of all, if he was car hopping, that was kind of like his boundaries. He's not going to like do a full burglary from just pulling car doors open, and then go and stab somebody. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that he would have done it. They really don't have much of a case.
He's saying he's innocent. If it's possible that, like, okay, you're just walking by testing doors to see if they're unlocked, or if the prosecution is claiming, I mean, they didn't say, like, what's the evidence they're claiming. I mean, if they have like a picture or a neighbor who said, like, I remember walking by and her door was wide open. So if they're claiming now her door was wide open, and so the case is being, predicated upon her door being wide open, and that so he's looking at cars and he just sees her doors wide open, and that's why he decides to go in. I mean, so the case seems extremely weak, and like, so God forbid, like, unless there's some form of more evidence, even with the blood on his jacket, I gotta assume like he's going to be not guilty. And it's not going to be like a low-level trial. Like this is going to be a nationalized trial. There's like, CNN, national newspaper, international story. I think it'll probably be televised. It'll probably be like a major televised trial.
And they had a lot of.
They had a lot of pressure that they need. Like, I was I wasn't calling the police, but
pressure,
about it. You saying, like, what the hell's going on? Who killed her? So there was a lot of pressure to solve the case. And if there was so much pressure that they planted blood on his jacket, God forbid, Or
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't.
And then the
I wouldn't
defense
doubt it,
attorney
man.
mentions, is it possible like that her body was already there, she was already dead on the street, and he just happened to walk by and see her lying there and touched her or something, and that's how he got the blood on his jacket? So I mean, if the defense came in the case and they present their case and they basically have no evidence besides the blood on his jacket, and he testifies and he says that he saw her on the street and touched her, and that's how the blood's on his jacket, would the jury find him innocent, or they're going to convict him to say like they don't buy it? Like if his blood's on the jacket, he had to have been the one who killed her. And like, do they have to find the murder weapon? Do they have to explain? I mean, I just want an explanation, like an understanding. How does a break-in lead to being stabbed 8 times?
That doesn't make sense. And with that timeline,
especially
too,
like a thug,
that he was seen on camera.
I mean, a thug, like he wouldn't.
Yeah, and another thing, if they seen
out of the way, he could
have. If they seen him on camera, oh, you're cutting out.
You there, John? John?
Yeah, it was cutting out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, what doesn't? If he would have killed her, he would have not went back out there and pulled another car door. You know that. He would have been panicked. He would have wanted to flee the scene. So if they got him on video pulling on car doors after the murder was committed, that's a dead ringer. He didn't do it. Now if they got him on video,
they don't have him like trying to steal. They have him 3 minutes later after the motion detector in her house, like a quarter of a mile away, and a little bit of running. It's unclear. I forget if he still had the surgical gloves on, or if he would have, if he did discard the weapon, and then like 30 minutes later he's home, and some of the circumstantial evidence that he could have done it, but it seems highly unlikely. And just say that the nature of it being a stabbing, and that I can't even seem to create a circumstance of how does a random thief that's checking cars end up stabbing somebody in a house that goes wrong. And like, okay, he had a long criminal record, he has some violence, but he's never killed anybody. And that it doesn't add up. He even had like a job at a juice store or something like that. It doesn't add up. And I see like, okay, like maybe like the question of the blood on his jacket, that's a good question. Like, how the hell did you get her blood on your jacket? But without something more, it just doesn't seem enough.
Yeah, and it seems like if he would have been actually stabbing her, there would have been more than just a little bit of blood on his jacket. It would have been, they don't have it. It's going to be tough for them to prove this case. And like you said, they're going to have a lot of media, international media, not just national media, but all over the world. And they're probably going to have. He's probably not going to have the standard defense attorney, public defender. They're probably going to hire an outside firm, maybe, because of other publicity.
He has an attorney. I mean, his attorney seemed reasonable. He was asking all sorts of questions, and I mean, he was trying to get it dismissed. And but God forbid, I was thinking a Jew-on-Jew crime. But I mean, statistically, like, okay, there's not that many like black on white crimes, but you're saying statistically, most murders in Detroit are black on black in their escalation of violence. There's some level of thefts gone wrong that escalate to murder. There are some stabbings in Detroit, but most of them are gun crimes. That Bolanos, even if he was an ex-felon and couldn't legally get a gun, I mean, he very likely could have easily gotten a gun. And but like that a burglary gone wrong leads to a stabbing doesn't seem that likely. And then, trying to understand, like, okay, she's I don't like a little woman, but she's just a woman. Like, he wouldn't need to stab her. He could have easily just pushed her out of the way. If he saw, like, oh shit, someone's home, he could have easily just pushed her out of the way and ran. Like, that makes sense, like why he would have stabbed her. And then if he stabbed her, why would he have stabbed her and run? So, like, if he was going to stab her so he could steal some stuff, God forbid, like, the purpose of killing her was so that he could steal, then he didn't even steal anything. So if he, he stabbed her, then he panicked, and then he ran, it doesn't make sense. So if he panicked, he could have easily just pushed her out of the way and ran.
Right.
And even knowing Sam,
Right.
like, what she would have tried to fight him. Like, if there was a burglar in her house and she noticed, like, she would have tried to attack him, and like, or even just thinking, like, if it was her knife, is it possible she would have grabbed a knife, and like then he would have taken the knife that she grabbed and used that knife against her? Like, I can't even think of a scenario where that makes sense. And even if he was carrying a knife, like, even if he was like just a dude, like, whatever, he carried a knife around with him, and just like instinctually, like, he was going through a drawer in the kitchen, and then all of a sudden, like, like, she's in his face, like, who are you? And just instinctively he stabbed her. I mean, it's possible, so, like,
It's
he's
just
the only guy we
horrible.
got. And like I said, like, if there's no leads, he's the only guy they got. He's in the area. He's got a tiny bit of her blood on his jacket. I mean, it makes sense. They went ahead and charged him with the crime because they got nothing else. Or then, saying, like, if it was a Jew on Jew crime and the Jewish community has a good idea who did it, but they're not sure, or they're not talking, they're not cooperating with the police. And so, like, did she have a boyfriend? Like, God forbid, was it possibly like an affair with a married man? Was it, somebody that was there regularly? And there's a prime suspect that appears that, someone who knew her. And
How possible is that in Detroit? Now, I know, like, in Brooklyn, that may be possible. But you think, like, they would, that, like, if something would have happened, like, if it had been some kind of affair and they arrest this guy, they're going to keep, well, I guess anybody would. They would want to keep their mouth shut. But you think the Jewish community in Detroit as a whole would keep their mouth shut about that?
Yeah, it's interesting.
And
They
just
never,
let this guy.
they never released the name of the first person that was arrested. They haven't released information like how she got home, who drove her home, if she take an Uber, and, like, during the trial, presumably this will come out. So, like, some, because they released some evidence now, but, like, during the trial it'll come out. So, like, to piece, like, okay, like, did someone drive her home? Is the person who drove her home the prime suspect? Did she have, like, a regular romantic relationship that someone was in her place regularly or even slept over there regularly? That's the prime suspect. And then basically, is it her boyfriend, lover, or is it this random car low level car breaking guy? And so they go with the car breaking guy if there's no evidence against her lover. And so
Because
the
they're going to
defense
arrest somebody for this.
Yeah, I mean, there was high demand. She was, like, it was regular in the paper. There was demand. Right. People wanted to know. But if it's down to, like, basically two options.
I just haven't been following it.
And then, like, the defense, I mean, it kind of fell out of the news, and they were just local pressure. So, so God forbid, like, I thought I'd mentioned it. I'm skeptical. You're looking at the evidence. Okay, like, he's got blood on his jacket. That's going to be hard to explain. But even if he just doesn't testify, doesn't say anything, and the defense attorney tries to give deniable plausibility, or if he testifies and claims, like, the defense attorney said, like, he was walking by and she was already dead on the street, and he was just curious and touched her, and that's how he got the blood on her jacket, that if they don't have anything that puts him inside the apartment, that it's going to be hard to convict them. And then, just to think about it, like, okay, Samantha Woll's like, Black Lives Matter, very liberal. And to think, like, God forbid that they're going to charge an innocent black man in her murder. It was just the nature of it. Like, the case has to be solved. And then, okay, people thought it was, maybe like an Arab, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic related to the war. But, statistically, you say, well, it was probably a black on white, black on Jewish crime. And it wasn't personal or anything. It was just a random thief gone wrong because, like, it's Detroit and, that's how people are. But, like, Samantha Woll was a liberal like that. So, to say, like, they're just going to charge some random black guy with her murder would go against everything she stood for.
Right. Yeah, that would. And that's probably what happened, too. They just, there was so much pressure from the media, and they're going to arrest somebody. I see that happen so many times down here in the South. Big cases in New Orleans, you would hear about years later. They'll get a new trial, and it was like the wrong guy. You heard a bunch of stories with Len Davis. That this cop, his name was Len Davis. He actually got the death penalty, but he set up a bunch of people. There's people still sitting in jail because of Len Davis, the corrupt NOPD officer. Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, it's a shame we got to live in a world like that, though, where we talking about a woman getting stabbed 8 times in the face. Like, this is the reality that we live in. It's the world that we live in. And I hope they solve it. I mean, for her sake, and just to get that guy off the street, whoever. It sounds personal, though. I mean, to stab somebody in the face like that.
God forbid, I was leaning towards a Jew-on-Jew crime and probably someone prominent in the Jewish community that the Jewish community didn't want to believe that could have done it. But, like, that was just a theory. Like, I don't even have a name or an idea, but just saying, like, yeah, like, it looked like probably someone that she would have let in her apartment, and the most likely person she would have let in her apartment, someone prominent in the Jewish community. But, I don't have any name or evidence of that. But the other possibility, like, it's Detroit. Yeah, they're just a random break-in crime and a random black guy who was stealing. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to know. And saying if it's the first case, if it's a powerful person in the Jewish community, let's say, like, God forbid, if it was like she was having some sort of romantic thing with a married man, and that's the motive for a stabbing. And, he would have been in the apartment, and maybe there's people that knew she was having some sort of thing with a married man, but he's a prominent person in the Jewish community, and they don't want to, just figure, like, he couldn't have done that, and he's sitting there, he knows he did it, he got, but there's no evidence, and they're going to pin it on somebody else. But that's just speculation. That was what I was speculating before they charged this guy Bolanos.
Hope they get the right guy, though. I hope they find the right guy. I'm going to jump off right now. I might jump back on later, though.
Okay, I got a lot. I'm going to cover the war. Anything special? I haven't seen you in a while. You streaming or nothing?
Nothing. No, nothing.
Do you even have a channel?
Well, I still have my little channel up, but I haven't really been doing anything. Just making little satire videos and stuff like that.
You do still have a channel?
Yeah, I still got. No, I got this one here. That's the one. The other one got taken down. This one right here got 2 strikes on it. And one was for medical misinformation. I have no idea what I said in the video. That was medical misinformation, but I got a strike for that. And then a bunch of people got mad at me, and they got me for bullying. Because if a bunch of people report you, they'll just go along with it, and they'll give you a strike.
Well, God forbid. Are you still talking with anybody?
We got people that live in this world that stab women in the face. Then you got people in the world that report John Wolf videos.
Well, you still popping
the
on
world we
streams
live
like
in,
Amy?
Yeah, sometimes they, they're very toxic. That group there, they're really toxic. So I don't really get too much into it, but they entertain and to watch. I don't know, it's something about watching people's lives go down the tube live on TV.
Does she still have the same channel, or did?
Yeah, she's still doing her true crime and that and I guess her gossip channel. Her and Jen Bailey, it fell off the face of the earth. She's still making videos, but no one's watching her because she's not in that state of like what you've seen. She's not like that anymore. Yeah, she's out. She's back with Clint, that guy she was with, and they living in Ohio somewhere, I believe. I think they're still in Ohio.
And she's still doing TikTok, but no one watches it.
Yeah, but nobody's really watching it, and because she's kind of she really mellowed out a lot, Doooovid. She really mellowed out a lot, and she needed all that to happen to her. It humbled her.
Well, I mean, God forbid. I mean, I don't know, how long did she spend in prison?
Not long. I
guess Clint took her back it
was like two months, but it was long enough to And then what it is, when she got out, that guy left her. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she lost everything. Right. You lose everything, and that's what happened to her. She had nowhere else to go when she got out, and
she didn't lose Clint. I mean, he's the one who had the protective order against her.
No, he took her back in. Right, he did, and but she wasn't acting right. She was acting like she was, and that's why he took off. But it humbled her. It really did. She kind of needed that. I'm glad she got back on her feet.
Yeah, I stream with Amy like weekly for like a few months, and she even came on Week in Review. But yeah, then like she just stopped coming around, and I wasn't following her content, the true crime.
She had took a break. I don't know. She had her husband left her and took the kids, and she had to go out of state and get her kids back.
Oh, God forbid. Yeah, I knew she was going to move to like Ohio, but I don't know if she did that.
No, she didn't. She's still where she was, but he left
in Portland.
Yeah, in Portland. He left and went to. I think he went down to Arizona or something like that. That's where he took the kids to. They went in some motel. So all of that was going on. So she kind of took all her videos down for a while, and because they had like CPS involved and all this. See, that's like they into this. Like. And all this was on, was being televised. So that's the kind of excitement that people like to watch. There's like a following for this.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, like if your streaming centered around you, because my streaming is not about me. Like it's me. I talk about topics, about issues, but it's not about me.
Right.
So for your streaming, like Jen Bailey was always about her. Amy wasn't really that much about her, but like she's about issues. But if it becomes about you and then it becomes too much for your personal issues, you got to take it down. But like, she's back with the true crime or whatever, but she had an interesting community. Some of those got thousands of views, like the height of the Jen Bailey drama.
Yeah.
I was on her channel when Jen Bailey, right after she got released the first time.
Right.
There was like, I think you were on the stream also. We were on most of those together, and there's like 400 live viewers.
Yeah, you won't believe the amount of money people donate. Some of these women are getting thousands, and it's not from like guys. It's from other women that's just following all this stuff. Some of these people are making thousands of dollars. It's not from YouTube. It's from donors.
I lost all, that B woman or that other Jewish woman who came on Week in Review, or some of those other streamers. Like, I lost all contact with any of them. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
it didn't sound like any of them were really banking on that.
No, they're not making big money, but they're just making it. It will surprise you that that a small. It's not. It's like maybe 5,000 people in that community, but some of the content creators are making like $2,000 a month. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it's money, cash money coming in.
Yeah, if you're a single mom or a homemaker, or supplemental income, and even just positive that you're just good to talk to people and trade secrets. Like a lot of times, like life throws things at you and you don't know how to solve it. So if you just crowdsource information on like how to raise your kids, how to take care of your house, how to deal with certain issues, network, meet people. But then once you have the network, it drama, and then the streaming becomes more popular when it's centered around drama. Like not people like if it's housewives, single mothers changing recipes, and talking about child rearing. I mean, streaming could be good for that, but it's not going to be that popular. But you're saying like I would recommend that, like you have a community and you could just talk about home economics and cooking and child rearing, how to open a business, small things. But you start getting big around drama, and then you have the drama streamers. So you have like the micro streamers that talk about random small stuff, and then you have the drama streamers that have the dirt on the other streamers, and those become the main streamers. So if that's how Amy fell into it, where she became like the drama streamer, the other B woman or whatever, and I mean, you could have a long-term career maybe as a drama streamer, but like I wouldn't recommend it. And I'm more about ideas than people, and it was probably also the MobTube genre,
Right.
where I think that's basically fallen out. I mean, I know Scott Bernstein's still around doing interviews. Like he's actually getting bigger. I still watch his interviews.
What made it What made that? That who started a show now? It's supposedly like the actual boss of the Philadelphia family has his own show now on YouTube. So like this was a secret organization, and now they got a YouTube channel, like an actual the actual guy. His name's Joey Merlino.
Yeah, I think Scott Bernstein's was covering that, or he might even have an interview coming up with him.
Probably so. He'll probably talk to somebody like Scott Bernstein. What's set?
But you're talking about a guy with a known name who, like, maybe he spent time in prison and he's not.
Oh, he has a big following. You're
talking like a guy from like a famous Italian family where people know him and his father, and he's supposedly legit, or if he's like Franceschi or something like that type. He's not like or if it's like maybe he's still in the mob, maybe he's not, maybe he's doing criminal activity, or he's saying he's basically like a Franceschi spinoff of like son of a mobster, telling people to that there's nothing there, and to Pill Eater, God bless, good to see you too in the chat. So okay, so good to hear from you. Are you still watching like Luke
you still
Ford,
do it.
Are you still in the chat?
Luke Ford? I seen a little bit of Luke earlier. I still watch him, I still catch him time to time.
Okay, yeah, I see you in my chat occasionally, but I figure, okay, I'm talking about true crime. Maybe you'd have some insight on Samantha Woll. So I'm going to go back to covering the war in Israel. The Pill Eater, if you want to pop on, or anyone else wants to pop on for a minute. Otherwise, I'm going to go cover the Israeli war. So are you on your cell phone?
All right, Shalom, Doooovid.
Okay, so I appreciate it. Shalom, thanks for coming on. Okay, so I appreciate John coming on, giving some expertise into the Samantha Woll story. So we'll keep you posted with that. I think it might even be this week. So the hearing might even be this week. They're pushing it to county court. Hey Garfi, were you the Garfi from History Speaks? Yeah, I haven't really spoke to History Speaks for a long time, but appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, I mean, God forbid, it's very tragic. Like, she was a wonderful woman. But we'll keep you posted with the case, and you will see the evidence. Like, if they release, the crime scene photos or whatever. But I think this week, like February 2nd or something, or coming up very quickly, is he referred it to. So it was a Detroit judge, and he referred it to county. And so I don't know what's going to happen at county. It's possible county could reject the case, and say there's not enough evidence, and then it'll still be an open case, or if county accepts the case, and then they put it to trial. And I don't know if county will be televised. I'm assuming. Yeah, I was friends with Samantha Woll for 10 years. Like, I covered that. Like, I prayed with Samantha Woll like 100 times. I hadn't seen her since COVID-19. But I mentioned I'm the one who helped get Samantha Woll involved in interfaith. So I mean, we weren't like very close friends, but like we were friends. We're friends on Facebook. I even had her cell number on my phone. Like, I checked after it. Because like, I don't know if not sure if I ever called her or not, but like, she came to Minion when we first made the downtown synagogue. She knew Hebrew. She was University of Michigan alumni. She was a attractive, intelligent woman from a good family. Her parents were doctors. But like, I wasn't super close with her. We never hung out outside of Jewish events. But yeah, I was shocked when she was killed, and God forbid. I'm curious what happened. And I also want to be respectful to her memory. And so yeah, God bless Samantha. And I'm sorry this happened. And you'll keep your memory alive, and we'll follow the case. Okay, so yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, like I said, I hadn't really spoken to Samantha since COVID-19, so it was like 3 years. So, but she was a leader in the community, so a big hit for a lot of people. But I wasn't super close with her. Relatively, she was a prominent person. She knew hundreds, thousands of people. Like, her funeral, like, she knew lots of people, so she knew hundreds of people as well as she knew me. Okay, so let's talk about the war in Israel. And so we had the ICJ hearing this week. Just today, there was the bombing in Syria, right next to Jordan, a base in Syria, which, God forbid, I mean, it appears according to international law, the U.S. base in Syria is an illegal base. So what legal justification base does the United States have for having these military bases in Iraq and Syria? But this was the first time escalation where there was deaths on the U.S. from attacking this base in Jordan. But the main news this week was the ICJ trial, where they ruled overwhelmingly that Israel was possibly committing a genocide, and they made orders of Israel to lessen the amount of civilian damage, allow more aid in, but they didn't call for a ceasefire. And so I'm not going to interpret that much. But we'll give an update. We'll look at the situation. So Doooovid is University of Michigan alumni and engineering. So I remember when I was in the engineering school that a lot of these weapon manufacturers. So when I was impressed by like the big names like University of Michigan, and they had a lot of big companies, Facebook, Google, major construction companies, but they also had like weapon manufacturers like Raytheon. And so this year, and one of the very first things, like I used to take pictures and post them on Facebook before I started YouTubing, before like cell phones had like live streaming or even video recording. Just take pictures and I post them on Facebook. I used to take pictures of I was a student at University of Michigan. I would take pictures of job fairs or student expos, engineering stuff. And one of the things I did was the engineering job fair, which was a very prominent, good job fair, and they had a lot of prominent companies. So they got protested by pro-Palestinians about God forbid, stop the genocide, because also the U.S. Army, Navy recruits there, and weapons companies. So they protested the job fair. God forbid. Joseph Cohn debated Mark Lamont Hill, and yeah, I gotta admit, I'm not really impressed with Joseph Cohn's like Zionist talking points, like everything, and like he will deflect everything. Like he's still making videos like if it was like the U.S. journalist Shireen, name is slipping me, but like he's still making videos claiming that like it probably like Palestinians that shot her. So like he deflects everything that like the hospital or every single thing. Like it's always he defends Israel for everything. Anything that happens, Israel's always the good guy. And so he made a post attacking Mark Lamont Hill. And this question, like Mark Lamont Hill presented 5 myths about Israel. It's not complicated. They've been fighting forever. It's not religious. Pro-Palestinians are anti-Semitic. Palestinians don't want peace. And I think Mark Lamont Hill generally defended all these points. Like certainly there's aspects that complicated the history, but like what the war is about, what's fighting, is not complicated. Like, it's like when they drove Gaza when they drove the Palestinians into the tiny part of Gaza, and then they built the military wall, and then they militarized the wall, not allowing people to go back, that was a war crime. And the war right now, like understanding what's going on, and even if you're critical of Israel and their actions, it's not that complicated. There might be certain aspects of it, like, well, who are these people, where'd they come from, their ideology, who are these groups. But on the basic level, then say like, well, they've been fighting forever. Like, no, I mean, there's some aspects to these points that are more complicated. But I thought, Mark Lamont Hill did pretty well, there. And, Joseph Cohn is the quintessential Hasbora agent who will argue every single point. And last night on Modern Day Debate, Sula Adar Weinraub was defending Israel, and it was kind of a non-eventful debate. It was pretty friendly in the points, but I saw that James had mentioned that he wants a pro-Jewish debater, not like about the war or just the Jewish religion. So I emailed, and we'll see if he gets back. I told him that I would defend Judaism. I would promote Judaism as a religion, theologically, not related to Israel or the war or like the JQ, but just explain the Jewish religion, why the Jewish religion is relatively a good religion, or the theology. So we'll see if he gets back to me on that. I doubt there's going to be that many takers. So, or relatively, if there's another taker, that it'd be someone necessarily better than Doooovid. So this week I had a stream with Steven on his channel about Elon Musk, and we talked about Elon Musk and Auschwitz and various topics. There's some interesting takeaways. Why I thought so. I expressed the point that a lot of people are philo-Semitic because they like certain aspects of Jewish culture. And Elon Musk probably doesn't know that many Orthodox Jews, and saying Elon Musk, most of the Jews he know are unaffiliated Jews who are not part of organized Jewry. But there's still certain cultural aspects of Jewry. So I mentioned like Jews have a tendency to be high authority, like to tattle, to support authority, put it like be snitches or tattletales, a designated driver. And from Elon Musk, he might look at that as a positive. And also like Jews like to sit around and talk about money. I mean, it's a little bit of an anti-Semitic trope, but like relatively, a lot of times Jews will sit around and talk about money. And there could be fears in the Gentile community, like you're not supposed to talk about money. And so a lot of times people in the business world, certain professions like stock brokerage, mortgage brokering, insurance, life insurance, investment banking, where you have a lot of Jews in the business, Jews might make up 25% of, especially in New York City, Jews might make up like 50% of certain professions. But, even in Silicon Valley, private equity or various things, there's a lot of Jews in the field. And a lot of what, like when I was living in Brooklyn or even in Israel, there was a lot of just sitting around talking about money. And a lot of it was like, well, how are you going to make management? In a sense, like, okay, the stereo, like Jews are management, we're not labor. So when Jews sit around, we talk about how we're going to make management. And so, and not like necessarily like scheming or tricking people. Like, God forbid, there might be a small, but I didn't mean like anything like pejorative. I just mean like, um, like I traded stocks and a lot of people were curious. Like I spoke to hundreds of people. Like I've been doing this streaming for a long time, but when I was in the Orthodox Jewish community, constantly people asked me about stock trading. And a lot of times, like I would talk to people for hours and hours just about how you make money, how you go about it, like how you advance, the logistics of how it works, like trading names. So I mean, Forex Shark's not Jewish. He likes talking about these things. He might disproportionately have a lot of Jewish friends because Jews are more likely to openly talk about these things. And then also just a scheme, like you're streaming, like, if it's Garfi, Lambie, KL, Rune or something like that. Well, how are you going to make management? Like I just want to make management, or like Pill Eater or something coming on. And Pill Eater might be philo-Semitic in that sense, where we're just going to talk about like how are we going to get ahead in life, and in that aspect, like financial, business wise, our path to management. So like if Pill Eater came on and he wanted to have a conversation about business, how to make money, how to um, get ahead in life. And so I was suspecting that Elon Musk is legitimately philo-Semitic. And Elon Musk claims, he repeated this statement here, that 2/3 of his friends are Jewish. That, Elon Musk, like he doesn't see anti-Semitism because he's so surrounded by Jews or philo-Semitic people. So I was accepting that Elon Musk is probably legitimately philo-Semitic and probably like a little bit of the Kaufman's critique. And I was suggesting to Stephen that many of those traits are actually positive in the same, tropes. Like Jews only are concerned about money. Not necessarily Jews aren't only concerned about money, but like, yeah, Jews are practical and we'll sit around and just talk about money and like the path to management and the business side of everyday things like prices, like, went to the store, how much did things cost or something like that. And also conceptually, like, well, can you profit from that? Can you get ahead from that? Is certain information. So my guess is that Elon Musk is philo-Semitic in that nature, and Elon Musk is probably also practical. He probably likes talking about money. There's a lot of Gentiles also that like talking about money, and related to being very pro-Israel or whatever. But people check that stream out. Okay, so we'll do the war update, and there's a lot of random small information. Garfi, I don't know what dissidents who support Palestine. I lean anti-Zionist. Like I'm against the war. I support a one-state solution. I support the immediate giving of all Palestinians, Gazans, full Israeli citizenship. I was last night, Holocaust Memorial Day, on a call with my local Jewish Voice for Peace. So yeah, I lean pro-Palestinian politically, one-state solution. I support a one-state solution. I think Israel should immediately give full citizenship to all the Palestinians, like a Dar Weinreb or something like that would maybe call like a confederation as opposed to one state, a confederation. That would be how I lean. But I'm also practical, and we'll talk about the Vienna Circle and pragmatism. That do dissonance, co-hosting Jimmy Dore. No, I don't watch Jimmy Dore. I've seen maybe once or twice. I don't think I've ever heard of Do Dissonance. Although, I occasionally watch like Max Blumenthal or Kim Iverson, or Katie Halper, Norman Finkelstein, or something like that. But I'm not sure if I've heard of Do Dissonance. But yeah, I mean, politically, like related to Israel, I would probably agree with those people, like Kim Iverson, Katie Halper. Politically, I tend to the view on Israel Palestine, like that would be my take. But like I recognize also like that That's unlikely to happen. That's not how Israelis feel, just because I think that's would make sense. That's I'm just one person and I have no power over that. And that's not how most Israelis or Jews feel. There's a guy, Garfield, History Speaks, actually, like a year ago, had Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein has like had a revival since October 7th, and a lot of people, a lot of interviews, but he was actually on History Speaks channel like 2 years ago. Okay, Israeli struggles to destroy Hamas's Gaza tunnel network. So this was in the Wall Street Journal, and just what's the facts on the ground. So here, just read a few articles, and talk what's the state of the facts of the ground. As much as 80% of Hamas's vast warren of tunnels under Gaza remains intact after weeks of Israeli efforts to destroy them, U.S. and Israeli officials said, hampering Israel's central war aims. Thwarting Hamas's ability to use tunnels is the keystone to Israel's effort to capture top Hamas leaders and rescue the remaining Israeli hostages, Israeli officials have said, and Israel said it has conducted strikes on hospitals and other key infrastructures in its pursuit of the tunnels. Disabling the tunnels, which run for more than 300 miles under the narrow strip, or roughly half of the New York City subway systems, would deny Hamas relative safe storage of weapons and ammunition, a hiding place for fighters, command and control centers for its leadership, and the ability to maneuver around the territory unexposed to Israeli fire, Israel has said. Israel sought various methods to clear the tunnels, including installing pumps to flood them with water from the Mediterranean, destroying them with airstrikes and liquid explosives, searching them with dogs and robots, destroying their entrances, and raiding them with highly trained soldiers. More than 25,000 people, the majority women and children, have been killed in Gaza since the start of the hostilities, according to Palestinian authorities. Those figures don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. U.S. and Israeli officials have had difficulty precisely assessing the level of destruction of the tunnels, in part because they can't say for certain how many miles of tunnels exist. The officials from both countries estimate 20 to 40% of the tunnels have been damaged or rendered inoperable. U.S. officials said much of that is in northern Gaza. Israel is thoroughly and gradually dismantling the tunnel network, the Israeli Defense Forces said in a statement. The White House and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declined to comment. Late last year, an operation called Sea of Atlantis, Israel installed a series of pumps in northern Gaza, despite concerns about the potential impact of pumping seawater on the territory's freshwater supply and above-ground infrastructure. Israel's bombing of the tunnels has inflicted widespread destruction to buildings on the surface. Earlier this month, Israel installed at least one pump in the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis to disrupt the tunnel network there. A U.S. official familiar with the effort said the first pump installed within Gaza used water from the Mediterranean Sea, while the last pump draws water from Israel, the official said. In some places, walls and other unexpected barriers and defenses slowed or stopped the water flow. Seawater has corroded some of the tunnels, but the overall effort wasn't as effective as Israeli officials had hoped. Hamas's strategy revolves around the tunnels. It is their center of gravity. They needed the tunnels to level the battlefield with IDF. The tunnels were Hamas's plan before October 7th to wait out Israel's political will as Israel faced pressure for a ceasefire. Israel has units that specialize in clearing tunnels, but many of those troops are engineers trained to destroy them, not search for hostages and top Hamas leaders. In particular, more troops are needed to clear the tunnels, the officials said. In addition, Israel's primary war aims, killing or capturing top Hamas leaders and rescuing the roughly 100 remaining hostages, are at times at odds, officials said. The question is there a real way to get rid of the hostages out alive? Otherwise, we would have been much more forceful in our approach. Some of the hostages are being held in a command center in a tunnel under Khan Yunis. Israeli officials said Hamas's top leader in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, is hiding in the same location, according to senior Israeli military official. A raid on the command center could endanger the hostages, according to former Israeli officials and military analysts, a dilemma that amounts to a choice between killing Sinwar and negotiating the release of some or all of the remaining hostages. The official said that military's approach was focused on clearing nodes within the tunnels where Hamas leaders and fighters are hiding, rather than checking or destroying the entire system. It's a very hard mission. It's done slowly, very carefully. It's urban warfare unseen globally. Even locating Sinwar and the remaining hostages could prove to be a difficult task. Gershwin Basquin, the hostage negotiator, facilitated the 2011 deal with Hamas, that freed Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit from captivity in Gaza, said Israel didn't know where he was held for years. It's unbelievable that this is Israel's backyard and how little intelligence information they have. Earlier this month, the Israeli military took reporters on a tour of the tunnels in southern Gaza around Khan Yunis and said there was evidence the hostages had been there, but they couldn't say when they had been moved. So, yeah, I was speaking with Samish, who's probably not going to come on Week in Review, but we're talking about this a little bit offline. And Ralph, who came on last week, and feeling like, God forbid, Israel's kind of incompetent. And even the ICJ ruling that Israel may, in fact, be ruled with genocide and Israel may continue to do something. Just think, well, Israel's excuse for bombing the hospitals, the schools, most of them were related to tunnels. And then saying, well, they had thought that, but now, okay, now it's too late. Like now, after they've already destroyed all the hospitals, after they've already cleared northern Gaza, large parts of Khan Yunis, now they're like, oh man, we can't actually get rid of the tunnels. So this point, like the question of Israel's goal of destroying Hamas, it's coming, well, we can't actually destroy Hamas. And we'll see this common theme. But, so this was the Wall Street Journal this week. Here, just today, the Times of Israel reporting unverified that the U.S. Biden administration is considering, White House reportedly looking into holding up weapon supplies to pressure Israel. NBC says Pentagon reviewing which munitions could be used to push Netanyahu to reduce intensity of war, allowing more aid into Gaza. Administration says no change in U.S. policy. Washington is weighing using weapon supplies as leverage to pressure Israel to reduce the intensity of its operations in the Gaza Strip, according to a Sunday report by U.S. television network NBC. Although no decision has been made, the White House asked the Defense Department to review which weapons could be used to leverage on Israel. The report said, pointing at 155 millimeter artillery shells and JDAM kits to turn missiles into precision munitions. The report cited 3 current U.S. officials and former officials. The White House did not issue an outright denial in its response to the report on Sunday, but said that there's no change in its Israel policy. Israel has a right and obligation to defend themselves against the threat of Hamas, while abiding by international humanitarian law and protecting civilian lives, and we remain committed to support Israel in its fight against Hamas, a spokesperson for the White House National Security Council said. We have done so since October 7th and will continue to do so. There's not been a change in our policy. The administration is focused on offensive military equipment in its review of what could possibly withhold or delay. The report said it noted, however, that officials have also discussed offering the Israeli government more of the weapons it has requested to encourage Israel to take some steps the administration has requested. NBC said defensive systems and munitions like Iron Dome interceptors are not under consideration for having their deliveries slowed down. One of Washington's goals is to convince Israel to open humanitarian corridors to allow more aid to reach Gazans. The U.S. has also repeatedly urged Israel to do more to reduce civilian casualties. There's a lot more that needs to be done and that they need to be more careful about. In December, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken fast-tracked the sale of munitions to Israel, bypassing congressional review, including 155 millimeter artillery shells and related equipment worth $147.5 million. Earlier the same month, Blinken used the same emergency authority to fast-track the sale of $106 million in roughly 14,000 tank shells to Israel on December 9th. The White House has been pressing Israel on the amount of humanitarian aid it's allowing into Gaza, its vision for the day after Hamas, and the growing number of civilian casualties in the Strip. The Netanyahu government has made some concessions on humanitarian issues, including allowing large shipments of flour to enter Gaza through the Ashdod port earlier this month. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is increasing urgency for Biden as he faces protests from progressives upset about his administration's support for Israel in its offensive against Hamas in Gaza and the rising civilian death toll. Biden faces an election in November and is lagging behind likely GOP challenger Donald Trump in most polls. In November, Biden helped broker a temporary ceasefire that saw crucial aid reach Gaza and the release of some hostages held by the terrorists. Last week, Defense Minister Director General Ayal Zamir conducted a working visit to Washington, during which he met with senior Pentagon and State Department officials as well as executives from major U.S. defense companies to discuss the advancement of the defense deals. Defense sources told the Times of Israel that Israel plans to procure a new squadron of 25 F-35 stealth fighter jets, a squadron of 25 F-15 fighter jets, the Israeli variant of the advanced F-15EX, and a squadron of 12 Apache helicopters were advanced during the discussions. The Defense Ministry's delegation also worked to advance the continued supply of American munitions amid the war. War erupted So if you remember from December that supposedly Israel was supposed to wind down its attack in the end of January, but it was looking like, okay, the U.S. is pressuring Israel to wind down the military offensive by January and shift to like the second stage of the operation that wouldn't be massive bombings and artillery shells and just like seek and destroy certain special missions. But Israel wanted through January. So basically, like, America wanted Israel to wind down the campaign by the end of December, but Israel was pushing towards the end of January. And then by the end of January, like, America was going to have to pull the plug. So now here we are. We're at the end of January. And the question is, will America pull the plug? And like at this point, the White House has been going out of its way to continue to give Israel more weapons. There's still strong support from Republicans in Congress and the Senate to give more weapons to Israel. But there's still a lot of issues in the Congress of whether they could get that to pass in a bill. But we'll see what happens. And, so let's keep looking at more, just to get a feel for what's happening. Jerusalem Post. Israel informs Egypt it will send troops to Gaza's Rafah. The report comes amid reports that the tense relationship between Israel and Egypt is on the verge of collapse following weeks of deepening chill amid the IDF's war on Hamas. Israel informed Egypt on Saturday evening of its intention to send troops into Rafah and the Philadelphia corridor, despite Egypt's firm opposition to such a decision, Marv reported, citing Sky News Arabia. According to the report, Egypt rejected the request. Head of State Information Services, Dia Rashwan, said earlier this week it must be strictly emphasized that any Israeli move in this direction will lead to a serious threat to Egyptian-Israeli relations. In response to a question about Qatar and Egypt, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Saturday evening that the relations with Egypt are ongoing and normal between the governments all the time. Each of us has interest. Egypt needs to say certain things. They take care of their interest and we take care of ours. Former IDF spokesman Avi Ben Yahu also hinted this week in his X account that the IDF makes its way further south, reaching Rafah, Marv reported. And the Arab media news is spread across to the IDF demands that the soldiers on the Egyptian side clear the corridor for the IDF's arrival. Israeli-Egyptian relations already tense. The Wall Street Journal also reported the same day as the Sky News report that the tense relationships between Israel and Egypt are on the verge of collapse following weeks of deepening chill amid the IDF's war on Hamas. The report said that Netanyahu had not spoken to his Egyptian counterpart, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, in weeks, with the latter refusing to take calls from the prime minister, and said that Cairo is convinced of a secret Israeli plan to expel the Palestinians from the Strip to the Sinai Peninsula. Oh, pardon me. So that's what Doooovid has been saying, that my prediction is that Israel will still go for an expulsion and taking, but here you have the closest to this point where basically Israel has formally sent warning to Egypt that they're going to take the Rafah crossing. So basically what Israel's saying, pull your troops, pull out the military, we're taking it. And Egypt has said no. And will the Egyptians fight the Israelis if the Israeli military comes in militarily to take over the Rafah crossing? Will there be violence? Will the Israelis kill the Egyptian military people to defend? Will the Egyptian military stay and fight, or will they withdraw? And it could be imminent, even likely this week, that Israel is likely to try to take the Rafah crossing, and that could be disastrous. Presumably they don't have authority from the U.S. They don't have authority from Egypt. That would be a serious breach of international law, of a new order, and to some extent would be a declaration of war on the territorial integrity of Egypt. So, we talked a few months ago already about war narrative. A lot of war is poker and bluffs, and whether Israel is bluffing, but from the Israeli military objective, I'll talk about it at the end of the scenarios, and I talked about last week, that if Israel wants to eliminate Hamas, they will have to also take Rafah. And presumably, they will also have to expel the Palestinians in Gaza. I mean, it's possible they could have refugee camps or temporary status and have all over 2 million Gazans in just a tiny area of temporary tent shelters that don't even really have any good supply of humanitarian aid coming in. But you talk about the tunnel network, the Hamas infrastructure, that there's extreme pressure from within the Israeli military and Israel for its military objectives to take Rafah. That would be a huge escalation. That would be a huge escalation between Israel and the United States, let alone between Israel and Egypt, Israel and international law. But say Netanyahu supposedly sent the warning to Egypt, pull your troops out, we're taking it. And so it is very unclear what's going to happen, but that could happen this week. On the other side, so if Israel does not take the Rafah crossing, on the flip side, this is basically what would happen. So Israel close to reaching a new ceasefire deal with Hamas. And this comes from the Wall Street Journal. CIA chief and Qatari prime minister, along with Israeli and Egyptian intelligence officials, are set to convene in Paris on Sunday. Israel could be close to signing a new deal with Hamas, which would see the release of the Israeli hostages held in Gaza in exchange for a 4-month ceasefire, the Wall Street Journal reported on Saturday. CIA Chief William Burns and Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim Al Thani, along with Israeli and Egyptian intelligence officials, are set to convene in Paris Sunday to discuss the new proposal. According to the report, the new deal would include a number of phases. First, the fighting would cease for 6 weeks, following which Israeli children, women, and elderly in need of urgent medical care would be freed from Gaza captivity. In return, Israel would release numerous Palestinian prisoners and expand the aid entering Gaza. In the subsequent phases, Hamas would release Israeli female soldiers and male soldiers, followed by the body of hostages. In exchange, during the pause in the fighting, Hamas would receive an international guarantee led by the U.S. that a deal would be obtained, which would see the permanent end of the war in Gaza. An Egyptian official told the Wall Street Journal that both sides have yet to agree to the deal. New deal could be reached in the next 2 weeks. However, according to the report in the New York Times, the U.S. negotiators have already written a draft based on Israel and Hamas proposition to be discussed in the Paris meeting. A deal could be reached in the next 2 weeks, as per the report. The last ceasefire between Israel and Hamas came in effort on November 24th and lasted until November 30th. So here are the two ends. This is what the international community, including the United States and the Western allies, are pushing for, saying, Israel, give up. You caused enough damage. End the war, then negotiate the return of all the hostages, and then, in all likelihood, Hamas would return to control of Gaza. So then you have the other end of forget the hostages, sacrifice the hostages, and try to completely eliminate Hamas in all of Gaza and, God forbid, genocide. The likelihood that would cause the death of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, of the humanitarian crisis, if Israel starts bombing Rafah and trying to take Rafah. So, or, it could be like Ralph was saying, like some sort of status quo war, endless war, tit for tat, where you have like the 2 million Gazans stuck in Rafah in southern Gaza. Well, Israel wages small tit-for-tat battles and tries to starve out Hamas in the tunnels in northern Gaza and parts of Khan Yunis. So just in terms of Gaza, you basically have the two ends. One, Israel goes all in, takes the Rafah crossing, and tries to expel the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. The other end, Israel calls truce, pulls out, lets Hamas retake Gaza, and they do a prisoner exchange. Or some in between. So, if Israel looking at it, the U.S. is pressuring. Basically, people are very wary of what's going on. People aren't sure that Israel has even any accomplishable goals, that the war is ever going to accomplish anything positive for Israel, and just saying, it's over. Ceasefire now, broker a hostage deal, and it is what it is. We'll shift through the rubble and try to figure it out after. Or Israel, could push all in, and God forbid, Tinkle, IDF soldier deserts, I think it'd be like 6 months in prison. I mean, if you refuse to serve, you could serve up to 6 months in prison. Usually they give a person for refusal to service 1 month at a time. I think deserting also, I'm not sure of the exact law or punishment, but I think it's also punishable by up to 6 months in prison. Although usually they give like a month in prison and then allow you to re-enter service. And so if they refuse service and you were caught and spent a month in prison and then were willing to re-enter service, that would be it. But if they, if they refuse to go back to service, they could spend up to 6 months in military prison. So you're just laying out the possibility. Okay, so today was big news. New York Times, the airstrike against the U.S. is illegal military base in Syria. And here the New York Times is reporting it possibly inaccurately. Biden vows to retaliate after strike in Jordan kills American soldiers. President Biden has carefully calibrated his response to attacks by Iranian-backed militias since October 7th. Now he must decide how far he's willing to go after a drone attack killed 3 American soldiers. This was the day that President Biden and his team had feared for more than 3 months, the day that a relatively low-level attacks by Iranian proxy groups on American troops in the Middle East turned deadly and intensified the pressure on the president to respond in kind. With 3 American service members killed and 2 dozen more injured by a drone in Jordan, Mr. Biden must decide how far he is willing to go in terms of retaliation and the risk of a wider war that he has sought to avoid ever since the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas touched off the current Middle East crisis. Until now, the president has carefully calibrated his response to more than 150 attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American forces in the region since October 7th. He essentially ignored the majority that were successfully intercepted or did little to no damage, while authorizing limited U.S. strikes focused mainly on buildings and infrastructure after attacks that were more brazen, most notably against the Houthis in Yemen, who have targeted shipping in the Red Sea. The first deaths of American troops under fire, however, will require a different level of response, American officials said, and the president's advisors were in consensus about that as they consulted with him by secure video conference on Sunday. What remained unclear is whether Mr. Biden will strike Iran itself, and his Republican critics urged him to do so, despite his own determination to avoid full-fledged war. The 3 American service members we lost were patriots in the highest sense, Mr. Biden said in a written statement issued on Sunday morning. He said, "We will strive to be worthy of their honor and valor. We will carry on their commitment to fight terrorism, and have no doubt we will hold all those responsible to account at a time and a manner of our choosing. Administration officials and intelligence agencies were trying to determine Sunday if the attack on Jordan represented a deliberate attempt by Iran to escalate the conflict or is meant to be the same kind of limited attack its proxies have been mounting, but in this case happened to be more successful through happenstance. American officials have said 4 months that they did not believe Iran wanted a direct war with the United States, and on Sunday had not changed that assessment publicly, but at the same time officials said Iran has used its proxy forces to keep up the pressure on the United States and Israel as Israel continues to pound Hamas in Gaza. One senior American official who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive information said on Sunday that the United States does not believe that Iran was intending to start wider war with the attack in Jordan, but he cautioned the analysts were still gathering and evaluating information available to determine if Iran ordered a more aggressive attack or a militia group decided to do it on its own. While the wider conflict could serve Iran's purposes, American officials have long thought that Tehran understood that a direct war with the United States would be deeply damaging. The Jordan attack came at a time when some American officials had been exploring the idea that Iran might be on the verge of trying to rein in some of its proxy forces, a theory that may be dashed by Sunday's attack. Republicans wasted little time on Sunday blaming the deaths on the troops in Jordan on Mr. Biden, with one senator even calling the president a coward if he didn't respond more aggressively. The entire world now watches for signs that the president is finally prepared to exercise American strength to compel Iran to change its behavior, said Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, a Republican leader. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, said flatly, hit Iran now, hit them hard. Republicans argued that Mr. Biden has emboldened Iran by appeasing the mullahs of Tehran. They said his effort to negotiate a new agreement with Iran curbing its nuclear weapons program and a deal securing the release of 5 imprisoned Americans in exchange for helping Iran access $6 billion of its own oil money that had already been promised to Iran for humanitarian purposes under a policy approved under former President Trump. That money was frozen days after the October 7th attack by Hamas, which is backed by Iran. Republican critics also argued that Mr. Biden's failure to take more devastating actions, in part the past 3 months, left Iran and its proxy confident that they could act with impunity. He left our troops as sitting ducks. Now there are 3 dead and dozens wounded. Sadly, I predicted would happen for months, said Senator Tom Cotton, Republican of Arkansas. The only answer to these attacks must be devastating military retaliation against Iran's terrorist forces, both in Iran and across the Middle East. Anything less will confirm Joe Biden is a coward, unworthy of being commander-in-chief. As for Mr. Trump, now the frontrunner of the Republican nomination to challenge Mr. Biden for his old job, he claimed on social media on Sunday that the attack would never have happened if he was president, not even a chance. In fact, Iran and its proxies did attack American allied interests during Mr. Trump's presidency, and at one point Mr. Trump called off a retaliatory strike that he deemed excessive. He did later order a strike that killed the top Iranian general, but when Iran responded with missile strikes that injured but did not kill American troops, Mr. Trump ordered no further action. Mr. Biden has ordered military strikes on several occasions in the past few months, including on Christmas Day, just hours after a drone strike by Iranian-backed militants injured 3 American service members, one critically. Mr. Biden ordered airstrikes in Iraq in response. He also ordered the U.S. military to target a militia center blamed for the attack. American forces carried out the order on January 4th with a drone strike in Baghdad that killed the commander. Until Sunday, the only American military deaths in the region since October 7th came not under fire but during an operation in the Arabian Sea to interdict Iranian weapons to the Houthis. 2 Navy SEALs were declared dead last week after one fell overboard and the other dived in to try to save him. Mr. Biden was informed about the attack in Jordan on Sunday morning in South Carolina, where he was spending the weekend campaigning before its Democratic primary. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with the president, along with Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, and his deputy, John Feiner. Later in the day, Mr. Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris joined a secure virtual discussion with Mr. Austin, Sullivan, Feiner, and other advisors, including Secretary of State Blinken, General Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence. The president addressed the matter later during a stop at Brooklyn Baptist Banquet Center in West Columbia, South Carolina. We had a tough day last night in the Middle East, he told the crowd, We lost 3 brave soldiers in attack on one of our bases. After a moment of silence, he added, and we shall respond. So, similar to Israel, do they call off Israel or do they expand it? And saying this basically, so yeah, I've mentioned for a few months now that the long-term strategy of the Axis is to drain the United States and Israel and Gaza and eventually force them to get rid of all the bases in Iraq and Syria. So 1 second. So the U.S. is at the same brink point of Israel. Do they demand Israel stop the war in Gaza, or do they expand the war? So presumably it's related. So if Israel takes the Rafah crossing and in effect declares war against Egypt, and the U.S. declares war against Iran, now it's almost 4 months later, 4 months into the war, and it's at that point where it's been almost 4 months and it's largely been contained to just Israel versus Gaza. The northern border with the tit for tat with the Hezbollah has remained largely just that tit for tat. And at this point, it's unclear what's going to happen. Okay, so related to the ICJ and the genocide charges, here we have the decline of deaths in Gaza. The daily death toll in Gaza has fallen in half over the past month, reflecting a change in war strategy. This was last week already. For more than a month now, the Biden administrations and other allies of Israel have been urging its leaders to scale back the war in Gaza, a more targeted battle plan, these allies have said, could reduce civilian casualties while still weakening Hamas. Some Israeli officials have made the same argument. It is now clear that Israel's leaders have followed the advice, at least partially. The Israeli military announced a strategic shift 2 weeks ago. It has reduced the number of troops in northern Gaza, and the most tangible sign of the change is the declining in deaths among Gaza residents, as reported by the Hamas-controlled local government. The number of Gazans dying each day has fallen almost in half since early December and almost two-thirds since its peak in late October. The chart here is based on the New York Times compilation of UN reports that relay the information from the Gazan officials. So, God forbid, the 30-day average is still about 200 people dying a day. The numbers have maybe fallen to about 150 a day. So, related to the genocide charges, if Israel is killing 100 to 200 civilians every day, so like homicide means killing one person, genocide means killing a people, killing a family. So we said, well, genocide, you're killing 100 people every day, 200 people on average. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has been killing 250 people a day on average, and according to all estimates, at least 100, probably on average 200 of the people killed every day are civilians. So Israel, for almost 4 months now, has been killing 200 civilians every single day. Oh, it's declining. So the breakdown depths between fighters and civilians remained unclear and a matter of debate. Earlier in the war, Gazan officials suggested that more than 70% of the victims were civilians, while an analyst by Israel sociologists put the figure at 61%. It seems plausible that the share remains similar today, but also plausible that a lower percentage of deaths are among civilians now that Israel's attacks have become more targeted and the daily tolls decline. Is it enough? So this was before the genocide case. Either way, there are at least three important caveats to mention. First, the death toll in Gaza remains high, and some of the victims continue to be civilians, including children. We live and witness sadness every day, said Samira Kalut, told Al Jazeera last week while standing on rubble that he said had been his sister's home in northern Gaza. She had been hosting another brother and his family when their home exploded. The Israelis bombed their house without any warning and killed them all. Critics of Israel's war strategy said that the recent shift has been too limited and that its military should do more to reduce the death toll. As a point of comparison, fewer than 50 Gazans, including Hamas militants, were killed each day on average during a 50-day war in 2014. Some of the advocates for further reduction in fighting are Israelis, including military officials who believe that destroying Hamas, as Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to do so, is unrealistic. A smarter approach, according to this view, is to wind the war down and save the lives of the more than 100 Israeli hostages who Hamas still holds, or too much. The second caveat points the opposite direction. Other Israelis, especially on the political right, believe that scaling back of the war effort has left their country vulnerable. Last week, Hamas fired at least 25 rockets from northern Gaza towards an Israeli city during a single day. Afterwards, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, described the decision to withdraw some soldiers as serious grave error that would cost lives. As Aaron Boxerman and Adam Ragson, Times reporter based in Jerusalem, wrote, the rocket barrage also underlined the competing pressures Israeli leaders faced, the widespread popular demand to crush Hamas, the calls from right-wing politicians to be more aggressive in the campaign, the pleas by families of the hostages taken by Hamas to make concessions to secure their return, and the outrage across the globe over the carnage and destruction in Gaza. And what now? The third caveat is the Israeli military faces a difficult decision about how to proceed in southern Gaza. Israel controls much less of the south than the north, and many Hamas fighters are hiding in the extensive tunnel networks around Khan Yunis, a southern city. Israel is vowed to capture or kill all Hamas leaders involved in the October 7th massacre. Above these tunnels, southern Gaza is packed with civilians, including residents and refugees. More than 1 million people fled to the south after Israel told them to leave the north from their own safety. In addition to using the tunnels, Hamas fighters are hiding among these civilians. Israel will not easily be able to eliminate the fighters without killing innocent civilians. The dilemma, the Wall Street Journal recently explained, could culminate in a ceasefire that spares civilians but also allows Hamas to survive and recover, a strategic defeat for Israel. It also risks an even greater bloodbath than in the north. The bottom line, even with the caveats, the changes in Israel's war strategy have been significant and somewhat overlooked. Israel has responded to international pressure in ways that suggest its harshest critics are wrong to accuse it of wanting to maximize civilian deaths. Yet the war is not over. Israel continues to inflict enormous damage on Gaza, and Hamas continues to attack Israel and call for its destruction. The war's next phase will almost certainly include further tragedy. So certainly with the ICJ decision, no matter what happens, even if they accept the agreement and a ceasefire is started right away, Israel will be brought up for war crimes, all possibly mass amounts. Like many senior commanders of Israel will all be brought up for war crimes, killing 200 people on average, 250 people a day for 4 months, of which the majority are civilians, and where the war is going. But this report was before Friday, so you see what led the ICJ to make that decision. And the warning Israel, like, don't commit genocide, and not even saying it's possible that Israel has already committed genocide. That's yet to be determined. After the war, there will be many war crime trials brought against Israeli senior ranking officials, and that will play out over the next few years. Okay, 3 more articles, a lot here to cover. And this is pretty important, just the way Israelis talk about this, and you kind of feel the war. What I was talking about, Ralph, everyone's like, the day after, what's Israel going to do after they defeat Hamas? And so, the New York Times mentioning what I was talking about with Ralph last week, even Samish, I was talking like the day after. Like, I don't think Israel's getting to that day after. Israel is not going to defeat Hamas. Israel might do the ceasefire. Israel might already be charged with genocide and war crimes. I mean, they're certainly going to be tried, whether they're going to be found guilty or punished for, even if they declare a ceasefire right away. But if they continue to try to completely destroy Hamas, the possibility that it will lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths, let alone Netanyahu openly saying that he plans on taking over the Rafah crossing possibly this week, God forbid. So plans for Gaza's day after seem ever distant. The very idea that there will be a clear line between war and peace is misleading, given the politics, security needs, and anxieties on all sides. As the war in Gaza grinds on, there is increasing talk of some day after formula for the broken territory, but the notion is an ephemeral one. There's not going to be a bright line between war and peace in Gaza, even if some sort of negotiated settlement is reached. Israel's made it clear that they will not subcontract security along its southern border to anybody else, and Israel's military officials say that their forces will come in and out of Gaza based on intelligence for a very long time to come, even after troops finally withdraw. The whole conceit of the day after has to be retired, said Aaron David Miller, a former United States official at the Carnegie Endowment. It's misleading and dangerous, he said, because there will be no clear dividing line between the end of Israeli military operations and a relative stability that allows people to focus on reconstruction. There's a variety of sketchy ideas. Plans would be too specific a word for what happens in the aftermath of hostilities. But there is a growing understanding that any sustainable settlement would require a regional deal involving countries like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Qatar. Inevitably, such a deal would have to be led by the United States, Israel's most trusted ally. Most officials and analysts assume it would require new government both in Israel and the Palestinian Authority, which partially governed the West Bank but is considered stale and corrupt, an indication of the long road ahead. As a starting point, the American Special Envoy, Brett McGurk, is touring the region. His focus on the potential for another hostage deal, which would require humanitarian pause for some length to get that done. According to White House spokesman John Kirby, Mr. McGurk will be joined in the coming days by CIA Director William Burns. Officials familiar with the talk said Mr. McGurk's efforts are complicated, working through Qatar, which sends messages to Hamas leaders. Even with the agreement in principle between Israel and Hamas, the two sides will have to negotiate a phased exchange of hostages, women and children, first for Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. To get all the hostages released, Israeli soldiers would require the controversial release of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, including those that have been convicted of murdering Israelis. Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas in Gaza, was just such a case, let out in a previous prisoner exchange in 2011 after 23 years in jail. Then there's the question of Mr. Sinwar and other Hamas leaders. If they are alive, will they go into exile as part of any settlement? For now, Hamas has rejected the idea. But a first hostage deal is the sine qua non of the administration's larger regional deal, said Martin Indyk, former U.S. ambassador to Israel, that American officials hope could open a way for broader negotiations. They would include moderate Sunni Arab states who have no great love for Hamas and its main backer, Shiite Iran, and who are concerned by Iran's growing power. While Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel supports efforts for a hostage deal, he is also campaigning for his political survival and is opposed to the significant pillar of President Biden's larger concept. Mr. Biden has said that he would like a revitalized Palestinian Authority, eventually running Gaza as a stage towards an eventual two-state solution, an independent Palestine largely demilitarized alongside Israel and committed to a lasting peace. Mr. Netanyahu is portraying himself as the one person who can prevent the Americans from imposing a Palestinian state on a traumatized Israel or significant restrictions on the Israeli settlement activity in the West Bank that is gradually absorbing Palestinian land. But the Americans believe that they may have important leverage over Israel and Mr. Netanyahu to move ahead. Saudi Arabia, the key regional actor, has indicated that it wants to continue a path towards normalization with Israel in return for an American security guarantees against Iran, itself a controversial demand. But Saudi Arabia has also said that normalization, let alone any cooperation on a post-Gaza future, both in reconstruction and security aid, depends on the creation of an irrevocable pathway towards a Palestinian state, which Mr. Netanyahu rejects. Mr. Netanyahu's vision of a future Gaza is unclear. He continues to insist that Hamas will be destroyed and all the hostages will be released, but those goals seem more contradictory as the Israeli military operations Gaza move slowly and casualties on both sides mount, creating more domestic and international pressure on him. He has stated what he does not want: Hamas to survive militarily and politically in Gaza, the Palestinian Authority to be given control over Gaza, and foreign peacekeepers and an independent Palestinian state. He has denied wanting to reoccupy Gaza for the long run, but insists that Israel retain security over not just Gaza, but the West Bank as well. Others have staked out positions on either side of Mr. Netanyahu. His far-right partners, Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, have suggested displacing Palestinian citizens and resettling Gaza with Israelis. This idea is considered a non-starter and drew a specific American rebuke. Opposition members of the current security cabinet, like Benny Gantz and Gadi Eisenkot, who are seen as popular alternatives to Mr. Netanyahu, are more likely to go along with the American idea of a larger regional deal, Mr. Indyk said. So the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who has distanced himself from Mr. Netanyahu, all recognize that American support is indispensable for Israel, Mr. Indyk said. Mr. Gallant, who has, from Mr. Netanyahu's Likud party, has laid out his own vague plan. He wants Israel to maintain security control of Gaza with military free to come and go as needed. He proposes that Egypt and Israel control Gaza's southern border crossing together. There would be no Israeli civilian presence in Gaza. In his vision, with civil administration run by Palestinians with foreign oversight, but not the Palestinian Authority. Mr. Gallant's plan is thought to be similar to what Mr. Netanyahu privately thinks, but Mr. Gallant is also partly reflecting the Israeli military's view, said Nachum Barnea, a well-connected columnist with popular daily Yedidot Arnot. The vision is not victory, he said, but a managed intermittent conflict with a large permanent Israeli presence. The military would like to turn Gaza into something akin to the situation in the rest of volatile northern West Bank cities like Nablus and Jenin, where it goes where it wants. In Gaza, it envisions operating from a buffer zone inside Gaza, now being constructed, and going deeper into the territory from time to time on specific operations. The military, Mr. Barnea said, is not looking for Somalia but Nablus. No one thinks there is a quick deal to be done to train some 6,000 Palestinian security forces to police Gaza, even in cooperation with some multinational Arab force, would take up to 10 months, American officials estimate. In the meantime, they hope Arab countries, and possibly Turkey, heir to the Ottoman rulers of Gaza, would agree to police Gaza. This is a highly questionable aspiration, given the political sensitivity of Muslim nations policing Palestinians partly on behalf of Israeli security. There's then no rapid path to an RPA, the latest Biden administration acronym for Revitalized Palestinian Authority. At a minimum, it will require retirement or emeritus status of the Palestinian president, Mahmoud Abbas, interim reform, and some form of Palestinian elections, senior American officials say. The last elections were held in 2006, and new ones would almost surely result in some political role for Hamas, and there would have to be temporary administration in Gaza made up of Palestinian notables or technocrats in the meantime, they said. The Palestinians themselves are not ready. To put it starkly, there is a complete disconnection between the international community's call for a two-state solution and the willingness of Israelis and Palestinians to contemplate it now as a viable way to end their conflict, Mr. Indyk said. Still, he said Washington must try to fashion a new, more stable order in Gaza, and that cannot be done without also establishing credible political horizon that leads eventually to a two-state solution. Despite the huge task for American diplomacy, time is limited, probably only until September, officials say, and that may create a pressure to act. Mr. Netanyahu is conscious that Mr. Biden is up for re-election in November and may want to see what happens in the U.S. vote. Their Arab interlocutors are also acutely conscious that unless some sort of deal is done by autumn, they could be dealing with a lame duck Mr. Biden and awaiting the unpredictable Donald Trump. Even senior American officials think the best chance for a deal is if Mr. Biden is reelected, a senior Western diplomat conceded. Yaakov Amidror, a former general and national security advisor, said he sees 2024 as a year of low-intensity warfare. The next year or 18 months will be dedicated to finding and destroying Hamas tunnels, infrastructure, and fighters, said Mr. Amidror, now a fellow at the Jerusalem Institute for Strategic Studies, a conservative think tank. In the end, by mid-2025, he said he believes Hamas will no longer have military and political capacity to run Gaza, and the Israeli army may be in a position to operate in Gaza along the lines of its West Bank model, he said. So even with good intentions, there is a long road ahead to a true day after, in many possible ways, for the best plans to fail. Prime among them may be, despite all American efforts, if war breaks out between Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, which could make the destruction of Gaza seem simply a prologue. Okay, God forbid. So, two last articles just today. Black pastors pressure President Biden to call for ceasefire in Gaza. Black congregants dismay at President Biden's posture in the war could imperil his re-election bid. As the Israeli-Hamas war enters its fourth month, a coalition of black faith leaders is pressuring the Biden administration to push for a ceasefire, a campaign spurred in part by their parishioners who are increasingly distressed by the suffering of Palestinians and critical of the president's response to it. More than 1,000 black pastors representing hundreds of thousands of congregants nationwide have issued the demand. In a sit-down meeting with White House officials and through open letters and advertisements, ministers have made a moral case for President Biden and his administration to press Israel to stop its offensive operations in Gaza, which have killed thousands of civilians. Yes, Lambie, I'm a University of Michigan, Ann Arbor alumni. They are also calling for the release of hostages held by Hamas and an end to Israeli occupation in the West Bank. The effort at persuasion also carries a political warning detailed in interviews with dozen black faith leaders and their allies. Many of their parishioners, these pastors said, are so dismayed by the president's posture towards the war and their support for his re-election bid could be imperiled. Black faith leaders are extremely disappointed in the Biden administration on this issue, said the Reverend Timothy McDonald, the senior pastor at First Iconium Baptist Church in Atlanta, which boasts more than 1,500 members. He was one of the first pastors of more than 200 black clergy members in Georgia, a key swing state, to sign an open letter calling for a ceasefire. We are afraid, Mr. McDonald said, and we've talked about it, it's going to be very hard to persuade our people to go back to the polls and vote for Biden. Any cracks in the ordinary rock-solid foundation of black support for Mr. Biden and for the Democrats nationally could be of enormous significance in November. The intense feeling of the war in Gaza is among myriad unexpected ways that the war has scrambled U.S. politics, and it comes as Mr. Biden is already facing signs of waning enthusiasm among black voters who have for generations been the Democrats' most loyal voting base. The coalition of black clergy pushing Mr. Biden for a ceasefire is diverse from conservative-leaning Southern Baptists to more progressive non-denominational congregations in the Midwest and Northeast. This is not a fringe issue, said Reverend Michael McBride, a founder of the Black Church PAC and a lead pastor of the Way Church in Berkeley, California. There are many of us who feel that this administration has lost its way on this. Seeing images of destruction in Gaza, many black voters whose churches have become involved in the ceasefire movement have voiced increasing disenchantment with Democrats who they feel have done little to stop the war. Their pastors said that the congregants' strong reaction to the war were striking. Black clergy have seen war, militarism, poverty, and racism all connected, said Barbara Williams Skinner, co-convener of the National African Clergy American Clergy Network, whose members lead roughly 15 million black churchgoers. She helped coordinate recent meetings between the White House and faith leaders, but the Israel-Gaza war, unlike Iran and Afghanistan, has evoked the kind of deep-seated angst among black people they have not seen since the civil rights movement. When Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th, killing some 1,200 Israelis and taking 240 people hostages, leagues of black pastors joined their counterparts in interfaith prayer for Israel, whose land they revere as holy. But since then, the pastors' Palestinian allies in the United States, Gaza, and the West Bank have sought their assistance on behalf of the civilians suffering under Israel's counter-offensive, and the pastors have gotten an earful from their own congregants, especially younger churchgoers, about the conflict and Mr. Biden's full-throated support for Israel. Their sentiment more broadly reflects a strong sense of solidarity between black Americans and Palestinians that has shaped opinions since the war began. We see them as part of us, said the Reverend Cynthia Hale, the founder and senior pastor of Ray of Hope Christian Church in Decatur, Georgia. They are oppressed people. We are oppressed people. The black pastor's effort is to support the Biden administration to pay attention as the president readies for what is expected to be an extremely close election against former President Donald Trump. It began in late October when a delegation of black faith leaders from across the country descended in Washington, where they called for an end to the fighting in meetings with the White House and members of the Congressional Black Caucus. Hundreds of pastors signed open letters to Democratic leaders and paid for full-page advertisements in national newspapers, including the New York Times, to push for a ceasefire on humanitarian grounds and call for the release of all hostages being held in Gaza. Since its founding, the Black Church has been considered a power center for black political organizing. In addition to providing spiritual guidance and challenging political leaders on moral grounds, black religious leaders have galvanized their members to exercise their hard-won voting rights, often with great success. Mr. Biden especially has recognized the importance of the Black church. One of his first campaign events in 2024 took place at the Mother Emanuel AME in Charleston, South Carolina on January 8th, making him the first sitting president to speak from the church's storied pulpit. When protesters interrupted the speech with calls for ceasefire, their cries were drowned out with shouts of 4 more years. Mr. Biden's campaign did not comment on the record for this article. Some leaders say Mr. Biden still has time to change the trajectory of the conflict abroad and in turn recover any love lost between his administration and Black voters. As long as Blacks feel that the president is being genuine, I think he will continue to have our support, said Bishop Reginald Jackson, who presides over more than 5,000 African Methodist Episcopal churches in Georgia. He too signed the letter calling for a ceasefire and a return of hostages. I think it's demonstrating his authenticity by the friction that you can tell is between him and Netanyahu as relates to what is going on in the Middle East, he said, referring to Israel's prime minister. Still, 6 Black faith leaders who spoke with the New York Times said that their colleagues had considered rescinding invitations to Democratic politicians, hoping to speak directly during their Sunday services or holding public support for Mr. Biden's reelection until his administration is committed to a ceasefire. What they are witnessing from the administration in Gaza is a glaring contradiction to what we thought the president and his administration was about, said the Reverend Frederick Haynes, the senior pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church in Dallas and the president and the chief executive of the Rainbow Push Coalition, the civil rights organization founded by the Reverend Jesse Jackson. His church has more than 12,000 members, so when you hear a president say the term redeem the soul of America, well, this is a stain, a scar on the soul of America. There's something about this that becomes hypocritical. Black faith leaders are nonetheless conscious of the risk in pushing Mr. Biden a ceasefire with Mr. Trump looming as the likely Republican presidential nominee. Even pastors most critical of Mr. Biden on the war in Gaza agreed that a Trump reelection would be the worst-case scenario for the largely Black and working-class congregations. They also suggested that Mr. Trump, who has said that he would bar refugees from Gaza from entering the United States, would most likely have less sympathy than Mr. Biden for the plight of Gazan civilians. But the difference between grudging and enthusiastic support could be significant. Asked whether the war in the Middle East could threaten Mr. Biden's chance in November, the Reverend Jamal Bryant, a senior pastor at the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, said, I think Mr. Biden threatens his own success. Democrats, Mr. Biden observed, have seemed to be almost on cruise control and feel like, oh, the Black people will come around, they'll be forgiving, and they'll go along with us. But he added, as the war drags on, I really think that the ante is going to really elevate itself. The ceasefire calls have strained some relations between Black pastors and Jewish leaders. Rabbi Peter Berg, a senior rabbi at Temple in Atlanta, described in an email his extraordinary relations with Black pastors and recalled a service at the nearby Ebenezer Baptist Church over the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday weekend, in which Christians and Jews prayed together for peace and the safe return of the hostages. He added, though, that he felt the demand for a ceasefire from some pastors, whom he had long considered friends, did not fully consider the feelings of Jews with ties to Israel. While we want peace and for this war to end, I was disappointed to see some faith leaders call for a ceasefire without focusing on bringing the hostages home and holding Hamas accountable for the atrocities they've committed, Rabbi Berg said, adding, this is the time to double down on our strong relationship and to be open and honest with each other. Black pastors said they had sought to reassure Jewish leaders who took issue with their ceasefire push, underlying that their demand was not rooted in anti-Semitism and that they were also calling for the release of Israeli hostages and for Israel to be safe from attack. Our call for a ceasefire ought not to be read as calling for the killing or terror of Jewish individuals and families, said Mr. McBride, who took part in the meetings in Washington. We're against all of these wicked expressions of dehumanization and terror wherever they show up. And the last article, God forbid, a lot of stuff on the war. So Yael Wamberg is also University of Michigan alumni from a long time ago, before World War II, architecture student. And they have the annual Raoul Wallenberg lecture series, an award. Okay, just today also, another important, where is Hamas getting its weapons? Increasingly from Israel. The very weapons that Israel forces have used to enforce a blockade of Gaza are now being used against them. Israeli military and intelligence officials have concluded that a significant number of weapons used by Hamas in the October 7th attacks and in the war in Gaza come from an unlikely source, the Israeli military itself. For years, analysts have pointed to underground smuggling routes to explain how Hamas stayed so heavily armed despite an Israeli military blockade of the Gaza Strip, but recent intelligence has shown the extent to which Hamas has been able to build many of its rockets and anti-tank weaponry out of the thousands of munitions that failed to detonate when Israel lobbed them into Gaza, according to weapons experts and Israeli and Western intelligence officials. Hamas is also arming its fighters with weapons stolen from Israeli military bases. Intelligence gathered during months of fighting revealed that just as the Israeli authorities misjudged Hamas's intentions before October 7th, they also underestimated its ability to obtain arms. What is clear now is that the very weapons that Israel forces have used to enforce a blockade of Gaza over the past 17 years are now being used against them. Israeli and American military explosives have been enabled Hamas to shower Israel with rockets and for the first time penetrate Israeli towns from Gaza. Unexploded ordnance is the main source of explosives for Hamas, said Michael Kardrish, a former deputy head of Israeli National Police Bomb Disposal Division and an Israeli police consultant. They are cutting open bombs from Israel, artillery bombs from Israel, and a lot of them are being used, of course, in repurposes for their explosives and rockets. Weapons experts say that roughly 10% of the munitions typically fail to detonate, but in Israel's case, the figure could be higher. Israel's arsenal includes Vietnam-era missiles, long discontinued by the United States and other military powers. The failure rate on some of those missiles could be as high as 15%, said one Israeli intelligence officer who, like others interviewed for this article, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss intelligence matters. But either count, years of sporadic bombing and the recent bombardment of Gaza has littered the area with thousands and tons of unexploded ordnance just waiting to be used. One 750-pound bomb that fails to detonate can become hundreds of missiles or rockets. Hamas did not respond to messages seeking comment. The Israeli military said in a statement that it was committed to dismantling Hamas, but did not answer specific questions about the group's weapons. Israeli officials knew before October attacks that Hamas could salvage some Israeli-made weapons, but the scope has startled weapons experts and diplomats alike. Israeli authorities also knew that their armories were vulnerable to theft. A military report from earlier last year noted that thousands of bullets and hundreds of guns and grenades have been stolen from poorly guarded bases. From there, the report said some made their way to the West Bank and others to Gaza by way of Sinai. But the report focused on military security. The consequences were treated almost as an afterthought. We're fueling our enemies with our own weapons, read one line in the report, which was viewed by the New York Times. The consequence became apparent on October 7th, hours after Hamas breached the border. 4 Israeli soldiers discovered the body of a Hamas gunman who was killed outside of their AIM military base. Hebrew writing was visible on a grenade on his belt, said one of the soldiers who recognized it as a bulletproof Israeli grenade, a recent model. Other Hamas fighters overran the base, and Israeli military officials say some weapons were looted and returned to Gaza. A few miles away, members of an Israeli forensic team collected one of the 5,000 rockets fired by Hamas that day. Examining the rocket, they discovered that it's a military-grade explosives had most likely come from an unexploded Israeli missile fired into Gaza during the previous war, according to Israeli intelligence officer. The October 7th attack showcased the patchwork arsenal that Hamas has stitched together. It included Iranian-made attack drones and North Korean-made rocket launchers, the types of weapons that Hamas is known to smuggle into Gaza through tunnels. Iran remains a major source of Hamas money and weapons, but other weapons like anti-tank explosive, RPG warheads, thermobaric grenades, and improvised devices were repurposed Israeli arms, according to Hamas videos and remnants uncovered by Israel. Rockets and missiles require huge quantities of explosive material, which officials say is the most difficult item to smuggle into Gaza. Yet Hamas fired so many rockets and missiles on October 7th that Israel's Iron Dome defense system could not keep up. Rockets struck towns, cities, and military bases, giving cover to the militants who stormed into Israel. One rocket hit a military base believed to house part of Israel's nuclear missile program. Hamas once relied on material like fertilizer and powdered sugar, which pound for pound is not as powerful as a military-grade explosive to build rockets, but since 2007, Israel has enforced a strict blockade, restricting the import of goods, including electronics and computer equipment that could be used to make weapons. The blockade and crackdown on smuggling tunnels leading into and out of Gaza forced Hamas to get creative. Its manufacturing abilities are now sophisticated enough to saw into the warheads of bombs, weighing up to 2,000 pounds, to harvest the explosives and to repurpose them. They have a military industry in Gaza, some of it above ground, some of it below ground, and they're able to manufacture a lot of what they need. It said Hulata, who served as Israel's national security advisor and head of the National Security Council before stepping down earlier this year. One Western military official said that the most of the explosives that Hamas is using in the war with Israel appear to have been manufactured using unexploded Israeli-launched munitions. One example, the official said, was an explosive booby trap that killed 10 Israeli soldiers in December. The military wing of Hamas, like the Qassam brigades, has flaunted its manufacturing abilities for years. After the war in 2014 with Israel, it established engineering teams to collect unexploded munitions like howitzer rounds and American-made Mk-84 bombs. These teams work with the police explosive ordnance disposal units, allowing people to safely return to their homes. They also help Hamas gear up for the next war. Our strategy aimed to repurpose these pieces, turning their crisis into an opportunity, the Qassam Brigades commander told Al Jazeera in 2020. Qasam's media arm has released a video in recent years showing exactly what they're doing, sawing into warheads, scooping out explosive material, usually a powder, and melting it down to reuse. In 2019, Qassam commandos discovered hundreds of munitions on two World War I era British military vessels that had sunk off the coast of Gaza a century earlier. This discovery, Qassam boasted, allowed it to make hundreds of new rockets. Early in the current war, a Qassam video showed militants assembling a Yasim 105 rockets in a sunless manufacturing facility. The most essential way for Hamas to obtain weaponry is through domestic manufacture, said Ahmed Faoud Al-Hatib, a Middle East policy analyst who grew up in Gaza. It's just a tweak of chemistry, and you make pretty much whatever you want. Israel restricts mass importation of construction materials that could be used to build rockets and other weapons, but each new round of fighting leaves behind neighborhoods of rubble from which militants can pluck pipes, concrete, and other valuable material. Hamas cannot manufacture everything. Some things are easier to buy from the black market and smuggle into Gaza. Sinai, the largely uninhabited desert region between Israel, Egypt, and the Gaza Strip, remains a hub for arms smuggling. Weapons from conflicts in Libya, Eritrea, and Afghanistan have been discovered in Sinai, according to Israel intelligence assessments. According to two Israeli intelligence officials, at least a dozen small tunnels were still running between Gaza and Egypt before October 7th. A spokesperson for the Egyptian government said its military had done its part to shut down tunnels on its side of the border. Many of the weapons currently inside the Gaza Strip are the result of smuggling from within Israel, the spokesperson said in an email. But the besieged streets of Gaza itself are increasingly a source of weapons. Israel estimates that it's conducted at least 22,000 strikes on Gaza since October 7th. Each often involves multiple rounds, meaning tens of thousands of munitions have likely been dropped or fired, and thousands failed to detonate. Artillery, hand grenades, other munitions, tens of thousands of unexploded ordnance will be left after this war, says Charles Burks, the head of the UN Mine Action Service in Gaza. These are like a free gift to Hamas. Okay, so God forbid, quite a bit of update, various stuff going on in Israel, Hamas. So you want to read through a lot of the the update, and so let me grab a few raspberries, and then I'll talk a few minutes, and then I'll go to the research on the Vienna Circle. So yeah, tough to see what's going on. It said there's a wide range of possibilities, from Israel stepping up to trying to take over the Rafah crossing and go for the full ethnic cleansing, to America going to war with Iran, to this all being over and Israel accepting a ceasefire, going back to the status quo, and Hamas retaking Gaza, to an in-between forever war where Israel will keep the 2 million Gazans in temporary, horrible, unhumanitarian conditions and try to weaken and further get rid of Hamas infrastructure over the next few years. which God forbid, if Israel's not already guilty of genocide, could very likely lead to genocide if Israel turns this into a forever war where Israel keeps the 2 million Gazans in these horrible humanitarian conditions and keeps on doing raids with no reasonable path for the current refugees to get back to where they're going. God forbid. Or, if the case where Israel does try to take over the Rafah crossing and turn, and, God forbid also, like the death totals, so the death totals are on lows to averaging like 150 a day. It could get higher than ever. You could see 1,000 dead a day. You could see even 10,000s of dead a day, if depending on what Israel does. So see the ICJ ruling a warning to Israel. Will they heed it? It's unclear. You see the pressure from the United States, the push to have a complete ceasefire, but it largely seems untenable for Israel. And then also you see this fantasy where Israel's just focused on the day after, what they're going to do after they beat Hamas, as the likelihood they're not going to beat Hamas. So the further that Israel focuses on this fantasy of what they're going to do after they beat Hamas, the worse it's going to be, because that means Israel's just going to go on keeping on killing people, and unlikely they're going to make much more serious progress in defeating Hamas. And I might forget the quote, but like never assume evil intentions when you could explain it with incompetence. So that's kind of my view on Israel, is it's largely incompetence. Most Israelis, most Jews, most supporters think that Israel's eventually going to destroy Hamas and believes them that they're doing everything possible to, that they got it all under control. When, the experts say, like, no, you're not on the verge of defeating Hamas. You're never going to defeat Hamas. And the only real substantial thing you're doing is war crimes against civilians. Well, they might, be destroying some Hamas infrastructure, killing some Hamas militants. Really, the only thing Israelis accomplishing is war crimes. And the sooner Israel realizes that, the better. But at this point, it doesn't appear that they're realizing it. In fact, most Israelis desire to commit more war crimes, as seen where Netanyahu is basically pushing to take over the Rafah crossing. And there's still pressure among the Likud, the Netanyahu coalition, to go full forward with the ethnic cleansing. So really all we can do is wait and see how it's going to play out in the U.S. politics, with like the Houthis and the Yemen and the base in Syria being bombed today. Will Biden wage war against Iran? Or will the U.S. pull out its bases? You're saying, I want to talk about the Vienna Circle, but it was on the space with Richard Spencer again, God forbid, last night with Brittany, a politically provoked. You're talking about the decline of empire and saying, like, well, unfortunately, America's on the decline. We're going to have to pull out of those bases. America's not popular. Those bases in Iraq and Syria, they got to go. And the sooner the better. And any hopes at escalating and trying to punish Iran or defend those bases is the wrong approach. What the U.S. should be doing is completely pulling out of Syria and Iraq. And I don't know if Trump does Trump come with an American first and say, basically he's out. America, we're out. We're pulling out of the bases. I mean, I doubt Trump is going to switch. I mean, he's going to support Israel, but basically saying, Israel, you're on your own. You're a big boy. You can handle this, and pulling the bases out. So it's yet to be seen what strategy Trump will choose. But it's very possible that Trump will choose that strategy of negation. God forbid. I mean, that was even Richard Spencer. He was saying that God forbid that he was agreeing with Doooovid, like the blue-eyed panel, and saying like, hey, God forbid, even Richard Spencer was agreeing with Doooovid. But I mean, then we were talking directly about incompetency, the reverse splint effect, like saying America is in no position to be waging war against Iran. I want to show that video from What If All This, the Kirk Doolittle disciple, who was saying like, yeah, he could see the West losing the war against Iran, but our incompetence, like Biden might go gung-ho and lead us straight into war with Iran. I mean, it'd be a disaster. Netanyahu, saying just incompetent, idiocy. He's going to, very possibly this week, Israel is going to start war with Egypt. God forbid, it's just incompetency. And I've said this many times. As a Jew who has promoted Judaism, studied Torah, went to Jewish schools, dealt with Jewish leadership my whole life. Unfortunately, I think that Jewish leaders, Israeli leaders, will double down straight to Armageddon. So, somehow, Israel would move to a one-state solution, confederation. We were wrong. Give all the Gazans full citizenship. Somehow move in that direction is close to zero. And my experience with Jewish leadership is like they are extremely likely to just keep on doubling down straight to Armageddon, and it is extremely troubling. And I've been saying that for 4 months, almost 4 months now. Hey, Zargons, God bless. If if you're watching on Twitter, let me put the link on I'll put the link in the Twitter chat if you want to pop on and talk. Otherwise, I'm going to go to some research on the Vienna circles in the philosophy of science and metaphysics. I'm going to wrap this up. But, well, it's a little bit incompetent. So just belief. You're saying they're going to double down because they want so badly the outcome that they desire. So the reason why it's just a blind idiocy. So Israel thinks that they're going to win, because Israel is focusing on the day after. Like, oh, what's going to be after? That's why at the beginning I was talking about Jack London to build the fire, where as the guy's dying and freezing to death, he's thinking about the conversations or what's going to happen when he gets to base, or talk with the old man who warned him not to travel in such cold weather. So Israel's not thinking about rationally about what's actually happening. They're fantasizing about the future. And so Israel's just thinking like, we got to get this done and we're going to win. And so that means they keep on doubling down in the sense like they double down till they lose everything. So I mean, doubling down, like you gamble, you lose, and they feel like, oh, I'm certainly going to win next time. So they double down and they keep on doubling down till they lose everything. So that, like, Israel's so convinced that they're going to beat Hamas, that they're going to get their victory, that they just keep on doubling down until Armageddon. And I don't really see like admitting they were wrong. Like, I'm sorry, I was wrong. We got to fix this. And even at the backtrack level of like, how does Israel fix this? Saying, okay, if they accept the ceasefire and the hostage prisoner exchange and a complete pullout, and let Hamas take back all of Gaza, I can't imagine Israel like wanting to do that. And like, let alone that's still a war crime. Just the current situation of the apartheid system, the militarized wall, the siege, that's a war crime. So like, for Israel to admit that from 2006 or 2004, when they created Gaza, that was a war crime that they have to rectify, and that Israel would actually, okay, what we're going to do is allow a Palestinian state or a confederation, a one-state solution, give full citizenship or something like that. That's not even the cards. Like, no Israeli is even leaning towards proposing that. You have like, okay, a Dar Weinreb, or you have a handful of Israelis, Mordecai Kedar, that are talking about a confederation. But like, relatively, like, no one's talking about that. Like, it's not even a forethought among the Israelis of what actually has to be done in Israel, just to recognize that anything that does not create a Palestinian state or give the Gazans Israeli citizenship is a continuation of the war crime from 2006, when they created this mess. And even before that, God forbid, 1944 and 1967. But like, the creation of Hamas, the building the wall, that was a war crime. And so like, the doubling down. So this is the doubling down. Like, the building the wall, that was the first mistake. 2014, the previous wars. So they're doubling down. Now this is the full-fledged doubling down, going in to destroy Hamas. And then after that, like, waging war with Egypt, going to war with Iran. Like, God forbid, that would be like doubling down to Armageddon. And so at this point, that's what I think it's more likely that they're going to double down straight into Armageddon, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, than to rectify the situation, which would be to admit that Israel for 20 years now has been conducting a severe war crime, and that the only remedy to it is an immediate path to a Palestinian state or a one-state solution that grants all the Gazans full Israeli citizenship. And so from like a practical international law, humanitarian level, the only solution is for Israel to immediately move towards a Palestinian state, or granting all Gazans Israeli citizenship in a one-state solution, confederation, something like that. And like, the one-state solution, confederation, that's not even on the table. The two-state solution is being discussed. It's not really on the table, but it's at least being discussed. And so some form of status quo or escalation is unfortunately what's most likely. So, we'll keep up. We'll see what happens this week. The remote possibility that there'll be a ceasefire. And I put like 50-50. Like, it could be anywhere in between. From the perspective, I'd say it's like almost an equal distribution between from ceasefire to Israel declaring war against Egypt and trying to take the Rafah crossing. And that could happen this week. In America right now with the situation, even America and Iran, I put it like it's same 50-50 spectrum, from America just pulling out of the bases in Syria and Iraq. It's illegal. It's against international law in the first place for America to have those bases there and just pull out, to an escalation. God forbid. So it's just a spectrum. There's no way to know. I'm just a random dude yapping on my social media. Like, I'm very distant from power. And, you look at the polling in Israel, the polling is makes you think the direction they're going to go is to try to take over the Rafah crossing and declare war against Egypt. Zargons?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, that's great. So the microphone stays on?
Well, you're on StreamYard, so if you're on Twitter, I'm on YouTube and Twitter, but it's a third-party platform, StreamYard, that feeds into Twitter and YouTube.
How clear is the audio?
I mean, reasonable. It's not great, but it's okay. Or you like a cell phone or a computer?
I'm on an iPhone.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so it's reasonably. It's okay. Like it's
What a week, huh? My goodness.
well, Israel. Were you on that space with Brittany the other day, or Albert?
Yeah. I've been on all of them. Brittany was yesterday, right?
Yeah, but you're also on those streams of Albert.
Bishai, yes. I have to support him, man. In terms of I feel like that's one of the few multicultural spaces for the discussion of the conflicts and the zeitgeist right now. You know,
Yeah, I mean, he's doing it for hours every day.
for
Obviously,
hours
he's
every
got
day.
his biases, but in the reasons why he's doing it. But yeah, he's doing it for hours every day. He's given platform relatively free to anybody, no matter what their opinion on the issue is. But
And
obviously he has his direction, or that he's trying to push.
and he's had great training, all these years having podcast shows with Adam Green. It's like all of that has led up to this moment for him, and it's great to watch him get a little
It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I mean, because like Adam Green doesn't usually have like callers or guests. I would say Albert's actually better than that. Adam, he's pretty good. In fact, like I mean, if you follow me, like I've been streaming with old school radio personalities, like Luke Ford or Charles Moskowitz, and they're not good. They're not good with guests or new voices. So I would say Albert, in that respect, is like uniquely pretty good and talented at running panels, getting new speakers, allowing people to speak, keeping the conversation flowing. I would say he's even, that doesn't come from Adam Green, because Albert's way better than him at that.
Yeah, and Adam Green has to do a lot of prep work, getting his show ready. It would take away from his program.
I mean, Adam Green has visuals. I mean, it's completely different.
Yeah,
Although it's kind of
work.
I mean, even Albert doing the same thing where he's just like playing other media, but he's doing it for so long. So but like, I mean, Adam Green's got his own unique research, and he's got really good visual graphics. So it's like a different genre, different areas of expertise. But like Adam Green's not good at random guests or hosting spaces, getting new voices, doing conversations. But yeah, God bless Albert doing that and staying on it. So what's your story? Your I don't know any details you want to give about yourself, or if you don't want to give any oh, you dropped out. Okay, we'll give him a second to see if he comes back. But yeah, I've been on quite a few spaces with Albert, and I mean, overwhelming the vast majority of the people on Albert spaces are anti-Zionist and not necessarily anti-Abrahamic. Like Albert, Adam Green are anti-Abrahamic and focused on comes back, but I would say on his spaces is not even. I mean, it's pretty diverse, and there's been a lot of Muslims on his spaces, like a handful of Christians, some Jews, a lot of Muslims, but the audience is generally anti-Abrahamic people that are worried about the dangers of Abrahamic religion, and especially Judaism. So if you're back, I don't know if you're muted, but did you want to give any details about yourself, or like what's your story?
Well, yeah, my story basically, because I don't want to get doxxed, but yeah, I'm in the Florida area, and I'm Hispanic, And I've been following Adam Green since 2017, since before his trip to Israel with the host of Blackstone Intelligence. I think that was, I don't remember his name, but.
What, are you a former Christian or Catholic?
Well, it's it's like I like
Just
to
doing
tell
the
this to people.
percentages. If you're Hispanic, there's like a 50%
Yeah.
chance you're former Catholic.
Yeah, you're right on the money. The thing is, faith to me is something I wrestle with back and forth. You know, I went on what's his name? He's 1 second. Let me look him up.
Or a streamer. Well, so you're someone that, what was it, through Adam Green or your own, you started struggling with your own faith and became agnostic or atheistic, and then you started looking into it, came on to Adam Green, or you have conspiratorial.
This is my issue. This is my issue, right, Doooovid? I don't know if it's because of traumatic brain injury or if it's from PTSD, like emotional trauma. But I'll have these phases where I'm connected to the God frequency through prayer and fasting for like 2 weeks at a time. And then I'll pray, I'll pray nightly, pray when I wake up, I'll practice gratitude. But before the month is over, I'll stop doing that. It's almost like, to compare it, sticking to a diet.
Yeah, I mean, before the war, any like conspiratorial or confrontational, like, that's my main thing, like spirituality, prayer, meditation, metaphysics, interfaith. And so you could find God or spirituality through any number of methods. I mean, if you used to be Christian, like Adam or Albert, you're no longer believe in Christianity or Jesus, but you still believe in God. But like not even so the case, like you actually have spiritual experiences, but you don't know how to. You're not classifying it within a traditional Christian realm. You're just saying like there's a creator, and you feel connection to the creator, mystical spiritual experiences. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like I wouldn't call it having fair weather faith, like, oh, I'm only connected to God when things are going good, or only when things are going bad I'm asking out for help. It's more like I have to go to the spiritual gym every day or I lose it.
I'm like that because I'm not agnostic at all. So even if you rejected Abrahamism and the biblical explanation, but you say like, no, you're not agnostic. You 100% believe you have a soul and that there's a God, and you pray you're connected to it. Is that what you're saying? Like, you're not agnostic. You're 100% believer. You talk to God. You pray to God. You believe in God. You feel these mystical experiences, but you don't connect it to Christianity.
So here's the thing. I feel that the Bible is powerful, both the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? Because I can only enter this frequency and this connection with God when I read that book, when I read those scripture. Because if I try to do it reading the Bhagavad Gita, it's not going to work.
Do you do Hare Krishna? I mean, if you follow me, like I do Hinduism. I was involved with the Hare Krishnas also.
So I attended Hare Krishna when I was a teenager, but when I read, when I
I got my Bhagavad Gita right here on my
shirt. Yeah, nice. And that's the thing, is that I love the symbology. I love the talk of religion. I love hearing Adam Green, when he breaks down the Abrahamic matrix, like he likes to talk it. I find it's such a nice way to relax, to just put on some Adam Green, listen to what he has to say, listen to him bicker back and forth with Christopher John Bjerknes. To me, it's entertainment. I think it's cutting edge. I love geopolitical analysis and the discussion of world events.
That's what, like, okay, he's got his bias in what he's pushing, but it doesn't mean you can't learn from him. And I mean, like, even say like, yeah, like I'm still philo-Semitic and pro-Judaic, but I learn from, even Christopher, let alone Adam Green and Albert Bishai, but even like Christopher M. Jerkness, I learned from him, and say he could make me a better person. Even like, even half joke that I told Albert or even Lucas Gage, like, the spiritual perspective is like, thank you for rebuking me. And like, okay, I'll accept your criticism, try to become a better person. And, it's a good perspective to take. You learn from everybody, and especially people who actually research and study the subject, talk to a bunch of people. And even as a believer, like, okay, because, before like the war, like one of my favorite things was debating atheist and evolution.
And that's the thing. So that's why I'm here. I'm around these spaces because I've been around since before it had to do with the conflict in Gaza, before the Ukraine war. Like, this was the way I unwinded and got my geopolitical news, was tuning into debates that you would have on BitChute. I'm talking like maybe up to 4 or 5 years ago. You were doing this in 2019, right?
I got started in 2017. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think I
and
go
I
all
was
the way
more
back
active
to
back
like
then. Like, so,
2018 watching your videos.
yeah, I used to be more active. Like, then I like, Cultured Thug, like Heel Turn, like Eric Stryker, and, um, others. Like, I was more active in, back in that period, and I've been less active in debates the last few years.
And
And
then
until
so then
until Twitter Spaces, like until October 7th, and the Elon Musk takeover. So just in the last few months, with Twitter Spaces, I've kind of got back, and maybe it's even more so than 2019 or 18. With Twitter Spaces has revived things.
and that's the thing. I feel that people have lost people are sometimes a bit too quick to criticize, and they feel that just because you tune into Adam's show, or you're listening to Doooovid speak, or you're listening to Albert or anyone else in this field, Ryan Dawson, etc., you don't have to take the things they say to heart. It doesn't have to be your new belief system, just because you're just hearing their point of view, and you could take it or leave it. And
Yeah, I mean, if you listen
even
to me, I got my multiple truth hypothesis. It's saying, like, the intelligence is to hold multiple conflicting ideas in your head. You just say, well, there's a whole spectrum of beliefs, and you could say it accurately. Like, I don't know the truth. There's a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity. This guy says this and has this evidence, and this guy says this and has this evidence, and I'm leaning towards here. But just the honesty to say there's a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity, and the best you could do is educate yourself and to accurately say over what other people, and understand that of course there's uncertainty, and therefore there's many different schools of thought.
And I feel that that is the ultimate goal of Twitter spaces and just like the internet zeitgeist in general. I wish more people, they wouldn't take so long to reach that multiple truth hypothesis, because in my opinion, I've felt that way since like 2018, listening to a little Ryan Dawson, a little bit here, a little bit there, looking deep into BitChute, seeing what people are saying, and even at a certain point, I remember looking back and going like, "All right, like
Well,
it's
not
obviously not Jews. It's obviously people in positions of power. A lot of it has to do with money, keeping the money in the family, and of course, people are tribal. Everybody's tribal. Hispanics are tribal. Blacks are tribal, Jews are tribal. But this whole this blanket term of like, oh my God, the boogeyman Jew. Like, even at some points, I would watch Adam's show and just be like, oh man, give it a break. Like, really, is everything really connected to, like, are they really pulling all the strings? Like, come on, no one else has
well,
gotten
I
their
don't think
hands dirty. It's
no, my gut. I mean, say that's what Adam does. Like, I don't think he overestimates Jewish power, and sense that's what he does. That's his specialty, but he's not like every single thing. Like, I mean, he's relatively pretty rational and reasonable. It's just that's what he does. That's what he focuses on. But he's not,
like, sometimes I think
the things that don't have to do with
overestimate.
that. He's not. Um, but yeah, I mean, also generally like self
Like, I think
improvement.
sometimes he gives out maybe not that this is his belief, but the way he presents it is that it's as if the Jewish person, all their business decisions and all the laws they help uh, put into practice, they had a Kabbalistic or like a sinister, like if they pre-planned it using scripture or like the Kabbalah. Like there's no way every move that somebody makes that's about, that can be looked as a negative move was pre-planned using scripture and like
Yeah,
writing
I can't
out.
speak for Adam, but I don't think that's what he's saying. It's just that he becomes repetitive. So at a certain point, um, I mean, he has a little bit of new information, but he's basically like his program's like 75% repetitive. So you're not going. He's giving answers to or insight into some important things, but beyond that, he doesn't. There's nothing more to it. It's just repetitive of the same issue that he's decided to focus on. So if you try to extract that to other issues, there's going to be nothing there. And if Adam is portraying himself like he has more there than he does, I'm not sure that he is. I'm not sure that he's false advertising or
No,
getting.
that's the
He
thing.
he's
It's
just
not.
repetitive. He just keeps on repeating, his main point again and again, and but relatively he stays in the lane. So he's not, like, you know, he doesn't have something to say in all conspiracies. He just has the one conspiracy he considers important, and he keeps on repeating it rather than claiming that the conspiracy he's focusing on explains every phenomenon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that Adam is the one that frames things like this to me, but I mean, just watching the show, like somebody who tunes into the show a lot, they you start to develop a feeling like, oh wow, is everything that these people are doing, like, are they like grabbing a chalk and drawing a pentagram on the floor and like planning this all out with the full intention of like performing a ritual, or getting rid of Edom. And I don't know, I think that at a certain point, like, even the viewer just has to be like, okay, maybe it's not that well planned out, and maybe it has more to do with greed and
Well, I
ego.
mean, you're critiquing Adam Green or saying, or I mean, because I don't.
No,
I mean,
it's not
I'm
about.
philo-Semitic, but I don't necessarily agree with your critique because I think he basically just keeps on repeating his material. He's not claiming what you're saying. He just has like his thing and he keeps on repeating it. And if you're reading more into it than what he's saying, that he's not claiming that everything. There's just like the issue that he focuses on, and he repeats. And even though there's other things going on in the world, he just doesn't talk about that. So if you're trying to answer questions that he's not answering with what he's saying, then it's on you. It's not on him.
I guess you're right. Maybe I am looking too
I mean,
much
he's making a
into it.
living. You just consider him like he's a reporter who specializes on, like Jewish affairs and the Bible and Abrahamism. That's all he reports on. So if you're trying to get more out of that, and then like and he runs repeats. So if you're like, God forbid, if you watch him too often, you'll see that like most of it is just repeats. Even like Albert, if you do it hours, I only stream once a week, and like I read papers, but like even Albert, like if he's doing it hours every day, like 90% of what he's doing is just going to be repeating himself. And then you have to be like, okay, you have one area of expertise, and it's like, I've researched this, I have well thought out and researched ideas on this topic, but on other issues I don't really have anything insightful to say. And so if you're claiming that like Albert or Adam is misleading because they claim to have insights on what they don't, I'm not sure it's an accurate critique that they're actually claiming to have insights.
No, what I'm saying is that for the average viewer, if they watch Adam or other people that talk about that mix politics with biblical scripture, after you cross a certain threshold,
We're saying if that's the only source of your information, maybe.
yeah, it's almost like, oh man, does this group of people do things on behalf of fulfilling prophecy, and everything they do is based on a pre-planned notion of fulfilling scripture. That's
Yeah, I
what
mean
I
that.
meant to
I mean,
say.
I would say like multiple truth hypotheses. Like, okay, like I'm an informed person. I read the mainstream papers. I watch, I read the New York Times, and I watch a wide array of content. And then you could have, call it conspiratorial or alternative news sources. But if you're uninformed and your only source of information is alternative news sources or conspiratorial, yeah, it's going to be problematic because you don't even have like, the alternative framework that, Adam Green is insightful if you're reading mainstream stuff and you want an alternative approach to it. But if you're not even reading mainstream stuff and he's your only source of information, it's not going to be that informative to uh, the wider problems facing you. Even like Albert, I mean, I like Albert a little bit, like you talk on the stream, but yeah, I mean, if you're listening to Albert hours every day,
Okay, so that's what I mean.
I mean, even if you do like him, but it's saying like, don't substitute reading the newspaper. Like, certainly, okay, like Albert's a decent guy, he's got some insight, but like, you're probably better off still reading the New York Times. Like, yeah, the New York Times has bias and this very stuff, but like, Albert in addition to the New York Times, not as a replacement.
So yeah, you're absolutely spot on, dude. I'm basically describing what it feels like to be drunk on that information, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
And
it can't be a replacement for, just mainstream information. In addition, you might have insight that other people, or a way of understanding things an alternative way, but it can't be a replacement, because they don't provide, like Adam Green, Albert, they're not a newspaper, they just cover one issue. Like, God forbid, like you can't get all your sources on politics just from those shows, because they just cover one
but
issue.
exactly, it's like you said. I just expressed this way of a temporary feeling that I went through because I've been on spaces so much the past 2 weeks, you know. So I just feel a bit
If you're not an activist, so like whatever reason,
disorientated. Yeah.
I mean, most of the people who do this, like, they're, for whatever reason, they became activists, they have a cause and they're working toward it, that's why they do it. So if you're not an activist, or maybe you care about the war, or or if you became anti-Christian, or used to be Christian, now you're no longer Christian, you're trying to save people, whatever reason why someone might be doing this, versus just you're trying to gather information, network, meet some friends. um yeah, but you want to have a healthy lifestyle, like self-improvement, what's going on with your life, and you want to be well informed. And I mean, it can only occupy a certain percent of your life to be
So
healthy.
I've been like that. I've always been like that. It's just up until the conflict in Gaza, the Al-Aqsa flood. I just feel like, yeah, I've been heavy into it because it's
Your COVID-19, the lockdown, when people is like, okay, like now all I'm doing is sitting home all day in lockdown, so you're on the internet talking to people, and that created some of it. And yeah, like now, after the decline of America, the loss of faith in American leadership, and especially like October 7th, and just witnessing the disaster. And if you feel that America's like, what the hell, America's supporting this, if you want to call it genocide, it is like, this is a disaster. But like being on Twitter spaces all day, I mean, even if you were protesting, if you were like, like going to the protest all day, it's probably not healthy. Saying you be active, you could have a cause, but you got to go on with your life. You got to, there's just the generic things, like educate yourself, stay healthy, get a job, keep good relationships, and maybe do a little activism or research things from an alternative perspective.
and that's the thing.
Because I wouldn't question. Okay, if Albert
Yeah.
or Adam decide that that's what they're going to do, fine. But like everyone can't do that. Like everybody can't be a media influencer.
No, it's basically what you said earlier. It's like, hey, if you tune into a space for 8 hours, there's psychological effects. It leaves you drained. It's like an information overload. It's addicting. It's fun, but yeah, it burns you out. And I understand your point. It's like if you're not really an activist or anything, why are you tuning into 10-hour spaces of the Gaza conflict every day? And it's just, I don't know, the algorithm is really good at keeping me hooked in. To be honest, it's wow, they're doing a great job.
There's not even that many updates. Like I just do a weekly update, and like guys spent like an hour and a half, and I basically covered the majority of the updates this week. Like I mean, just from like reading New York Times and Israeli papers. I mean, there's more happening, but you're not really going to get. I mean, because you're like if Albert's doing, he's trying to change minds, so he's not necessarily reporting news. So you're not even necessarily becoming better informed. Um, so that's like the activism. You're trying to change minds. So I'm more like I want to learn things. I want to exchange information. I want to network. Changing minds is very difficult, and then you also get in like the echo chamber, where it's just like okay, like the people who agree on this issue, and they just talk to each other all day because they're the people that agree on this issue. And like when I first got involved, the space with Richard Spencer the other night. I mean, when Richard, that was years ago when like people were scared of like rising white nationalism. I mean, some people are still scared, but at this point, even Richard Spencer bailed on that, and like there's almost no major white nationalism going on right now. But for the period of time, it was like that was even
So
like
I'd like to say something, Doovid. You brought up how white nationalism, it was rising up a few years ago with Richard Spencer, then it faded off. And I read Richard Spencer's Radic Substack all the time. I love reading his journal. And I had a conversation with him 3 days ago, and I let him know in his space. I was like, dude, my Twitter algorithm is like a vortex trying to pull me into like white nationalist spaces and like Nazi Hitler stuff. It's really weird. And I don't know if it's because I put a like on somebody that does that stuff or what, but it was trying to pull me in, and I kept ending up in spaces with those conversations, and I let them know, I'm like, hey man, this is crazy. Like, you guys are being watched, like you guys really there's no such thing as a free lunch. You guys really think that like the feds and the NSA is not paying attention to these conversations? Like, I'm out of here. I had to escape. And then that's why when I would see you having a space, or Richard Spencer or Albert, I'll jump in there, because I wouldn't say it's on the rise, but man, there's some spaces going on that are pretty
well, I say it's on the decline, but I just meant like now the the anti war in Gaza activism, or even the pro Israeli activism, the echo chambers. That's what it was like 5 years ago, where you had like heel turn, or these alt right channels, Warski debates, JF hours every night, Luke Ford stream for hours every night, and you just get sucked into the echo chamber of people who keep on feeding you back this like narrow belief system. So because and so yeah, I mean, if you're not okay, I mean, if you say like you're not even white, if you're debating, like I was debating against those guys, so just years ago, but it's saying now they're not even really that active. Like the last, I can't even. I mean Keith Woods, like okay, in Ireland, I spoke with him. That was a big program, but it's saying like there's not even that many. They're not even active anymore. Like years ago, like I pop on YouTube, and like my chat would be full with alt-righters, God forbid. But like, yeah, when the movement's dead, you still have like, Britney or the America First. But yeah, I mean, times change. It's like any of those echo chambers are bad. You say you get some alternative information, learn a few things, see things from a different perspective. But yeah, beyond that, there's not much utility to it.
And I think it's because you're an easy person to like, you know. I feel that you embody that multiple truth hypothesis with the way you speak to others, you know. You're
I'm
really
not,
good
I'm not
at
an activist. Yes, I never built up a big following. I'm not an activist. You're just an independent scholar.
and it's like, man, this guy has a great, I want to listen to what Doovid has to say about this. And it's just, you could tell when you enter the space, everybody's like, hey, let's see what he has to say about this issue or that issue. You do a great job, man.
Oh yeah, well I appreciate it, but I don't. Yes, I'm not an activist, so usually I don't repeat myself over like a radio, old school radio. If you did like 3 hours on the radio every day, it's a different style, and it's like Albert has it in him to do that. I don't have it in it to do that. Like I'm better as like an occasional guest or expert, like even like Adam Green. Like I haven't once or twice a year as a guest. Even Albert, like pop on if there's no update. Um, just like you want to waste time repeating yourself again and again. I'd rather be learning more information, or like promoting my business. Meaning.
Have you ever found yourself maybe uh staying a little longer than you should? Like how do you know when to be like, okay, this is, they're talking about the same stuff in this space for the third or fourth day in a row, like I'm gonna go read or write. Like, how do you know when to make that call?
Um, I like Albert's been doing hours every day, like a few times. I mean, usually I just try to like get on, say a few things, and then get off. If he's doing it all day every day, and like I do it from my I work from home a lot, so if I have it on the background, listening a little or pop in for a few hours, and then something comes up, but it's usually just in the background of when I'm working anyways. But yeah, keep it to a minimum, and when it starts getting repetitive or pointless arguing, people talking over each other. I mean, occasionally you want to get your voice in there, or like a lot of these spaces, you gotta be pushy. You gotta yell just to get your voice heard, or you're never going to get your chance to talk. But you generally try to avoid that pointless arguing and repetitive argument, and avoiding conflict. You saying like internet conflict is basically unhelpful, and repetitiveness is unhelpful. So when it starts getting repetitive, if you just pay attention, like listening is a good skill. So it's just like, well, I already, okay, we talked. I know your views on some things, and so when it starts getting repetitive, it's like, okay, it's not beneficial anymore.
Um, did you want to ask me about anything, like when you invited me to the StreamYard, like anything specific?
Um, well, I mean, if you're anonymous, it doesn't pay to. I mean, if you have reasons to be anonymous, but because it's tough to ask anything that doesn't risk your ruining your anonymity, or then if you have reason to be anonymous, like I say, it's generally unhealthy to get too much into relationships with you got to consider like, well, okay, why are you anonymous on the internet? Are you hiding something? And then if you have reason to be, then like you can't really make friends when you're anonymous. You can't really, it doesn't pay to ask you a whole bunch of questions if so whatever reason you have behind that. But I mean, we've been on space and we talked a few times, so you're just to hear where you're coming from, your views. And I like more, I mean, if you wanted to talk a little bit about prayer, spirituality, meditation, the soul, um, that generally interests me more than I end up talking a lot about like the war or the JQ or the various topics. But actually, like spirituality is Consciousness is my main interest. Even Albert, we had, we're talking about like reincarnation or something like that. The war is important, but those issues, definitely more important to me.
Oh yeah, I didn't come here for like JQ stuff or anything like that. I try to avoid that stuff.
But yeah, I do this week in review every Sunday. I mean, if Albert, presuming the war keeps on going on, if Albert's streaming and something important happens, like I'll probably pop on. As I was mentioned, maybe Israel's going to try to take Rafah crossing. Maybe they'll do the ceasefire. Maybe the U.S. retaliates. But unless there's any particular update, I'm not sure that there's much utility in for life is short. So I mean, God bless Albert, but unless something new important happens, I'm probably not going to pop on. Although it's very likely something new will happen this week. Otherwise, just return to my research.
Okay. Do we leave the spirituality for another time, or
We got something to say? I mean, you got.
I mean, what are your thoughts on fasting? Do you partake in it?
Yeah, I mean, I do the Jewish ritual fasts. If I was like the Yom Kippur, Tisha B'av, the full 24-hour fast. There's a few minor fasts. I used to fast more frequently when I was younger, like liquid fast or day fasts. And even a period I was doing at least like liquid day fasts, almost 2 days a week. So like, yeah, it's definitely good. I mean, generally, I'm a dualist, and I consider, like I'll use the Hare Krishna expression, like that I heard from them. I'm not my body, and so like that's how I think about, like, I'm my spirit soul. That's the essential me, and like I have a body, but that's not my essential identity. And so fasting is, I mean, you should take good care of your body. Be healthy, exercise. Fasting could be dangerous, but yeah, I mean, generally, fasting is a good way to disassociate the false identity of the body and to create discipline.
Yeah, it could be dangerous because a lot of people don't even know they're diabetic, and they can go into diabetic shock, from fasting.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple bad things that could happen to the body from um too much fasting, or you're just not taking proper care, or whatever case. But it's saying, like, if you have that, if you have your health, or you're consulting with people like doctors, or people, nutritionists, um fasting is generally good for you. I mean, especially if you're doing, I don't know if you're doing like long-term fasting, like multiple day fasting, or if you're just doing regular, like daytime fasts. That I mean, generally it's good for you. Like, I mean, one thing, like, to lose weight, but it said this, like, for health, to clean out your system, and then the spiritual benefits.
What do you think the role of semen retention in spirituality plays? Would you care to discuss that?
Yeah, I mean, God forbid it's a little dirty topic, but I mean, most spiritual sources are, say, like, the waste of seed is um, very negative spiritually, and how you understand that, from like a physical, from your mental, or just like, it's a lot. You could consider like a type of blood, but it, the unnecessary creation of semen, and then the release of it is, it's spiritually bad. It probably drains some of your physical vitality, and it lowers your spiritual acumen, and it
And
could be
that's the thing.
difficult.
All attempts to recover that energy from the wasted seed is futile. I mean, even if someone tries to eat that energy back, or to smoke nicotine, or take a drug afterwards to recover that energy, it's futile. It doesn't give you back that energy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's. I mean, you argue whether it's like a permanent.
Not permanent. Like after 48 hours, you'll feel better, but for the rest of the day, it definitely takes a toll.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, it's a mindset. So if you have a certain aspect of I say expect like you can't sin and get away with it, and if you have a moral compass to say, well, um, sexual activity has to be regulated, and to desire something forbidden, to say even if you had the capability to fulfill sexual desires in an unsanctioned manner, that that's sinful. So it's that I have no desire for, I mean, my body. So you have to fight the body and the lust, and lust is one of the main desires. But to like and generally, like God forbid, I've mentioned this many times. You be careful in your speech, thought, and action, and a lot of like a sign of bad association is people who talk about um who sexualize women, people who will talk about I mean, and I've lived long enough to know, God forbid, probably even a majority of men, they're unrefined, haven't worked on it, will waste away most of their day uh, talking about women, rating them sexually, or discussing their desire to do sinful sexual behavior with them, and that leads to the unnecessary creation of semen, and then eventually to wasting the semen. So certainly at the speech level, it's like the action level, just the retention to not be involved in forbidden sexual activity, and then to not discuss it, and then the harder level to not think about it, and then when the person's at the weakest point, when you might lie down before you could fall asleep, it would be the weakest point for the person to you fight those forces. But the battle's constant. As the Talmud says, um, it calls the evil inclination. It's always with you. You can never defeat it. If you do defeat it, it comes back stronger. So you can't defeat lust. And even if you temporarily defeat it, if you let down for a second, um, it will be right there with you. And so, the most likely time that lust comes is, when you try to lay down and go to sleep, and your mind is lost there for that few moments, that the lust could hit you, and you become likely to spill semen, God forbid. But it's also retentive to what were you talking about during the day. And the Kabbalists, the Jewish spirituality, they have the concept of guarding your eyes. So you definitely want to refrain from sexual fantasization of women. So you don't want to like look at women, and certainly not to discuss it. So you're the locker room talk or something like that is probably best completely avoided. And then even within your own mind, to let your mind slip for a moment. You're just natural. You see, you're in Florida or something, if it's warm, and there's scantily dressed women all over the place, and there's probably attractive women all over the place, and just see for a second, and then the mind slips into uh, fantasies of sexual desire, which will build up your semen, and that will need to be released, and even manually released, and so it comes from controlling the mind.
So to lead off that, what role do you think psychiatric medication plays in having a strong spiritual faith or connection with God? I mean, do you think it gets in the way? What are your thoughts on
Yeah, I would recommend
medication.
against any medication or drug use. I mean, I was a drug addict for years. Like, God forbid, I had a cocaine habit for a period of time over a decade ago when I was in New York, and I was a marijuana user, a medical marijuana user here in Metro Detroit. Now it's very easy to get. Um, it has some utility or benefit, but like overall, um, though any intoxicant is preferably avoided. Like if you have psychological problems and you can't overcome it, and you're damaging yourself, you could limit the damage through drugs or a doctor or a psychiatrist that point you something, but it's almost always bad. So it's just like, well, you can't function properly and you're harming yourself, and therefore the drug is preventing you from the harm, but at the same time, it prevents you from operating optimally. So, if you have problems and you've consulted your doctors or your advisors and they tell you should take the medicine, maybe you should take the medicine, but it generally means you're in a bad state of affairs. And if you were in a better state of affairs, uh, you wouldn't need it. Um, but sometimes life is tough, and you do need it. So whatever, it's best to function at optimal level. But if you can't function at that optimal level, sometimes you could get in a relationship with drugs or prescribed medicine that will keep you functioning at least at some productive level, even though it's not optimal.
In that case, I would like to say like maybe like those ADHD medications could probably do that for people, right?
Yeah, I mean something like that, to say like, okay, if you can't, like if you can't operate productively without it, you've tried different things, you've consulted the doctors, and they say, I mean, like Sam Harris or something, there is some utility to an occasional experience, um, like a mushroom or acid experience. I mean, it's probably generally like you're probably better off without it, but there is some utility to it. Even some like cocaine obviously is a powerful drug that has its benefits, but overall is negative. And so if you're in some situations where um, your drugs have a utility, people use them because they're utility, but overall, they're basically always negative, even though temporarily they have some utility. But at the same time, um, okay, I was in New York and I was involved in party promoting and various things, and like there was a cocaine culture, and overall it was a negative effect on my life. But at the same time, I saw and participated in things that maybe other people would have never seen, and even things like marijuana or something like that. They definitely have a utility. Not to say there's nothing of them, but like overall, it's negative. That would be my take on it. And like because God forbid, I was a drug addict for over like 15 years of my life. Although I've never had a prescription. Like thank God, I never saw a psychiatrist, was diagnosed. I've never had like prescription medicine. So I don't know if you were talking about drugs or prescription medicine.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was getting too personal, so I was asking you for
Okay, yeah, I
like
might talk about that
prescription.
all the time. Like, I mean,
Oh,
because
okay.
you found my because I was a cocaine addict for a few years, and I smoked marijuana for over a decade. So like I talk about that all the time. I've tried mushrooms and acid a few times, but like definitely I would always recommend against it. But there is a utility to it. So like if you're Miami or something, like club culture, and like I'm sure there's all sorts of people using cocaine. And to a certain point, like if you're not using cocaine, like what are you doing in the club? So you could say, well, yeah, I mean, really, there's at the end of the day, you're better off not going to the club. Um, and you say like, if I had thought about like, like okay, I lived in Manhattan for a few years, and I probably would have been better off if I never went to the club. But like once you're in the club, it's kind of like, well, if you're not going to be using drugs, what are you doing? What are you doing there in the first place? That's like why people go to the club. And then obviously the promiscuity and the sexual activity that like if you're not looking for promiscuity and sexual activity, why are you going to the club? And even that, you said, well, there's some utility in promiscuity. Like, I would definitely recommend against it. It's sinful. That's sinful of a different level. So, like, using drugs is sinful because you're required to guard your own health, as opposed to immoral sexual activity is sinful at a higher degree, that I would say, than drug usage, because you're not. It's more than just not taking care of your own health. But they're related too. So, like, relatively, immoral sexual activity and drug use basically goes hand in hand. I mean, to a certain extent, it's almost impossible to have immoral sexuality without drug use.
Because it are is it because the spilling
Because
of
you know it's
seed is
wrong.
you're defiling yourself, you're betraying yourself, right?
Yeah, if you don't have some mind-altering substance, it wouldn't be enjoyable. You wouldn't be able to feel in the moment. You would know it was wrong. I mean, you might be the lust of the moment, but to get lost in the moment and just recognize that, like, I mean, one thing, like, if you're just ingratiating physical pleasure, as opposed to some long-term planning like marriage, child rearing, family, um, drugs make it easier to just get lost in the moment, and also to diminish, like, the mind. The mind is hard to shut off, so, like, the mind will make you question what you're doing. So, like, you're not going to be able to enjoy forbidden sexual activity when your mind is constantly telling you you shouldn't be able to do it. So, like,
Would say it's a bigger sin to
even just
betray yourself
alcohol.
sexually sober. To do it sober is worse because you're of clear mind and you do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do. Even say, it's hard for a person to uh, engage in sinful behavior. Like, if you've altered your mind and you've determined that what's sinful is no longer sinful. Also, like, violence. Um, so if you became so desensitized to, like, violence or sexual activity that you no longer need to be in an altered state, through drugs or alcohol, that you could consciously do it, like, then you're in a bad state, that you became desensitized to sinful behavior, and, like, that could also be just like pure violence.
What are some spirituality books that you would recommend besides the official religious texts like the Talmud or the Kabbalah? Like, besides that, are there any spirituality books or series that you're into?
um yeah, I'll message you on Twitter. I have a whole series of tour of my library, and I have a series on spirituality. So there's Jewish books on spirituality. They're essentially written for Jews. In Jewish spirituality, there's a handful of generic Jewish spirituality. There's New Age books. There's Hinduism. There's Freemasonry. Um, and then there's just, like, straight psychology. So I would say all of the above. Um, I would recommend the study of psychology um, as you're probably the most useful. In spirituality, like, most spirituality is within a tradition, so uh, it's hard to have, like, a non-sectarian spiritual system, because, like, there's an associated metaphysics of the origin of the soul, the cosmology, eschatology, related to the metaphysics. So, like, generally, like, I would read everything. I would, if you read the Bhagavad Gita, besides the Bhagavad Gita, there's a lot of Hindu literature that is some of the best literature, I think, is Hindu literature on spirituality, meditation. So I'm not sure if there's like any one great book. Like if you're into like Freemasonry, like the Manny Hall Teaching of All Ages, some Gurdjieff, like Gurdjieff and his disciple Fourth Wave. Some of that's very interesting. So I'm not sure what type of literature have you looked at already.
Well, right now I've been reading fiction, stuff like that. A little looking. I like military science fiction. But spirituality. I haven't written anything really that's not like scripture. I haven't really read like people's personal point of view on spirituality. That's why I was asking.
I sell science fiction. I'm not sure. I mean, you might gain some out of that, but yeah, I would stick mostly to nonfiction. And then like there's scripture, and then there's books. So like like anatomy of the soul type books, like meditation processes. I did a whole series on my channel, like Judaism, like one book called Duties of the Heart, and another called The Path of Righteousness. And a lot of those are meditative, like character refinement. I mean, generally from a meditative, like I've said this hundreds of times, but like the first step of meditation is to quiet your own mind, because the mind is constantly active. So just to quiet it, and then once you could quiet your own mind, you become in touch with your observer of your mind. So you have two aspects. You have your mind, which is working on its own, and then you have the observer of your own mind, where you're just sitting back observing your own mind. And then from there, you could try to take control of your own mind, which is extremely difficult. So it's usually like the 3-stage process: first to quiet the mind, and then to learn to observe your mind, and then from there to control your mind. But like a spiritual process, you need a system. Like so religions have like a doctrine of like the nature of the soul, the levels of the soul. Some people like focus on the JQ is like, oh, you guys think you have a third soul that Goyim don't have, or something like that. But you have a sectarian, like this is how the soul works, and it's just doctrine because like this sage or this text said so. Versus like if you're not within a system, and so really then you come on to my favorite topic, which is consciousness studies. And so you got to study psychology and neuroscience and philosophy. It's an endless task, but the first thing is to become a student of your own mind, if that makes sense to you. I'm not sure if like the 3-stage process I mentioned, first you
it does make sense. I mean, to me, I would say that's that to me would describe resisting temptation to, let's say, maybe overeat, or something like that. I have to, okay, why am I getting up to open the fridge? Like, why, and then observing that, and then trying to stop it by controlling my mind. And why is it that sometimes I just subconsciously go and eat something that I shouldn't, or it's not time to eat yet, and I do it anyway? Where's my consciousness there?
One of my favorite spiritual, I mean, there was a kind of like a cultish mystic, and it's unclear the origin. Something like he was from the Caucasus, like Gurdjieff, in between like World War I time, and he created like an international cult. But he had a spiritual system for explaining things, and we call it like automatic to full consciousness. And so most time people are just on autopilot. And so like the default is autopilot. So like, well, why did like, okay, my body told me I was hungry. I went to grab some food. I didn't think much about it as an autopilot, or there's levels of autopilot. So we had like the 7 levels, where 4th level is the actualization of free will, where you're beginning to actually make intelligent, cognizant decisions where you're fully thinking through why and what you're doing. But like the first level of just full autopilot, where just bodily urge, bodily action with almost no mental thought, to some level where but you reach higher levels of enlightenment through something like fasting helps, just like to conquer the bodily urges. And it's like, okay, so if you just, my mind is sending the message, fasting could be extremely difficult. Your mind constantly just sending the message to eat. Sometimes if you fast, like on the Jewish holidays, there's 24-hour fasts, and like a lot of times, like the last few hours of the fast, the mind is just thinking about food. And even if like, okay, like it's a religious fast, like I'm not going to eat till the time runs out, but the last few hours is just like the fantasizing about how good it's going to feel to eat. I heard a few, I think, David Blaine interviews. Did you watch that David Blaine when he was on Joe Rogan?
An absolute inspiration. I mean, my goodness, the 40 days, 42 days without eating.
So you did watch David Blaine when he was on Joe Rogan?
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't seen much of David Blaine, but I saw him on Joe Rogan. And I know he was talking about like fasting like that, and some like the phase where the level where eventually your mind stops sending you the signal to eat. But like, if you're not doing like, and that could be risky to your health, and he might have in some ways permanently damaged your health by doing that. I'm not sure. But, besides for that, like, so fasting is a good method. Physical activity, like any form, like, I mean, I also talk a lot about the science of expertise. So, like you could do the same thing for like, like I'm a chess coach, but like, I also like mathematics or science, like forcing yourself to study, like any subject, 15 minutes, half an hour a day, doing it regularly, reviewing things, mental toughness, reviewing in your head. So like just meditation, like clearing your mind, or spiritual type things, but also like, if you're trying to learn how to do like mental mathematics or something like that, like mental techniques or memory techniques are also an interesting thing for control of your mind, where it's like, well, it's good to be smart. It's good to be, presumably your life would be better in many ways if you could do complicated mathematical calculations in your head quickly. And then like, well, does it pay to work on it and go through a training exercise to learn how to, how to do that?
You mentioned how this realm of study of consciousness fascinates you.
I'm just going to pour myself a tea, but I'm listening. Keep going.
I'd love to know if you have delved deep into the guided meditations. Now they have these guided meditations where at the same time you're hearing binaural frequencies with these ASMR splitting of the audio from the, basically they're reviving the Monroe Institute's practices on meditation, for the public. Now you can go and just listen to a very supposedly these guided meditations put someone in a trance like state. Does practicing that go against your religion, or it doesn't really interest you? I'd love to know.
Guided meditation is very popular. Even like my local rabbi does guided meditation. Like there's some Jewish form, like all forms of religion have forms of guided meditation. I mean, if you're talking like what do you call them, like the binaural rhythms. I also like the Science of Consciousness conference. There's studies about the effects on the brain, like neuroscience and like rhythms and stuff like that. Although I'm not a big fan or proponent of guided meditations, like I usually don't participate. Like I've been synagogues or different events where they do guided meditations, and like I usually opt out and don't participate. I mean, at least mentally, so if they do it, I'm just thinking about something else while they're doing it. So I don't necessarily have like a strong view, but I haven't found them to be that helpful. And like generally I'm a strong willed person, so I don't like to give over my mind to somebody else. And a lot of them are just kind of pointless. So if you had like a purposeful guided meditation that had a goal, most of them are just like to quiet the mind or relax, or although there's also what I was talking about, mental techniques, if you want to mean like visualization skills. So you could consider, like I was talking about, like mental mathematics, you could consider that a form of guided meditation, like imagining using your mind to perform complicated calculations in your head. That more interests me than like meditative spiritual things. Although, like in Judaism, there's a lot like from the fear of sin. So, like guided meditation, like like picture yourself being martyred. Picture like saying like, okay, like preparing yourself to sacrifice your life for your beliefs, or maybe in like martial arts or athletics, to just mentally go through scenarios. And then also like you're just talking about the war in Israel or something, to analyze scenarios, to just think ahead of possible. Ralph, you got Ralph in the chat. If you want to pop on again, you're welcome. But you're just thinking about scenarios. So I'm not sure what you're using guided meditation for, or what benefit you're gaining from it. But yeah, that's a well-known thing. It's very popular.
Yeah, you seem already relaxed, based on the way you carry yourself online. You don't seem like someone that would need to partake in guided meditations. You seem pretty chill and
Yeah,
in the
I chant like regularly. I even chant like Hare Krishna regularly too. But yeah, I do the Hebrew chanting, and I fully you realize that I'm not my body. So like once you come to the realization that the essential me is not my body, um, most of the basic guided meditations aren't necessary. They don't help you. Like the reason you're not relaxed is because you're falsely identifying with your body, with your um, temporal struggles, and to say, well, yeah, I have temporal struggles. My body sometimes suffers sickness or pain, but um, that's not my essential identity. So I think like that's the most important realizations for spirituality, is to recognize like you have a soul, and your essential identity is the soul, not the body.
What do you think the impact of going to bed with headphones on, or with something playing in the background like a YouTube video, on the consciousness? Do you think it's bad? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, almost all the experts say that you should not do that. Like you're best off sleeping in a room without electronics, or even limiting like don't watch TV in bed, limit your usage. Like I mean, almost all the experts say that. Like for years of my life, like I fell asleep watching TV, or listening to music. But in the last like 5 years, I've done the research. Almost all the experts say you're best off in a quiet, dark room, and if you can't fall asleep, maybe reading or some form of internal meditation, or you're getting in rhythm with your body, where you basically stay active till you're ready to go to sleep, and then you should be able to move to your bed, be in a dark room without any distractions, and relatively fall asleep within 5 to 10 minutes.
Do you partake listening to podcasts or music, having that on the background while maybe you're writing your books, or do you find that distracting?
I almost always have like multiple. I almost always have something in the background, and like God forbid we were also mentioned like spilling seed or something. So like the most likely time to spill seed is once you've laid down and can't uh, fall asleep right away. So to avoid being in that situation where you're laying in bed before falling asleep. A lot of the experts don't recommend multitasking. So if I really was inspired and had something important to do that occupied my mind, I would be better off just doing that with nothing in the background. Although very rarely am I that involved. Like most of the time I'm doing mundane things, I'm reading, or and I constantly have something on the background. But if I had something extremely important that required my full attention and concentration, then like I wouldn't have anything in the background. But unfortunately, very rarely do I have something I'm doing that requires my full attention that I don't have something in the background. But I mean, there's also, like I said, the meditation, learning your own mind, and then from learning your own mind, you're learning your own body, learning your own natural rhythms, and various things. So you have to. There's, sometimes there's consensus among experts, but you have to be in tune with your own body, your own system, to you work with yourself the way that you know how you operate. So I'm not sure that there's necessarily like straight rules or recommendations that work for everybody, and no one else can know your own mind. You could have a good doctor that knows the basics of biology, medicine, various systems, but you got to know your own body, you got to know your own mind, and if for whatever reason you've determined that this is the way your body works and you've created your own rhythms, then that's the way you should go. But it was also good to have guidance, like streaming. Even this, like, streaming, it's a good way to just exchange best practices and say, well, okay, like, I'm a middle-aged man. I've been thinking about doing this for, but I'm always speaking to other people, listening to other, sometimes I'll try new things, but at least listen to other perspectives, crowdsource information. And then there's also, so to say, the experts. So just some random guy on Twitter or social media, or even someone you know or trust, versus experts, academic experts, spiritual experts, however you find them.
When you throw yourself into these Twitter spaces, Doooovid, and you see so many people upset with Judaism because of the conflict, etc., do you find that this strengthens your faith? Do you find that this is good practice?
No, I mean, my faith in God is pretty rock solid. So like, but it's weak in my Judaism. So like, I did a whole series on my failures as a Jew. So I mean, if you were seeing me like 5 years ago when I was defending like Judaism and multiculturalism or immigration or various things, but like the war in Israel, this is very hard to defend, and because most Jews vehemently disagree with me, it's been very difficult for my Judaism, because I feel very, like, I connect to God as a Jew. I do the Jewish rituals, but Judaism's a communal religion, and to have such strong pushback from my fellow Jews, and to know that most Jews vehemently disagree with me in would even be against me just for my opinions. It's very disheartening. Although I also interpret like what the sages say. So like, I seriously study Judaism. I have my rabbis. My rabbis taught me anti-Zionism. I've read the text. I've read the Kabbalah. And so I also have some sort of understanding people have free will, and also, like, God forbid, the Bible, the Armageddon type prophecies, like, God forbid, people have free will, people have chosen the path of sin, and I can't really change other people. I could try my best, give a little rebuke, but really all I could do is change myself. So I've kind of resigned that. But like, this war has completely destroyed me, because like it's hard to defend Judaism if this is what Judaism stands for, and it's hard for me to say this isn't what Judaism stands for when the majority of the Jewish people and the rabbis in Israel and Jewish organizations all say that this is what Judaism stands for.
You know, it's a shame that you face that criticism, because you've put yourself in the front lines even before all of this happened for many years. So yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's people saying that, oh, Doooovid's weird, or etc. Slander like that, and that kind of sucks, man, because what you do is not easy. It's not easy, especially when you hear it from so many angles.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about spirituality, so generally, like the Kabbalah, historically, like the pretext for learning Kabbalah is to prefer criticism to praise. So it's a sign of righteousness that a person prefers criticism to praise, because like praise doesn't really help you, and criticism could help you, but that's generally a level of righteousness that most people don't achieve. It's not natural to appreciate criticism. It's natural to appreciate praise and to push back and to dislike criticism. So if you stand up, like, yeah, like I was in Israel, my rabbis, I covered on my series, like, I was just an American Jewish kid, and my rabbis taught me anti-Zionism, and I was like, it didn't make sense to me. I looked into it, and then universal humanism, just like you can't reject the pain of other people. You can't rationalize causing pain to other people. Like Palestinian, there's no way to rationalize that, but it's a natural tendency, and it's a sign of righteousness and enlightenment. Because to some extent, like it is natural to just be selfish and only care about yourself. So, yeah, it's disheartening to the some extent that, but like it hasn't done anything to question my faith in God, and it really hasn't done anything to question my faith in Judaism, because I think I was prepared for this. I've studied the Jewish text, and the Jewish text even kind of explain, but the Jewish texts are scary. You're saying like the Albert and Adam Green, like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of Armageddon. So the Jewish texts kind of hint that we're going to mess up, and then we're going to be punished. So from that point, it's very scary, because like, oh man, like Armageddon, that's what all the spiritual texts talk about. They talk about like humanity making bad decisions, God being slow to anger, allowing people to sin, and then eventually being a great reset of Holocaust Memorial Day was yesterday. But so it's very disheartening to see the situation. And when I analyze it, I go through the news, and I'm like, it seems pretty clear to me, like one state solution, confederation. I apologize, give all the Gazans citizenship. We could all live together, but no one's moving in that direction. I mean, like Albert's, like like less than like just a few percent of Jews feel like that. And then like the polling and saying like I mean, God forbid, it's almost certain that, like, from reading the news and looking at that, Israel is going to try to take over the Rafah crossing and escalate the war. And so it's a certain point of enlightenment to just know your power level. You can only control yourself. You can't control other people. And so, just like have that comfortability. I did my best. I'll stand judgment before God. I want the best for other people in the world, but I know my power level. I have no control over what other people do.
Yeah, so you're not going to let the negative feedback keep you from jumping into spaces and speaking your truth. You're going to keep pushing forward.
Like Jewish spaces, I couldn't even be heard. Like there's no room for there are anti-Israel, anti-Zionist Jews that, but I mean, it becomes echo chambers. So that even to avoid too much of it, and because the situation is bad and keeps on getting worse, I find myself doing spaces relatively often.
Multicultural space.
Yeah, and even that, like, okay, at least I'm talking with Muslims and people from around the world and saying, like, to set some sort of example when the world is basically saying war is inevitable, and just say, like, no, like, I think I could get along with these people. Like, I'm gonna get into a space, and like, if it's Albert or anybody who pops on, like, I think I could get along with these people. I don't think we have to fight and go to war. So at least some form of demonstration, because like once you give up on that, um, what's the other option? Like, God forbid, it's just the war. But then there's also like the Bhagavad Gita. You said, like, at some point it's too late. Like the war started, and like people are going to start fighting, and like dharma duty or something like that. So I mean, it's really a disaster, the situation, but it hasn't shaken my faith in God, and it's shaken my faith in Judaism some. Like it's definitely, like you were talking earlier, like, okay, like when we first started talking, like you might, like, if you're like Adam Green or Albert, where they've turned agnostic, you're saying you're not like that. You might question Abrahamism or the Bible or Jesus, but you haven't questioned God because you have a meditative spiritual, because you pray, you connect to God. So even if it's like, well, maybe this book or the scripture or these teachings aren't the message of God, you've developed your own personal relationship to God that can't be broken.
For me, it's been not a tug of war, but almost like a pendulum. And I feel it's from having maybe it's from having an undiagnosed mental illness, where it's hard for me to keep a strong connection to God, or maintaining a strong frequency of spirituality day in and day out. Maybe not 24/7, but to do it daily for 6 months, for me to practice a ritual of prayer, to do those 15 minutes a day of spiritual practice, I find it very difficult. I could keep it up for a few weeks and then it just fades away. And I don't know if that's from traumatic brain injury or just a lack of spiritual discipline, because I would say I try to fake it till I make it, but I've done it for a long time. Now, does Adam Green's video presentations have a subconscious effect on me? Maybe, but I find this so fascinating, it's hard to turn away, right?
Did you listen to Adam King?
Yes.
So, like, I disagree vehemently with Adam King about Zionism and the war in Gaza. Although me and Adam King, I also, like, he's from the Breslov sect, and I studied under Breslov and did the Breslov Jewish meditation, and it's extremely powerful. Like, Rebbe Nachman, he had what in Hebrew they call hisboidedus, and he said you should train yourself to talk to God in your own words, and you could start by doing it in set periods of time, set aside period of time, and even out loud to just talk to God in your own words until your inner dialogue. And the goal eventually is basically all waking hours or even in your sleep where you're constantly having dialogue with God. And that means all situations, like, what do you want from me, God? Why? What is the task in front of me? What is my sensory input? Why is this? Just this constant dialogue with God. And through a practice of meditation, you could reach, like, in Hebrew they call it like a madrega, but it just means like a level of spiritual enlightenment where you've reached that level where, like I mentioned, shutting down the mind, then observing the mind, then controlling the mind, and then learning to see that your mind to be in constant dialogue with God. And so that, like, Adam Green is part of that school of Jewish meditation, and like I've done that Jewish meditation. I highly recommend it. But from that level, that you're saying your faith can't really be affected, because like you're in constant dialogue with God. And even like, okay, so right now the war, or being rejected by my fellow Jews, or various things, but like in my mind I'm constantly in dialogue with God, and I'm talking to God like, well, why is this happening? What's the lesson I'm supposed to learn? What am I supposed to do? What are you trying to tell me, God? And so I don't know if you have some sort of similar meditative or internal dialogue with God, or if you do, if you could imagine that you'd reach a level where basically constantly at all times you would be maintaining this dialogue.
What you said was quite fascinating. When did you learn to ask those questions, and mainly the question of what do you want me to do, God? Where did you learn that from? I didn't catch it.
Well, this is why I mentioned Adam King. I mean, I learned it from the same sources I went to Israel at 18, and I probably read that literature about 19 years old the first time, and started internalizing it. And I dedicated almost a full 5 years of my life, from like 19 to 24 years old, to Judaism, meditation, prayer. So I was like mastered, but like, yeah, man, I spent hours doing Jewish meditation every day for about 5 years. So by my mid 20s, I probably already reached the level where I was in constant dialogue with God. And throughout, I've still been reading and learning and mastering it in other techniques. But yeah, thank God I came onto it relatively in my youth. Like if I could have came on at a younger age, it would have been better. But I came across these ideas when I was 19, and I seriously dedicated my early 20s to mastering these techniques, where it was almost like one of the main things I spent like a few years of my life doing. And like
So,
I went to Jerusalem, I also connected to like fasting and like various things that spiritual practices to like, I wouldn't use it in the language like born again, but like, yeah, I went to Israel and I became a new person. I like I destroyed the old person I was, and I figured, and I created this so from then, all day long, constantly I'm in conversation with God, like, why is this happening to me? What do you want me to do? uh uh what do you want from me, God?
and you would say that after about 5 years, it was crystallized.
Yeah, I mean, where it's basically 24/7. Like I still might do sinful behavior, like, I mean, we mentioned like spilling seed, like a very common, say like, okay, like even in the midst of sinful behavior, that I still have this dialogue where I'm in dialogue with God, where like, okay, like I lost this one, God, like I just couldn't defeat my um but like the dialogue has basically remained constant. Although, to some extent, to engage in sinful behavior, the dialogue has to be shut off. But even within, my fallings, God forbid, my failures, my sinful behavior, that my internal dialogue with God is still there. Like, what do you want from me? And even to question, like, well, why am I so weak? Why am I failing this test? Um, in the, to recognizing, like, I'm failing this test. I'm not living up to what I should be doing. And to have this dialogue, well, I know what God wants from me. Like, why am I so weak that I'm not overcoming this?
And after committing a sin like that, how much time would you say that passes from, like, once you choose to abstain, like once you committed the sin, and you're like, okay, now I'm gonna abstain from it? How many days or hours later would you say that you feel better?
Well, 'cause I do daily prayer. Like, I've like minimally, I always pray in the morning and at night. So, I basically always start my day off right with God, where like whatever I did, like, okay, like, from here on out, like I want to be on the straight and narrow path, right with God, doing the right thing. And before I go to sleep, say my prayers. and repent for my sins and try to put myself like, okay, like I had my failures today. But yeah, like, so, I mean, basically my whole adult life, I've, I mentioned I went to Israel and I did serious work, spiritual work on myself that I haven't missed. Thank God, 25 years. I've done my morning and daily prayers where I've regrounded myself. That even in my worst behavior, and God forbid, even when I was a cocaine addict, even doing the party promoting, and it was also like I was in a circumstance where it was unclear. Okay, I was in New York, or even like the case now, like Israel's at war. Like almost every single person I talk with disagrees with me. Um, so like I always had that internal dialogue with God. I always tried to reckon with God before I went to sleep, and then always in the morning to try to put myself right with God. But that's the situation. Like, why am I in this situation? What do you want from me? And then you have to make the best. So like, you might be in a bad situation. Like you might be in a situation where everyone around you is a bad influence, and then that. So even then your internal monologue conversation with God is even more important.
And once you got over the drug addiction, how did you manage to steer yourself away from going the psychiatric medication route? How did you dodge that that fork in the road, like how did you navigate that to avoid it?
Probably chanting. So like I've always been very driven, like trying to keep myself active. Like generally I don't like, after I went to Israel, I basically renounced entertainment. Like I don't like to be involved in mindless things, just like watching TV, even listening to music, or just like life is short and I want to accomplish, and so I'm not going to be involved in just like being entertained. And so when I wasn't able to be involved in something productive, and I you know chanting. So even some days like hours a day, like I came on to ISKCON and the Hare Krishna, so I tried the Maha Mantra, but like I used to say Psalms. I still say Psalms. When I was in New York, I would sometimes say Psalms for like 2 hours a day. Like sometimes I would read the whole book of Psalms, and my mind would still not be restful, and I read the book of Psalms a second time. But yeah, that's how I did it, was chanting, and because like you can't let your mind get away from you. So if you can't be productive, and you're at risk of your mind running away from you, to just occupy your mind in chanting.
Is it because you knew in your heart of hearts that seeking out psychiatric medication and a prescription was probably a band-aid or a synthetic replacement for the cocaine? Like you just kind of knew that maybe that's not a good idea to get on medication, or
Yeah,
did
I mean, God forbid, cocaine's an upper. Cocaine allows you to do more than your body should be able to do. So I got involved with cocaine because I was in too deep. Like I was living in Manhattan. I was trying to go to university. I was working. I was just doing too many things. And I needed, like I was hardly sleeping. And, eventually like it crashed, and it, had a negative effect. Like my friend almost had a heart attack, and died. And, another friend went to prison for 5 years. But, I mean, so cocaine's a different drug in that sense because it makes your body do more than it should be doing. As opposed to most psychiatric medicine are downers that slow your body down to prevent you from harming yourself. Uh, but yeah, I never lost the internal dialogue with God. I never stopped asking, like, what do you want from me, God? What are you trying to tell me? Um, why am I in this situation? and like just that constant 24/7, what do you want from me, God? That probably helped me prevent getting into like seeing a psychiatrist and saying like, okay, like God forbid you got problems, take this medication.
And like for example, you never pondered the idea like what about like antidepressants? Did that ever cross your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, marijuana like was based. I just ended up. Marijuana was my antidepressant, and so like yeah, I suffered depression. I'm still a depressive person, and so yeah, I just I looked into it. I spoke to people, and I just feel like okay, marijuana is probably one of the better antidepressants, and so for like almost a decade, I was a regular user of marijuana, and say it was largely negative. It was like I couldn't overcome my depression. I couldn't control my mind and the negative thoughts. So I used marijuana to quiet my mind.
And after smoking marijuana for 10 years, uh what made you just say like, you know what, I don't want to smoke weed anymore, I'll just stop smoking? How was that?
Um, well, God forbid, like I'm old, like I still haven't found the right woman and built up a family. And I was worried about my long term health and like my dreams slipping away from me. So, like I eventually was like, oh man, like I just got to quit this. Like I don't want to. I mean, there's some, I'd seen the evidence that if you stop smoking marijuana, like, I mean, I never smoked cigarettes, but if you stop smoking marijuana by the time you're like 35, that you don't have a higher risk of cancer than people that smoke in general. And and then I saw my dreams slipping away. Like my scientific research, I wanted to do great things, and it was just slipping away from me. So I can't waste my life smoking marijuana. So I stopped. And then also my hopes that like I'll still be able to find the right woman and build up a family.
Wow, that's extremely insightful. Wow. You mentioned, I learned something from you today, which is the maybe I found these shows like Adam Green, the Adam King show, and all of this. Maybe I have tuned into them so often and for so long now because I feel like I'm doing something productive instead of just consuming entertainment. Not to say that it's not entertainment, but I think that's why so many people tune in, because it feels like you're diving into something productive. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I've been saying. Well, I saw early, like okay, because I'd been more or less financially successful at various points in my life, even like health wise. I've always volunteered. It's like I'd rather be a giver than a taker. I'd rather be the person giving charity than taking charity. In the same, like I would rather be the person informing than being informed. It's obviously you learn from other people, but I mean, so if you're passively, it's like okay, you had the chance. I mean, maybe you're younger, but like you could have researched things, you could have discovered things, and then you're sharing it. You have people that want to learn from your wisdom, um, or like you want to learn from other people's wisdoms. So just to be entertained, like it's a ways to just be entertained. It does almost nothing for you besides pass the time. So to be informed or educated, and then to a certain point where you're the one educating or informing. So it's good to so education is definitely better. That's why I said so. I largely renounced entertainment in my early 20s already, and so just to be sitting there passively doing things that don't really benefit yourself besides enjoyment of the time passing, to education, information, and then your opportunity to to give back, to be a giver, not a taker. So saying like, okay, thank God there's people out there that are providing um, education, information, news. Um, but you're saying that you'd rather be in a situation to be the giver, not the taker.
Yeah, that seems to be a healthier way to partake in these subjects. It's like you said, you spend 8 hours watching that, or if that becomes your echo chamber, then there's negative consequences to that. And thank you for pointing that out, because that gives me time to self-reflect on it. Maybe I'm watching it a little too much.
Well, if you're watching Adam Green, like, I mean, certainly, I mean, one thing, like any news program, if you like have like normal mental functioning, you're going to see how repetitive it is. And then if you're watching, even though it's repetitive, like, if I already heard this like a bunch of times, why are you watching it again? And so say like, okay, like, you're like, okay, he taught you new perspective on looking at things, and then only 10% of what he's saying is new. The rest of it's just repeating. So like once you get to that point, it's like, okay, thanks, you taught me something. I'll occasionally check back to see if you have anything new. But it turns into like just entertaining or mind numbing to hear the same thing again and again. So, I mean, do you not agree that like you listen to it's like 90% repetitive?
It's almost like
He even plays the exact same clips again and again. Like, so, I mean, it's like, or like literally, like it's like repetitive. It's like just repeating the exact same clips. Like half the show is like literally a repetition of like the same clips. And I listen to stuff in 2 speed, so like even that, like even when I listen to I mean everything, even like CNN or podcast, I always listen to stuff in 2 speed.
it's also, there's also a role in the ego. When people tune into this, they feel like they are tuning into something that's boutique, something that is not very well known. Wow, I'm listening to Adam Green, or I'm tuning into Ryan Dawson, and these normies are listening to MSNBC, and I get
Parasocial relationship that's saying like, no, it's not a normal healthy relationship. So if you're tuning into something like that, actually like if you were a part of like a club that was benefiting you, that was like you're making money or advancing yourself, versus just some like internet parasocial relationships with people you're never going to meet in public, and that is not giving yourself any tangible benefit. So if you say like, oh, you start listening to Adam Green and now all of a sudden like you're getting better grades in school, you got a promotion at your job, um some sort of like self-improvement, as opposed to like some sort of like, oh, I understand the world so much better than everybody else. um but if you understood things that other people didn't, presumably you would be able to apply that to producing results. Like all of a sudden you're making more money, having better relations, um, various things, like as opposed to some sort of scam. Like, no, I understand the world so well that I understand why I'm not accomplishing anything. Like a black pill or something. Like, no, everything's rigged against me. So like I listened to this great wisdom, and it taught me that like I'm a failure because the system's rigged, and there's nothing I could do except be a failure because these other people are to blame.
and do you think that is becoming a giant phenomena in regards to alternative media and the people tuning into it now more than ever? Because I think you're right on the money.
Well, any source, even if it's mainstream media. Like, I mean, saying like there should be a connection between wisdom and self-improvement. So if you're just understanding like general wisdom, um, and like it should improve your conversation with your regular people. Like if it's stuff you can't talk about with your family and friends, Like generally, like you should have good to have an attitude of self-improvement, and then you could test basically everything you're doing against general self-improving. Is it helping make you a better person? You get ahead in life, build better relations with people.
No, yeah, you brought up a good point. Like after you're watching this, are you making more money? Are you improving in career opportunities? Exercising, and the answer is no. Wow.
Well, you might. I mean, every time I talk to Adam, he's like going to the gym. And it's saying like, okay, like that's just what he does. Like he informs you, he's repetitive. Like, I mean, if you were like a physics teacher or anything, like you teach something and then it's a new semester and then you teach it again. So, it's more upon you that I think you could learn something from it, but you at some point, I mean, like a lot of people teach the introductory class. And like, at some point you took the introductory class and there's nothing else there for you. And I mean, especially like in the conspiratorial realm or various things, like, like at a certain point, there's, you learn something and you understand certain ways the world works. It may have some use in your practical life, but you just take it and move on. And even, okay, like, I spent a few years in Israel. I learned these meditative techniques, and I went back into the world and did my best with it. And then you have to make do with your circumstance. So, like, I was living in Manhattan, and it's kind of just following what people were doing. I did my best with the circumstances I was in, and but you want to be able to apply that wisdom. And yeah, but if you look conspiratorial, like, okay, like society's in a bad situation, leadership is corrupt. I think in the 60s, if they said like, drop out, tune out, or something like that, it's becoming like that again, where it's like, okay, you decide to drop out and give up on life, and like never give up. And so if you're listening to the content, it's making you want to give up, you should probably avoid it. You should, test it. Is it making you a better person? Is it making your life better? And if it's not, you should stop doing it. You should avoid it.
Thanks, Doooovid. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, yeah, sure. Appreciate you coming on, and maybe we'll bump into each other spaces or something again.
All right. Have a good day.
Okay, yeah, God bless. So I'm not sure what you're saying, Jenny. I'm gonna look at this real quick. I was gonna read some papers, but I don't even know. Maybe I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll put off till next week, the Vienna Circle stuff, and let me just see if I could understand what Jenny was saying. What have you discovered is all the bullcrap, a control mechanism? What if the contradictions and hypocrisy, as well as the history of your people, God forbid, love, Sipes point it all to being creative? So I say, yeah, if the religion is false, it doesn't mean that my connection to God. So I developed a connection to God and the ability to have an internal monologue and prayer through the tradition. So like generally, I try not to waste too much time thinking about it in like the truth, like my truth. How do I know what happened? The truth claims of the religion. But say even if the truth claims of the religion are false, the meditative techniques of coming closer to God, becoming a spiritual enlightened person, came from that practice. Like the rabbis telling you what to do, the stuff that they write. Yeah, I mean, to some extent, like I said, like the rabbis told me what to do, but like most of the rabbis, I set out voluntarily because I, chose to go to Israel on my own. I chose to become Orthodox on my own, and I sought the rabbis out. But most of it was for the literature. Like I say, I read the literature. I wanted to know. It wasn't necessarily like rabbis forcing me to do it. I voluntarily, and it was more, kind of saying, well, what's the wisdom? What do the sages say? And reading the books and reading books over, thousands of years, sages of generations. So yeah, I mean, so you just don't believe. You don't believe that you have to do. You don't have to, but it's saying if you're going to practice within a system. So like, okay, I chose the path of Judaism, and I practiced within a system. So like, I told James, I messaged him if he takes me up that I would defend Judaism. Judaism is a way of life, a system, but like you're not necessarily saying that that's the answer for everybody. You have to come up with answers on your own. You might come up with different answers. So maybe you say you've always been a seer, but the last decade you've been hacking the food chain to stay alive, dancing with death for a long time, closer to death. I don't know, just because you're getting older or health. But yeah, I mean, we're always dancing with death. I don't know what hacking the food chain is, but good to take health and diet seriously. Algae, bottom of the food chain. God forbid, like, I've been ordering. I like these acai bowls. Like, now all these places, like, they have chains, and like almost every, like, a lot of places now they have like these acai bowls. And I saw this thing, like they're adding to like smoothies now, like all these places now have like blue spiciola or something as a form of algae. So like I've tried the algae a few times, but like yeah, I'm not quite sure about algae, bottom of the food chain, or what you mean by that. But like yeah, it's getting popular. Moses, the Ten Commandments, say not to steal, murder, into the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, I mean, you could have your critiques on Judaism. I mean, you make like the claims about the religion, and so I'm not necessarily arguing that. I mean, I could argue that like the historical claims or the truth value, but generally, I have you. Yeah, my mom sometimes orders the stuff, and I don't know if kombucha is an algae. If like I've for a while I was drinking kombucha. I haven't had kombucha for a while, but yeah, I know certain things you order now they send you in dry ice for refrigerated, uh, stuff. And I don't know if Tinkle's still there. Lambie, you got to take life into your own hands. So like that's that constant internal monologue. Like, what do you want from me, God? What should I be doing? It was like dharma or duty, an analysis of sense perception. That you try to talk to God, have an internal monologue, but God largely responds through everything in the world. Like the randomness, providence, who you meet, the various things that you could put to chance. You're saying interpret those as God's way of communicating, because life has substantial amount of chance. From I've discussed this in the past, like Church of Entropy. So like if you go to your local store or just out on the street, you could bump into a handful of people. People you knew from when you were a child. The various spaces that you meet. There's large amounts of chance. If you have a business, like the sales, or you turn on social media, like life has a lot of chance. And the spiritual approach, like chance is God's way of telling you something. And so just have that constant monologue, dialogue in your head with the Almighty and saying, well, what are you trying to tell me? What do you want from me? And like a sense of duty that there is a demand upon you, that like God does want something from you. Life should be taken seriously. It is important, the decisions that you make. So like to be a giver, not a taker, in as many aspects of your life as possible. to be a healer, to be in a situation. I'm strong, and I'm strong enough to heal other people. Maybe occasionally I need healing, but generally I'm a healer, not in need of healing. Like my financial situation, generally I'm the person giving charity, not asking for charity. Volunteering, generally I'm the person offering other people help, not asking for help, so on and so on. That that comes from this constant dialogue of, what do you want from me, God? And to empower yourself to you be a giver, not a taker, or any form of that. Meditation, self-improvement, and like Doooovid is addicted to self-improvement. I talked about like Luke Ford a few months ago. Actually, Luke Ford just gave me a book that he wanted me to read on political. Danigal, Goldwith Young, Irony and Outrage, the Polarized Landscape of Rage, Fear, and Laughter in the United States. So, but yeah, I mean, so maybe me and Luke will discuss this book. I'm not sure when, maybe this week. But you're like taking instruction, where like I want to improve and I take instruction. People know something that I don't, I will take instruction. I will let you, like, I've never heard of algae. If it's interesting, I'll listen and let you explain to me algae, or any form of taking instruction and desiring self-improvement. Like the Kabbalists say, the sign of enlightenment is preferring criticism to praise. That criticism is generally more useful than praise. So I mean, you could have like positive feedback, like say like negative feedback, say like, okay, you're doing it all wrong. You say a little positive feedback, say, okay, good job, thank you. You helped me, you didn't hurt me. Or like, I find what you're doing useful, not unuseful. But criticism generally is more useful than praise. Is a form of enlightenment to see things like that. So I might sign off like, God forbid, 5 hours, one of the shorter weekend reviews. I had a few hours of reading, but thanks to Zargons for popping on. So we talked a little bit. So a lot covering with the war. I have some stuff on the Vienna Circle, but probably next week listen to you'll read some of that. Yeah, I actually eat seaweed regularly, like kind of like calories, or because it's easily dried. And so like one of the snacks, like, I mean, I have in my cabinet, like I have like a whole cabinet of like dry seaweed. So I guess if seaweed is an algae, I eat quite a bit of algae, but I haven't thought too much in it. Like I said, like the spicola or whatever they call it, I started seeing that pop up. I've had it like in a few smoothies or something, or the acai bowls where they put a little of the spicola in it. But yeah, I don't know too much about it. I'm not sure if seaweed has like the medicinal benefits of algae, but like I have been like a regular seaweed eater for like a few years. The Trader Joe's, or I order online. I even now have like multiple. I have like 5 different brands of seaweed in my cabinet right now. Okay, so I think I'm going to sign off. If there's any quick questions, or the link's still there if anyone wants to chat or do a quick question. Otherwise, I'm going to sign off. And this Wednesday, I plan on finishing my Philosophy of Science series, 10 out of 10. And I will cover computational philosophy, the philosophy of statistics, and the mind-body identity theory. And that will conclude my series on philosophy of science, and I'll do a little review and continuation. And then from there, I'll start metaphysics. Yeah, fasting is important. A good method is self-control, cleansing. So like fasting has material benefits to the body, but yeah, spiritually, like fasting, in terms of self-control and the essential identity of mind over matter, where saying I'm not my body, I'm my soul, and I have control over my body. So fasting is like a important aspect. Most religions, so I mean Judaism has 2 full day fasts and like 4 to 6 half-day fasts. Islam has a lot of fast with Ramadan. Hinduism has a decent amount of fast. Christianity, ironically, doesn't have that many fasts. Like maybe some sects, like or various, but like yeah, Christians, I'm not sure if there's that many fasts. But I mean, relatively, like Judaism um, has quite a few fasts. But religious fasting where it's just required. So like, I mean, as a secular Jew, like I knew about Yom Kippur, but the only I mean, like later in life, my fasting came just like you're Jewish, it's required, and it's usually a form of like repentance. Like you fast on to repent for sin on Yom Kippur, and for God's judgment, and you fast on historical days that bad things have befallen the Jewish people. You like Tisha B'av, we're fasting because the Romans destroyed Jerusalem. Um, and then just general like fasting for repentance for sin. But then later, like started studying Hinduism or generic spirituality. So I mean, even what Jenny was saying about generic. So even if you don't believe in the most spiritual, the religion itself, the truth claims, religion is a way of life, a group strategy, and a spiritual system. So it's hard to be an independent spiritualist. Like I don't ascribe to any religion or belief system. And kind of let's talk like philosophy of science. The American philosophy is pragmatism, or like Einstein's philosophy of science was like a pick and choose. So like the American model of pragmatism and pick and choose. So you could try to pick and choose spiritual practices and just include fasting, praying, um, scripture, charity, meditation techniques. And so Doooovid generally recommends the pragmatic pick and choose attitude. So like okay, like Hinduism, Judaism, um, Freemasonry, Gurdjieff, Theosophy, any various things you could pick and choose and take the good strategies and just do what works, which is kind of the American mode. But a lot of times it's very difficult to do that. And so you have to train yourself within a system. So, like the Talmud says, you should learn from one master for 7 years. And then once you learn from one master in 7 years, then you could go on to learn from other masters and then sometimes quicker. So, like to be a follower from a spiritual system and just do everything properly. And then once you've trained yourself and discipline within a system, then the multiple truth hypothesis, you could look at alternative systems, try being pragmatic and picking and choosing. And there's a separate question, the truth claims. So like, okay, there's Judaism, the religion. So if you're looking at just like the lifestyle, the spiritual system of the group strategy, versus the theological truth claims and the historical truth claims. So you can just I reject the historical truth claims. You say, okay, maybe they're true, maybe they're not. Maybe the prophets or the history, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. But like I'm still participating in the religion, doing the practices, even though like I question the historical truth claims. And then you have the theological truth claims, like does it work? Is there a God? Is there some sort of spiritual mechanism where it's actually working for the interaction with the spiritual world? Like, okay, I put on tefillin today. I put on tefillin every day. Like I was telling Zargons, like, okay, like I pray every morning and night. I try to repent before I go to sleep. I say the morning prayers. I put on tefillin every day. Does it actually work that I put on tefillin? Does it mean anything? Like, is there some sort of spiritual connection? A God that, like, is keeping track, like Doooovid put on tefillin today, and it made a difference, or not. So, like, there's the truth claim to it. So, like, okay, discipline, putting on tefillin, I say the Shema prayer. Minimally, I put on tefillin, I say the Shema prayer. It sets me up for my day. It makes me think of some important principles to have that conversation with God. What am I here for? What do you want from me? What should I be doing? A little thought about action, reaction, sin, proper behavior versus the truth claim. Maybe tefillin, God forbid, it's ridiculous. There's no truth to it all. But it's an ingrained ritual. So you could separate the truth claim, like the history, like was there a Moses? Did it command? Was there even an ancient Israel? You say, okay, maybe not. And then you could separate the theological claims, like, is there some, like, God, am I connecting to some spiritual realm, through doing it? And even the group strategy, like, okay, I haven't been to synagogue in a long time. I'm kind of over, like, my anti-Zionist leanings. I've fallen out with most of the Jewish community. So, like, the group strategy, it's like, okay, I'm putting on tefillin. There's a lot of Jews, like most of the Jews who put on tefillin are Zionist, or various things like the group strategy. So there may or may not be the group strategy element, but, like, my level of spiritual discipline, it's ingrained the practice. So, like, yes, like, I put on tefillin today, God willing, I put on tefillin tomorrow, and I put on every day but Sabbath. Like, and say Kriya Shema, say the prayers, and so you don't have to be a follower in that sense. Like, you follow a tradition, you follow discipline, versus, like, following a person, following a group strategy. So there's levels of following, but, like, to some extent, like, yeah, you have to follow. If you're just going to be Protestant about everything, so pick and choose. Like, even if you choose the pick and choose strategy, it's still basically you're a follower. You're following the strategies of other people, but as opposed to a comprehensive strategy. So I haven't, fully avowed myself to the comprehensive Judaism. I've still taken a pick and choose approach, where I've doing quite a few things from Judaism. I'm still basically a Hasidic Jew, Orthodox Jew. I do substantial amount of that, where I'd still basically, I'm an Orthodox Hasidic Jew, but it's pick and choose. I don't do everything right. Like, an average Orthodox Jew, like, you're not doing it right. You're not really one of us. Because I'm just picking and choosing. And then, like, from Hinduism, or you're just best practice. I heard about something, I tried it, it worked, so I incorporated it into my life. So that's what I recommend relatively. And that's what I call, like, a Freemasonic approach, not necessarily like joining a lodge or becoming a Freemasonic, but I think Freemasonry generally has the pick and choose approach. And, so, like, I'm not ending up reading these papers, but I've discussed with the Vienna Circle, and then coming to America, the religion of America, or the philosophy of America, is pragmatism. And, pragmatism means doing what works. And so, like, do you have a comprehensive philosophy and follow all its dictates? Like, no, I don't have a comprehensive philosophy. My philosophy is pragmatism. I do what works. Even if there's logical contradictions, like, you can't take this from this system and put it together with this system, because they have contradictory axioms. So, like, the pragmatism, that was I was going to read Richard Rorty today, who Ralph said he actually met Richard Rorty, but his thing, that a pragmatic theory of truth is basically a rejection of truth, because if there's truth, you can't be pragmatic about it. There's universal truths, and they apply across the board. So pragmatism is almost a rejection of truth. And we'll look at that next week. An interesting paper for the multiple truth hypothesis. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jenny. My dad likes Baum, the Oz books. My dad has, like, multiple copies. My dad has, like, on his main desk in his office, he has the whole, like, Baum Oz collection, and he has like multiple copies. So like he has like 2 or 3 sets of the whole Baum Oz collection. I think my parents even went. I think it's in Michigan. I think the guy who wrote the Oz collection lived in Michigan. My parents even went to like there's some like gardens or farms where the guy who wrote the Oz collection, I think his name's Baum, lived. But I don't read fiction, so my dad likes science fiction. I sell science fiction, but yeah, like, reading is the best way to ascertain information. I read hours and hours every day. I sell books for a living, so highly recommend it. If you fall out of your reading, good to get back into. You like Doooovid, my speed reading course. MK Ultra, interesting stuff. I mean, the Hare Krishnas were also MK Ultra, and yeah, I would study psychology. Like, if you want to escape that stuff, you got to study psychology, neuroscience, and consciousness, and you can understand what they did to you. So, like, take the religion. I'm a spiritual-minded person, but like Kevin McCarran, Jean-Francois Greppi or whatever, try to study psychology as much as possible. Like, if you're looking for light reading, relatively like of the soft sciences, psychology is my favorite. So I was even going to read a paper today on psychology, but consciousness is my main, to understand your own mind and free yourself. So if other people influenced you and took away your free will, you want to gain back your free will, and as you gain back your free will, you'll appreciate what happened to you. And saying like, okay, this is what happened in the earlier parts of my life. This is how I was influenced by other people, and this is how you freed yourself from getting in control of your own mind and understanding the processes that made you who you are. So hypothetically, yeah, audiobooks, like I said, like I do the teaching company. I listen to everything from the teaching company, all their new courses when they come out, and then I re-listen to various ones on topic. So like and I listen to it in 2-speed. So I listen to like 2-3 hours on average a day of the teaching company. But like audiobooks or anything, a good way. But if you look like from theoretically human potential of the human animal, the human body, the human mind, the human speech faculty, let's say the potential of all the things the human could do behaviorally. So like you used to talk about like Church of Entropy, Jennifer, and you talk like from a Jewish law perspective or Vedic, correct action. So what you want to do is learn correct behavior and then align yourself with correct behavior. So if you look at any option of how humans function, there might be a correct way to do it. And then there's the way you're doing it. There's the way that my body is naturally came to do it. So you say, okay, here's the infinite scenarios for human potential, things that come up and how I could be doing it. And then here's how I'm doing it. And then there's the dissonance between proper behavior and my behavior. So I want to accord myself proper behavior, and I want to close the gap between the distance of my current behavior and proper behavior. So once you learn what proper behavior is, so you could read the text like, okay, well, what is proper behavior? So if you're Jewish or Hindu or, where you have texts, so like you have Jewish texts that basically, like sages that say that all sorts of like, this is proper behavior. Here's the scenario. And if you're this scenario, this is the proper thing to do. Or you like Vedic or yogic text have a lot of this, like this is just proper behavior. So, like if you're in this situation or, according to your mind and your body or interactions with other people, here's proper behavior. And then to recognize, well, here's my behavior. Here's what I do when I'm in that situation. And then to recognize, oh my God, there's proper behavior, and then there's what I do, and there's a long distance between proper behavior and my behavior. So that's like the self-improvement aspect to always be recognized. So what's the state of my current behavior? So, okay, like, we're born into darkness. Ignorance is the natural condition. So you're not naturally going to be doing proper behavior because we're born into ignorance. You have to learn, you have to seek out proper behavior and try to accord yourself with proper behavior. So what's the nature of my current behavior? So the nature of your current behavior is largely outside influences. There might be the natural bodily inclination where you weren't taught anything, and then you're in a situation and just like automatic, like the Gurdjieff, maybe some of it was mental or conscious, or maybe some of it was just automatic, where whatever reason you were in a situation, it required some sort of action, and your body, mind automatically fell into a certain action and never even thought about it. You just like, well, this is how I do it. I never thought about it. I never thought that there was another way to do it. I never thought about why I did it this way. This is just how I do it. And then as I became more enlightened, I realized, I could have maybe done something different. And I started according my behavior and thinking, what's a more proper way to do this? And I started changing my behavior from the way I currently did it to proper behavior. So when you do that, you usually have some sort of enlightenment. You figure out, here's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. There's a better way to do it. There's a proper way to do it. And the reason I'm doing it this way is, my dad told me that, or my mother, or I saw some other person, or, God forbid, like, okay, like MK Ultra, or like you were experimented on, or someone took advantage of you, or whatever reason why you fell into a pattern of behavior, even if like you were hurt, like people unfairly took advantage of you and hurt you, but that affected your behavior pattern. You fell into improper behavior. And even theoretically, like MK Ultra or something, you could have, someone could have tried to force you into what they consider proper behavior. So if you're like a religious, like I remember my rabbi saying like Jewish law and saying like, it's good, you should be a robot. Like if you could train yourself to robotically do proper behavior, that's a hell of a lot better than you doing what you want to do. Because like if you just do what you want to do, it's you doing it, but it's improper behavior, you're much better off being a robot who's doing things properly than, God forbid, to have free will to do improper things. Hey, Justin, God bless. So mind control, you want to control your own mind. And part of that, you like to full consciousness over all aspects of life. And this questioning, well, what do you want from me, God? And in all aspects of, I want to do everything properly. And every aspect of life. And, so like the science of expertise, taking instruction, like everything you do, cooking, brushing your teeth, sleeping, cleaning, everything could be improved upon. And like chunking theory, a lot of things you gain proficiency at, but not expertise. And a lot of things like maybe it was like a new technique to tie your shoe or something like that. Well, I learned how to tie my shoe when I was young, and I know how to tie my shoe, and like I thought I did a pretty good job at it. And then like as a grown man, I realized like there's a different method, and like actually it's better than the way I've been doing it my whole life. Something small, like driving a car, using your phone, and especially interaction with other people. So you think like social interaction, the way you talk, communicate, to say like, God forbid, hey, Jennifer, just talking about some of the stuff we usually talk about. If you're around Jennifer, you could grab the link and we could talk. But that, a lot of things like you have some level of proficiency, you never really thought about it. And then like, reality is, I could have done it in a better way. And it's the cognitive dissonance. It's painful to, to look and say like 45 years of my life, I wasted, I did something improperly. and now I know a better way to do it, and I'm going to modify my behavior. So, so it's like, I prefer criticism more than praise, and to say, well, if you had wasted large portions of your life doing something improper and you could be corrected and now start doing it properly, that would be good. But no, cognitive dissonance, like the pain of recognizing that for decades I was just wrong. I was doing something in an inferior way. And like, it's like a chess coach for that. Like, like chess is just a game, but like, falls in the pattern. So like, let's go over your game. And, we're going to go over your game. And I'm going to tell you what you did wrong, or I'm going to tell you what you could have done better. And, some kids, they're excited. They want to learn, but it's painful a little bit, saying like, oh, and especially like, okay, when you're young, like if I'm coaching kids in elementary or middle school, and like they want to get better, they're young, they're students, they want to improve, versus like an adult, and like, oh my God, like I can't believe I was so dumb my whole life. I remember in, I mentioned Gurdjieff. I like Gurdjieff, but in his meetings with remarkable men, or the movie they made about Gurdjieff, where he's in Egypt and he saves a thief from being beaten up, and after he does it, the guy surrenders and becomes Gurdjieff's disciple. But he says to him, "From the day till I was born till today, I've been a thief. I've been a bad person." And like, he received enlightenment, but whatever the case was, he met Gurdjieff and he had the realization then on the spot, from the day I was born till today, I've been scum. I've been a thief. I've been a cheat. And decided to, the link is pinned, so I didn't have strength to read articles, but if you want to pop on, Jennifer, the link's there. But yeah, I mean, just that, if to have that realization, like, okay, from the day I was born till today, I've been a cheat, I've been a liar, I've been a thief. And you're going to surrender to the guru, like, help me change, help me become a new person. And so, okay, Doooovid's kind of like a headstrong person. I'm not recommending surrendering to like a guru, or but saying like, to recognize, God forbid, I'm a grown man, but from the day I was born till today, I've been a liar, I've been a cheat, I've been bad. That might be a little bit excessive, but even just like expertise, from the day I was born till today, there's a lot of things I don't know, and I could have done better, and had I known, my life would have turned out differently. And at least, okay, it's never too late to learn. If you're like an old man, it's like, oh my God, like had I known this, my life might have been completely different. And could be wasteful to sit there and think about that, and contemplate how your life might have worked out differently had you acquired the wisdom at a previous point in your life. But sometimes that comes naturally. It's part of enlightenment. So one thing, like the enlightenment just comes like, okay, now that I've learned proper behavior and I've closed the gap of the distance between how I'm currently doing things and how I should have been doing things, that naturally the enlightenment comes like, oh, I was doing it this way because whatever happened to me in the past, whatever the scenario, however I was taught, or I did the best with my knowledge at the time. So like when I was younger and it became important to make a decision about how to do things with the knowledge I had at the time, I mistakenly chose this path that was wrong, and that caused certain life outcomes that could have been different. And just a realization. And so, okay, like, the future's in front of you, the past is behind you, but you say, okay, whatever, God forbid, you like, repent. I tried, maybe like, I didn't try my best. Like maybe I tried my best, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't try my best. I tried my best, but life is short. You can't do everything perfectly, and you learn things at different times. So like, telling Zargons, like, okay, thank God I worked extremely hard on learning meditation in my early 20s, and it stayed with me my whole adult life. Like I really haven't had a lapse in my level of consciousness because I spent a full 5 years of serious work on meditative practice in my early 20s. But like what if I had learned that stuff in my early teens? And so like, okay, high birth or low birth. You mentioned like books that I read. That my dad had certain books on his shelf, and I'd read the books in high school, junior high school, or something like that. And but what if there had been other books on my shelf that I'd come across? And so, okay, we got Jennifer for a long time. No, not Jennifer Simon in the chat, but
hey,
Church of Entropy.
Oh yeah, it's been so long. I was on your channel like 2 weeks ago.
Well, I mean, we can.
I'm sorry for being cranky there. I just
Okay, well, we did year in review, but it's been.
I'm trying to be a more put together person, and talking to nut jobs online isn't going to serve that purpose. So, just trying to stay away from like total nut jobs that I feel I have no chance of reaching. So, not going to name names, but you know who you are. So yeah, I see you're having another midlife crisis on the stream. I thought it was funny that you... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just rambling because I was talking to the guy Zargons, and it got me into a ramble. But I don't know, I can call it midlife crisis because I think these are positive realizations, and even to metaphysically put the nature of... I mean, you could call it midlife. Like I wasn't talking about something specific that just happened to me now. I was talking about the logistics of the realization or the dissonance. Say like, that even if I realize from the day I was born till today, like I've been messed up, and now I want to change. And so not just saying like fundamentally as a person, like from the day I was born till today, everything was wrong about me. To just saying, even just one small thing from the day I was born till today, I misunderstood this one aspect of life. And so I was more talking theoretically than, like a current more than midlife crisis. And generally that's a good thing to be able to self-improve.
Yeah, well, the quote about the robot thing, like, do you think that's a view a lot of rabbis would endorse? If you don't know, don't feel like you have the answer. I'm just curious because I've said that it was a virtue. Like someone asked me if I was Chat GPT, and I was like, no, but I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I'm saying that it would be better to robotically obey proper behavior than to willfully do sinful behavior. I mean, there might be some level you could push back or argue, but I think certainly a lot of rabbis, a lot of people from a lot of traditions, it's better to robotically obey proper behavior than to willfully engage in sinful behavior. Maybe you wouldn't use that language of proper and sinful behavior, but however you would phrase it.
Yeah, sure. Well, I thought you were going to say you wouldn't use the language of robot, but I stand corrected.
I thought
it was interesting that you...
20 years ago, when the rabbi said that was 20 years ago, like maybe it was actually like 25 years ago, when robots weren't, like that he used the word robot.
Yeah. So you said you modify your behavior in order to modify your belief?
Did I say that? I mean, I
thought I heard you say that.
I mean, they're connected. I just differentiate. You have, like as the Kabbalists say, the three faculties of the soul of thought, speech, and behavior. So, I mean, there's connections, but I was probably differentiating that you should be modifying all three. And so.
That's funny because I usually focus on my students to only modify their belief.
I mean, the easiest to modify to some extent, they're all interconnected, is behavior, and then speech, and the thought is the most difficult to modify.
Yeah,
So
that's
say,
why I
oh,
always insist that they modify the most difficult thing, because if they're not able to do that, at least to try, then they're not serious enough to actually. Plus, it only really works if you are able to, like, you can't really modify your beliefs per se, but get perspective on them.
well, if
So,
you're looking in terms of the easiest thing to learn about is proper actions. I mean, they're all interconnected, but you say to align yourself with proper behavior, it's easier as first to align yourself with proper action and then proper speech and then proper thought. To align yourself with proper thought is near impossible. So
I just feel like that's completely the opposite. I feel like most people that I work with are stuck in their heads, so I have to work on their thoughts first, and the other stuff will work, but it'll be superficial. So yeah, just thought it was interesting that, you know, it seemed you were going about it the opposite way as me, and I was just maybe curious about a different approach.
well, I mean, they're interconnected, but I think, I mean, if you're going to put it from like a Ahimsa principle factor, that the most important first thing to modify is action, and or
Well,
whatever
no,
proper.
actions are not really that important. Intention is what is the deciding factor for morality, and that's a mental thing, not a physical thing. I think that's kind of a biblical idea.
Well, I mean, that's why I was saying that the Zargons, like we said on week in review of you tens of times, the basics of meditation: first to stop your mind, then to observe your mind, then to control your mind. So if you're looking at behavior to say, okay, like I got to stop doing this behavior, so it's mind related. That the mind, how you stop doing the behavior is through your mind. First, you might have to recognize you're doing the behavior. If you recognize that you don't want to continue doing the behavior, and then if you have that internal dialogue where, okay, now I'm recognizing I'm doing this unwanted behavior, and now I'm recognizing that maybe that I have a desire to do this unwanted behavior, and the struggle is internal. But consequentially, it'd be easier to modify behavior than to get complete control of your mind. You could even say, like, to get complete control of your mind, you may be an impossible task. I mean, you could say maybe getting complete control of your behavior is an impossible task, but and even to focus on your mind. So what are you focusing on your mind? The easier thing to first focus on your mind is your action, your physical behavior. So if you're focusing on your well, I guess I'm just putting it out there without a proof, but like an awareness level. So there's a awareness level of the disembodied mind versus the awareness level of the embodied mind. So I'm aware of what my body is doing. I'm in control of what my body is doing versus the disembodied mind where I'm aware of what my mind is doing. And yes, I guess I'm just postulating that. I'm not even sure if a Kabbalistic text would source that. But I mean, certainly the Kabbalah would say that maybe it doesn't. Like maybe I just stipulated that without any source or proof that you focus first on action, then thought, then speech. But I mean, they are all interrelated. And because I was talking about proper behavior, and you can't observe the other person's mind. You can, even your own mind is questionable how much you could observe your own mind. But maybe you could argue.
Well, that's the idea with meditation. You might not be observing your own mind, but you're observing mental processes that are subtle and fundamental. So,
but if you say, like, well, I'm consciously, the mind works 24/7. Like the body, okay, there's certain unconscious, involuntary things, but like relatively most consequential actions are conscious. So you say that I have, to the best of my ability, thoroughly thought through all of my regular actions and tried to accord my actions with proper behavior and even speech. I'm very measured in my words and careful and thought through in the words that leave my mouth. But the mind works on its own 24/7. You can say it's near impossible to gain control of the mind and control it. So that would say that, like,
well, that's the claim with meditation, right?
I mean, if
you're saying, well,
back,
meditation doesn't work. It's like you don't get to claim that.
If you're pushing back on me, you disagree. But yeah, I'm still leaning that like it's easiest to control behavior than to control speech and then to control.
Well, it's easiest to modify behavior because you can literally be forced into modifying behavior. Can't really be forced into modifying intention, not meaningfully anyway.
Yeah, and your behavior could be observed by others. Your mind can't be observed by others.
But again, it can. You just don't believe in it. Like, if panpsychism is true, there's nothing precluding minds observing each other. So, maybe according to your metaphysics, it's not possible, but like...
Well, you use the word observe.
It's kind of ridiculous.
It can't empirically be observed through the senses. And so if you're saying like a sixth sense, but
right, so it can't be observed through the senses. So sensuous perception is not authoritative. So empiricism is flawed because it's presupposing that senses are, Yeah,
I would actually agree with you on that. But in terms of say that's because it goes with what I'm saying, that the action and speech are empirical and the mind is not empirical of the same nature. That's why it's a different
it's causal. It's causal. So if it's causal, it can be observed. Maybe not through the senses, but yeah. It would be, fine. I just think with your behavior to belief thing, like, how would you ever know when to modify your behavior? Like, so basically you don't have an exception to modify your behavior. Because like my protocols, like, what you're discussing in my worldviews counts as a protocol. Like my protocols always have exceptions. So it's like, do this unless this. Whereas your behavior to belief thing just doesn't sound like there'd be any way to like stand up to people within that. If you were doing it consistency, like within that approach.
Well, it's similar to the basic meditation. The first step is to become aware of your behavior, and then you can analyze whether there's theoretically a proper behavior, and then you see the distance between your current behavior and proper behavior and try to close the gap between your current behavior and proper behavior.
That presupposes that you understand what proper behavior is.
Yeah, so but the first step, you become aware of your current behavior, and then you could, whether you have a system, so if you have a Vedic or Kabbalistic or some sort of authoritative text that just stipulates it, well, this is proper behavior because this authoritative text says it's proper behavior. So you could argue relativistically, like a theory, there is no such thing as proper behavior, or you could take a pragmatic view towards proper behavior. But within, if you want to say like Vaishnava etiquette or Jewish law, you have authoritative texts that proscribe proper behavior. That you say this is authoritative from this age, that this is the
so it's an appeal to convention.
Proper behavior? Well, it means appeal to authority or convention, however you want to say it. But without even... I'm
just trying to follow your logic, right? So you have the,
Yeah, from my
behavior, improper behavior. What's the basis of proper behavior? On the one hand, you're saying scripture, but on the other hand, it kind of sounds like you're saying that it's a convention about beliefs, like more so.
Yeah, well, it's not scripture. I mean, it's saying from my first original training, it would be Jewish law, and there's a different, like, there's not, Jewish law is not scripture. The scripture is a certain thing, and then there's separate books written by rabbis that are considered authoritative on Jewish law that essentially describe almost minute details about every aspect of daily life. And they're considered authoritative. There's a history within a system, if they're written by given rabbis or tradition, if you want to call it convention, but there's authoritative text of Jewish law that basically proscribe proper behavior. And so if you want to know how to deal with something, you just look it up. Although, they're complicated texts that take a lifetime to master, but over a series of texts, and there's various. So, the first text of Jewish law generally start with what you should do when you wake up in the morning. So if you never thought about it, like in terms of like washing your hands, cleanliness, bathing, using the bathroom, to the morning prayers, towards family life, business, dietary law, holidays. But I mean, most Jewish texts on law, they open up with waking up in the morning and your daily obligations. But like, theoretically, there's a proper way to do things. There might be some leeway within it, and your goal is to accord yourself with proper behavior. And so, like the origin of like the authority of whatever, that was like say like, to like, you don't get to argue with Maimonides. So like, Maimonides wrote a text of Jewish law. He's not generally the one that studied, like there's different text or certain, but like whatever, this is the authority. If you go to Jewish school, this is the text you'll be reading. This is the authoritative book that describes proper behavior. Your goal is not to figure out why that's the authoritative text.
Are they called commentaries?
The what?
Are they called commentaries?
Well, there are. I mean, there's authoritative text, and then there's commentary. And like these days,
okay. So what?
These days, the authoritative
would be considered a commentary on Jewish canon or an authoritative scripture?
Because commentary is.
I'm talking about Schneerson, by the way, or the rabbi that everybody loved. I'm sorry, what was his name again? Maimonides. Sorry, Maimonides.
Yeah, Schneerson was Chabad. So
my bad.
Maimonides.
I'm thinking of Maimonides. I'm wondering whether he would be considered a commentary or an authoritative scripture, or that doesn't really apply because it's more of a Hindu idea.
Well, so it turns out it's not Maimonides. It's another rabbi that most people never heard of, but they're.
What, and this is attributed to Maimonides, or what? Or I just misunderstood what you were.
Maimonides wrote a code of Jewish law, a proscriptive text that basically described every small aspect, what you're supposed to believe, what you're supposed to do from waking up in the morning to like the laws of war to eschatology, like a whole shelf of books that was proscriptively Jewish law. And
yeah, so that would be an authoritative doctrine, not a commentary.
Yeah, so just mentioning from historically within Judaism, Maimonides' text is not the one that's used. So around the same time as Maimonides, there's another text that's called the Arbiturim, which is like the four tables that has a different codification of Jewish law, and modern Jewish law is a commentary on the Arbiturim. So it has a number system that so Maimonides, like you said, ironically, Maimonides starts out his law with what you're supposed to believe. So the very first book of Maimonides' law system starts with beliefs. But Maimonides' system is not the one that's codified. So this other rabbi, the Arbiturim, has a different coding of the laws, and he starts out the law system with what you do when you wake up in the morning. and then there's 4 different major books. The first book is daily obligations. So, you start up what you should do in the morning, and practical things like washing your hands, using the bathroom, the morning prayers, and so on and so on. And then there's other books that 4 books, and your average person never gets past the first book. And like there's books on kosher slaughter and business law and various things. So all of the later Jewish law books are commentaries on the coding number system. So like the Maimonides has his system, the Arbitorium has his system, and it has a numbering system. And all the Jewish law books up to date are based on this Arbitorium numbering system and codification of Jewish law. So in terms of commentary, you don't do what the Arbitorium says, you do what the rabbi of this generation said. And even Schneerson, the Lubavitch Rebbe, commentary is based on the Turim, the Arbitorium, and the numbering system. So in this way, you say, well, yeah, there's prescribed behavior, and when you look it up, it's codified according to this text, written about 900 years ago, and all of the texts till today are based on this breakdown codification from 900 years ago. And so it's authoritative, proper behavior. But if you just think what's proper behavior across the gamut, how do you codify it? There's this codification, and so Maimonides had his alternative codification. Big scholars have maybe read both codification systems, but nobody uses Maimonides' numbering system codification. And so ironically, like you're in line with Maimonides, where you think the most important thing to start off with is belief, but the current practice is no, like the most important thing to start out with is what you should do when you wake up in the morning.
Got you. Yeah, that's cool.
If you think about that practically, like that's kind of what I'm saying about action. So you're saying, well, step one, like you're going to wake up tomorrow, and first thing you should do is like wash your hands 3 times, one is over. Second thing you should do is use the restroom, and then you should wash your, various things, say these prayers. And so it's proscriptive, focusing on behavior and repetitive behavior. The first thing you need to know is how to deal with the most repetitive behaviors that you do every single day, as opposed to Maimonides that says the first thing that you need to know is these fundamental beliefs. So that is the practicality of how the Judaic system came out. And so, if you're just, I'm a modern day Jew and I went to Jewish school, and okay, like I didn't go to Jewish school from the day I was born. I only started going to Jewish school after I was already 18 years old. And it was like, well, you're doing it all wrong. Like you got to do this, you got to do that. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, it says it in this book. And like you're saying, like the Bible, the scripture is like, no, we don't do what the scripture says. There's this separate book of law that is codified from rabbis' commentary on commentary that proscriptively describes everything you have to do. And then there's simplified versions, like for like the Idiot's Guide to Daily Jewish Law, that like first gives like a breakdown of those most repetitive aspects of daily life and how you should do it, and the holidays and so on and so on. And like a big scholar would dedicate their lifetime know quite a bit about it. But like in that sense, like yeah, like it's not about the scripture, it's about however the sages became accepted as sages and proscribed proper behavior. And the goal is, the assumption is that the natural inclination of man is improper behavior. So you have to struggle to align your natural, evil heart from doing what your evil heart wants to do into accord with proper behavior, and eventually purify your heart. So it's saying, at first, my evil heart wants to do improper behavior, but I could force myself to do the proper behavior, even though my evil heart still wants to do improper behavior. But the first step that in the Talmud, it says, I've said this on we can review many times, like Tok Shlo Shma Boy the Shma, in that you do it for the wrong reason, you'll eventually do it for the right reason. So the first step is to, despite your internal desires, to act properly. And then once you're acting properly, that eventually you'll purify your heart. And as opposed to acting properly, even though your heart desires to act improperly, that eventually your heart will also desire to act properly. So that's at least the Judaic system that I was trained in. So, you could argue that that's incorrect. And even within the Judaic system, as I mentioned, Maimonides disagreed and had an alternative approach that didn't become even though he's recognized as a great sage, his approach is not the approach that's taken in daily Jewish life. The daily Jewish life is just focused on, starting with waking up in the morning and doing what you're supposed to. And then the belief in purifying the heart will come later.
Yeah, it's funny. It's the complete opposite in my system. So it's interesting to hear this alternate perspective. I don't want to say it's wrong because I don't really think it can really be wrong in that sense. It's just what happened.
Well, if you were like a mother or a guru or a teacher, and behavior is the most noticeable thing. So,
well, only to you. For me, I can tell what someone's intention is much easier. I can get a better idea of who they are through their intention, which I can tell through their voice than through their behavior. Behavior is great, but it takes a long time.
Well, I mean, if you're like a mother to a child, and you say, okay, maybe you have like a window into your child's mind, but like on a practical level, like every morning, your child's going to wake up and start engaging in behavior. And so if you say, well, you prescribe, you say like, well, no, you're going to get up and you're going to do this. And I don't care what your mind or heart tells you what you want to do. This is what you're going to do. And you're going to obey. And so if you have a dissonance between the desire and the behavior, or maybe you're going to have a different approach. You're just, okay, well, if you don't want to do it, I'm not going to force you to do it. And you'll work on like changing the heart and the mind. And I mean, if you'd have a complete alternative approach, or it's like, no, like there's a prescribed behavior and you're going to get up and you're going to do the prescribed behavior.
Well, normally I say like, don't bring shame on the system. But even that's like, if you mess up, as long as your intention was not to bring shame on the system, then it'll probably be all right. That's not really a compulsion to a specific behavior. So normally you'd have to get into a particular like sect before you got to that level of compulsion in religion.
Yeah, I mean, so like as a mother to a child, as opposed to a guru to a sect. So like, as a mother to a child, your child's going to wake up every morning and just start doing things unless you modify your child's behavior to a certain pattern of behavior, as opposed to creating some sort of group strategy or sectarian to say like we're part of a group and selectively, just saying, okay, like our group is defined by belief patterns or mental states, or is that like your group, it's defined by group behaviors. And if you were going to codify it, it might make the most sense to codify it starting with the behavior that you do when you wake up in the morning.
Well, I mean, we don't see it that way because all behavior comes from the mind state. So the behavior's way less important than the mind state. So they say doing empty rituals is pointless. So yeah. If you don't have that reformed belief, it's pointless. I mean, this is why I tend to discourage people from joining this system of thought, because it entails its own metaphysics. You have to accept its validity to be able to use it, and if you don't, you shouldn't be in the system. Okay, so I guess I can see how your parents condition you into social norms through some system of reward and punishment. That doesn't translate to me as I know what proper behavior is now. I don't get the. But
Well,
so
I mean,
you're saying,
theoretically,
proper
there's no
behavior is a combination of these social norms from your parents and religious norms or religious doctrines.
empty rituals. So if you're saying, like, according to Jewish
Yeah,
law,
it's a figure of speech. Obviously, our religions don't agree on necessarily everything. I don't want to say anything, but you know what I mean.
well, it's going to the truth claims. Where I was saying, like, there's the different aspects. So there's the historical truth claims, and then there's the metaphysical truth claims. So, like, from Judaism, you have the historical truth claims that there was, like, the prophets and that these, the history, and that this is what people always did or that were taught. And then there's the theological truth claims. So if you say, first thing you do when you get up in the morning is you ritualistically wash your hand from basin 3 times, one or the other, and you could say, well, it's an empty ritual, but the reason, so theoretically, is because your soul leaves you at night and re-enters when you wake up, and it leaves from the fingernails, and therefore your fingernails are impure. So when you wake up, like, the impurity has to be. So say, well, there's a reason behind the ritual. You don't have to understand that that's a simple one that maybe even little kids say, like, so you're from Jewish law. I think, like, the age of 3, a child should start doing that. You should train a kid from the age of 3 that the first thing they do is wash their hands in the morning. And whatever age they might be able to, well, why are you doing that? But if you say, like, that from the age of 3 you have engaged your child that the first thing they do in the morning is ritualistically wash their hands, and then at some point they might understand the reason. And if you're looking at, well, the truth claim, and so you're saying, well, maybe you said that's ridiculous, like, I reject this truth claim. There's no way that your soul leaves through your fingernails, and your fingernails are impure, and you got to do this, like, special hand washing ceremony, or else you have, like, death on your fingernails. So you can argue with the truth claim and say, therefore it is an empty ritual because the truth claim is false. And so you're saying, well, that's not actually proper behavior, it's just an empty ritual. So
It's proper behavior. It's just that proper behavior doesn't really speak to morality.
Well, morality in a sense, like a Ahimsa principle, or there's different levels of proper behavior. There's proper behavior that
what speaks to morality is your mastery of Ahimsa.
What Ahimsa between your interaction with your fellow man.
Ahimsa, period. Or you don't get to qualify it. It's just Ahimsa, period. And if you have to qualify it, that just means you're less moral. So you don't get to make judgments on the less qualified versions of morality because you're more qualified.
There's distinctions of Ahimsa. There's damage to yourself. There's damage to other people. There's damage to the environment. There's damage to
when you're a sage, it's pretty much always the Ahimsa of knowledge that matters. But yeah, presupposing you're not a sage, all those other things matter too.
So you're going to theoretically say, like, not properly washing your hands in the morning, that any form of sinful behavior, including, like, not properly washing your hands in the morning, is a violation of Ahimsa. And I just, bringing up the washing because, like, the Jewish law.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it is the most moral thing that could be done.
Well, so according to proper behavior.
So first of all, obeying laws is automatically lower morality because it's slave morality. You can never get out of that unless you're making laws and debating about whose laws should rule. Then you might have a shot at actually being in the top tier morality. That's a fuckload harder.
Okay, I mean, we got down this goes talking about proper behavior, and so the first step is an awareness of your current behavior, and then there would be a theoretical understanding of proper behavior, and then closing the gap of the distance between your current behavior and proper behavior. And then you question, well, what's proper behavior? So I was just saying,
and you'll never know what that is without a moral compass.
Yeah, so if you're part of a system where it's proscribed, where there's just a book or a tradition that explains what proper behavior is, and you could just accept on authority that there's an authoritative text or authoritative person or whatever that just has the answer to the question what proper behavior is. And then you would say, like, okay, if you're not, like I was talking, like the religion of America is generally, the philosophy of America is pragmatism. Even like Einstein, the pick and choose.
Yeah, like I'd say that's the virtue of obedience. I don't even know that rises to morality, because you're not actually doing any ahimsa. No, to obey rules, you're not really doing any ahimsa. So it doesn't necessarily even rise to the standard of being moral.
Well,
it's not immoral. It's a virtue, but it doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily morality. Like morality and virtues are different things.
You're doing ahimsa by doing proper behavior. I mean, presumably, improper behavior causes.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about morality guiding the propriety of behavior, and obeying rules not really having anything to do with ahimsa.
Well, so there's level of ahimsa from action and from intention. So you purify the action, and your heart's still impure. That there might be a level of okay, you have an impure heart, that's bad, but it's better to have proper action with an impure heart than to have an impure heart and improper action. And there's different types of ahimsa, so at least
so it's the difference between being evil and amoral. Still not moral.
And at least you're something from a Kabbalistic understanding, generally the worst form of sinful action, sin is action. That the most devastating effects is when it's put into action. And like generally action requires thought also, but if you have a different metaphysical understanding, but the Kabbalists, clearly the most devastating form of sin is action. So you're saying you reject that?
Well, no, it's always intention. And morality is always a function of intention. So it's never a function of action.
Yeah, but
intention is combined. Like all actions have associated intention. All intentional actions, anyway. All waking actions.
Yeah, but
so morality is just a property of intentionality, which is something Westerners have a hard time with, because I think it means that you can do anything. But no, it means that that's the only thing that actually makes you do things right. Just obeying rules doesn't make you good.
Could be. As the Kabbalists say, the three garments of the soul is thought, action, and speech. And the most external garment of the soul is, so the thought itself is also just a garment of the soul. But action is the most external element, and action has the largest effect on the external world. So if you want to put that like in...
well, why? Why wouldn't intention also have the biggest effect on the external world?
Because there's your garment. So the most inner garment of the soul is thought. The secondary garment of the soul is speech, and the outer garment of the soul is action. So it has less effect on the external world. Action is how you directly interact with the external world. That thought is the internal garment.
And your influence on the external world isn't direct for most of it. So there's sort of a fallacy in there that presupposing the only action you're going to do physically is from your body, which is not the case.
No, action implies the body. That's the most external garment of the soul. So the body itself, you say the garment, and however you understand it, but the most external garment of the soul that what interacts with the physical realm is action. And so,
but the whole thing interacts with the physical realm. You just think it's only action, but I know that the mind creates the physical realm. So the mind and the thoughts and everything else
that may be the case. I'm saying that
also does that. So
the soul, I mean, that they.
So you're saying start further down the causal chain. I'm saying no, we want to start as high up the causal chain as we can. Otherwise, we're only really reforming the very bottom of the potentiality that exists.
Well, if you look, so
like for example, it's better to do master morality not perfectly than slave morality perfectly.
I mean, if you're taking the Kabbalistic conception, saying that thought is also just a garment of the soul. So the soul controls the three faculties of, so it's not necessarily that thought controls speech and action. The soul controls thought, which controls speech, which controls action. Or, I mean, I'm saying which, right. that's
so thought controls everything other than soul.
Well, not sure. The soul controls all of the garments equally. That the soul is in control of the three faculties. The soul has three faculties of thought, speech, and action. Those are the faculties of the soul, the external garments of the soul. And so, yeah, you say they're equally important, and in terms of
well, that's what I'm saying. They're not equally important. Like, it doesn't sound like they're equally important in your worldview either.
Well, I mean, important maybe how you're applying what important means, but I'm saying that they're the total makeup. That you need all three faculties. That and it may be like a distinction without a difference. In just saying that, but so it may be a distinction without a difference, like in terms of if you want to say aligning proper. There's the current behavior, and the behavior is applicable to any aspect of thought, action, and speech. And there's proper thought, there's proper action, there's proper speech, and then there's the current state of thought, speech, and action. And so meditatively, any aspect is first to a realization of the current state, and then a realization of a proper state, and then to try to close the gap of the distance between the two.
But you still haven't said what informs the proper state other than obeying rules.
Well, it's not necessarily rules. It might be guidelines. So
whatever, it doesn't matter what you want to call them.
I'm saying if you're saying within a Judeo perspective, there's authoritative text. Say like within.
Yeah. So how do you know who is moral? Whoever obeys the rules the best. Is that it?
No, you don't mean God is the judge of that. You don't know who's moral. I mean, you could
that's weird.
You could observe action, and you could determine that it's relatively, according to the rule set, that this person is not obeying proper action, but like a moral or judgment is not in the purview of man.
So you don't think that man's entitled to do moral judgments?
No. You do legal judgments. I was telling Claire that the other day in her message, like you keep ranking, so you can't judge the morality. That's so
it's a category error.
It's a category error that man doesn't judge.
It seems that the legality is justified by the morality.
I mean, Claire used the term righteousness, like that you can't tell the righteousness of people. It's not within the purview of man to know the righteousness of other people.
Well, the idea with legality is that someone knows what the right thing is, and you're being punished for not doing it. So you're saying, oh, these laws, they're not really based on anything. They're not based on anything moral. But it seems like they are, like the concept of property rights. You could say that that's some kind of a moral axiom.
Well, I mean, if you're mixing the Greeks and the Hebrew, because like morals is a Greek concept.
Oh, I see.
I mean, Hebrew is more legality and even sense like of a righteousness, so to say, like.
So there's no concept of being good or improving yourself that isn't obeying rules.
Well, but there's a concept. But in terms of action, there's rules, there's law.
Yeah, so being
even
good,
in terms of speech. So
obeying law.
if you're talking about internal, like in terms of thought in the mind, and so that's part of the reason you can't, because righteousness is also determined by intent, by the mind. You can't observe the mind. So you could observe that a person may have proper action.
Well, you can't, but you can't really.
You can't know the totality of a person.
So I certainly can.
Well, you claim to know. You claim to, but that would be.
You claim it's impossible. I've got thousands and thousands of years of tradition behind me of a bunch of people making the exact same claim.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's we'll say the Talmudic, the Judeo claim that your claim is definitionally incorrect. So I mean, the Talmud even straight up says, like, as a
so presupposing the correctness of your own definitions, I'm wrong. But then on what basis do you presuppose the correctness of your own definition? And that's what I'm saying. You're presupposing either higher morality or higher intelligence.
Well, I just take notes. So, I mean, you're making a claim, and then there's
you're not going to acknowledge what I said? There's
the claim of the sages that that your claim is definitionally untrue.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you could still say, well, you don't care that the Hebrew sages or the Talmud says that your claim is definitely untrue. You're still making the claim. Or even say,
do they care that they're contradicting do they care that they're contradicting what my religion says? I care about as much as they do.
Yeah, and that's where you have something like the multiple truth hypothesis, where you have alternative systems with contradictory claims.
So where does morality go when you do that?
I mean, morality is ill-defined.
No, Ahimsa. It's defined in my worldview. Maybe not yours.
You're claiming that morality equals Ahimsa. I mean, you're doing the same category you always do, where you're talking Greek and Sanskrit at the same time. So from a Greek morals concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. And saying, you could observe some behavior. You can't know the totality of a person's behavior. So if you say that you could observe that the person did this behavior and prescribe that that behavior certainly wasn't the right behavior, so I'm going to say that was immoral. But in terms of character, certain aspects of the character are within the heart, within the mind, that you may claim that you could see it, but that's a claim that goes against the claim of other traditions that claim that those are unseeable.
I can estimate their intention more accurately than they can. Any good quality Ayurvedic doctor would agree with me on that.
That's possible. But say any Talmudic
So to deny that is to say, oh, those Ayurvedic doctors, they're wrong.
Well,
spend all their time studying this, even that they're wrong.
But,
they're religiously obligated to acknowledge that they're wrong. It's like,
Well, I mean, it's just a contradiction between systems and axioms. So Ayurveda makes a claim that other systems make the opposite claim.
And then where does the presupposition that one is right and the other one is wrong come in that allows the passing of judgment?
Well, if you say passing of judgment, you just say, well, I don't know, judgment in terms of I'm going to go with my system. I don't necessarily pass a judgment. I could be right. I could be wrong. I'm just choosing that I'm going to go.
Asserting that it's wrong is passing a judgment.
Asserting that it's objectively wrong as opposed to asserting that I'm going to go with this path as opposed to that path. So if you're saying my assertion that it's objectively wrong is meaningless, but my assertion that that's not the path I follow is meaningful.
Sure.
So you say, okay, you made the claim, I'm not God. I can't objectively say whether it's right or wrong. I just say that's not how I would taught. That's not what my sages say. And even though you're making a claim opposite my sages, I'm going to follow my sages.
So you don't think you can estimate intention?
No.
So you have no idea at all anyone's intention that you've ever met?
From two levels, from the multiple truth hypothesis, from the Talmudic Kabbalistic level, I would say no, and then from a psychological consciousness level, I would say no. That you have if you want to argue from a panpsychist, if you say from a Vedic level, maybe yes. From a panpsychic level, maybe yes. So if you have the multiple truth hypothesis, and you have multiple systems with different axioms, and I ascribe to multiple systems, even though they make contradictory claims. So, yes, I also ascribe to the Vedas. I ascribe to dualism. I ascribe to panpsychism, even though they make contradictory claims. So you look through and say, well, from the dualist perspective, maybe. From the panpsychic perspective, yes. From the majority Talmudic Kabbalistic perspective, no. From the psychological empiricist perspective, no. From the Vedic perspective, yes.
Yeah, so since they all disagree, sort of doesn't maybe make sense to make categorical assertions about their realms of possibility. But yeah,
you apply the multiple truth hypothesis.
Granted my point that you have no way to estimate morality in a positive sense.
Well, making two claims. Not only I don't, but to say that objectively it can't be done, at least by humans, whether there's a higher power. So I may claim that I don't think it could be done, so I don't bother to try. And I also don't think that other people could do, so I don't put much credence into other people's thoughts on the matter. And so you say, well, I'm wrong on multiple matters.
It's just weird, you think you can't tell people's intentions, but then how do you account for people being able to manipulate people?
What's the connection between intentions and manipulating people?
Well, if you understand someone's intentions, then you can work within that scope and control the outcome.
You're saying intention is residing within the realm of thought or mind. And
yeah, have you ever wondered how I'm able to get complete idiots to always make total fools of themselves? It's because I can tell what their intentions are. And then I can lay exactly the traps that I know they can't not walk into.
You're just going in circles, but I'm saying from a metaphysical point of view, you need a theory of mind to do that. And so
that's right.
I could empirically observe your action and your thought in your speech. I can't empirically observe your mind. So that I would have to accord to a theory of mind to do that. So what theory of mind I'm using. So if I'm using so you might have your own theory of mind, but if I'm using a theory of mind that is amoral or however, but either way, that in order to do that, I would have to use a theory of mind. And there's theories, and even within that theory of mind, what theory of mind is going to allow me to assess your intentions? So I could empirically.
The one that allows you to model them accurately?
It's saying
through easily perceptible things?
Manipulate. You say manipulate mean in terms of.
Get people to do what you want. I don't know how to. I don't like doing it, obviously. But I'd much prefer to be direct. But this is simply not the way most people are used to interacting.
I don't call it a category, but you're speaking. So if you want to say, we don't have a common theory of mind, so we need to speak in theory of mind neutral terms. So
that's impossible.
empirically,
metaphysics. You can't
empirically,
really
we
speak
could-
in metaphysically neutral terms, so
I
it's
didn't say
kind of the same with the theory of mind.
I don't say metaphysically neutral terms. It's the theory of
Yeah,
mind.
I know, but you for the same reason that you cannot speak in metaphysically neutral terms, you also cannot speak in theory of mind neutral terms because they're the same level of fundamentality in cognition.
Some of the psychometrics, you can measure your words, you can measure actions. So if you say manipulation is the implication of using the faculty of speech to elicit an action.
Or no, it's just you don't have to use speech to manipulate people. Like honestly, you've never done this before, have you? It's
You're
really
claiming that mentally
bizarre.
you could manipulate people just mentally by thinking about it, or you use the faculty of action. But I mean, generally,
See, the thing is that I'm not usually looking at it that way because
so you only have
it's dishonest.
if you're
But I could very easily do it because it's trivially easy from a logic perspective.
if you're rejecting the breakdown of the faculties, that your three available faculties are, you say, thought, or if you want to prefer to
I'm
mind,
not rejecting it. I'm not.
speech,
I don't know.
and
I
action.
understand it. I'm not rejecting it.
And
I don't.
So if you're
I
measuring
don't
it,
accept it.
and you're saying that thought can't be measured, speech and action can. So if you want to define manipulation, so you're saying that manipulation is manipulation at any level. So you're saying that it's a mind-to-mind thing, or manipulation implies action. That
No, it does. It implies getting people to do what you want. Now, how you do that is irrelevant.
I'm trying to get you to use technical terminology. So getting people to do what you want means, are you eliciting a thought, speech, or action? Or are you saying is manipulation if it
could be any of them?
So it's manipulation to elicit a thought.
Usually it's to elicit thoughts, though.
Well, I say no. I mean, manipulation is usually, from a legal level, is to elicit an action.
Yeah, well, for me, because I'm manipulating people for Ahimsa, which is a good end, then usually it's trying to manipulate them into thoughts.
We say
so because I'm not a bad person, I don't use manipulation for evil ends.
Well, from a legalistic perspective, say, well, manipulation only matters at the level of action.
It matters at the level of how many people's actions are changed by your manipulation.
For a legal level,
the origin of the manipulation is not physical.
So from a legal level, it only matters at the level of action. You're saying at a moral level, it may matter at the level of thought, but at a legal level, it only matters if it's manifested in action. So if you manipulate someone into violence, into sexual behavior, into monetary transaction, you'd be illegal that you elicited a person's action, and then you have a culpability. Okay, you manipulated this person into carrying out this action of violence, or to stealing, or to acquiring a possession that wasn't theirs, or to participating in a forbidden sexual activity, or so on and so on, that has reached a legal status because the person has taken an action. And then a manipulation is the implication that the legal responsibility for that action is not just upon the person who did the action, but upon the person who manipulated the action. And then if you want to say, well, legally responsible, how did they manipulate? So if they use the faculty of speech, so he manipulated because even though the person's the one who did the action, the other person manipulated through the faculty of speech, and therefore you have legal repercussion. At a level of thought, you wouldn't be able to have a legal repercussion. You say, well, this person did a mind trick and got them to do the action. Well, can you prove the person did a mind trick? Legal is like no, as opposed to if you had so I mean, within the Judeo system, that would be the distinction, and so the unnecessariness of the theory of mind for a legal distinction. Doesn't matter what was happening in the mind of either party for the legal distinction of the person did the action, and the action is against the rules, and therefore there's going to be a legal responsibility. And you're saying manipulation, meaning that another person caused the person to do the action and shares the legal responsibility for the action. But then if you demonstrate, well, how did that person cause the person to the action, that it wouldn't, at a thought level, would not be legally responsible. It'd have to be at a level of speech or action. The other person manipulated the other person's action because they told them to do it, or something empirical, that speech, they said it. So if you're saying, yeah, theoretically it might be possible to manipulate the person at the level of thought, however, that from a legal perspective, because that requires a theory of mind, is outside the realm of law.
Right. I was saying it's inside the realm of morality, not law.
Yes, so that's what I say. Man is not the measure of morality. So like man could be the measure of law, and that has to be empirical. But you can't testify. So like relatively, maybe not. Jennifer claims that she has this power. Maybe not. But it's not admissible in court as law.
Duh, because that has nothing to do with law. It has to do with morality.
Yeah, so your judgment of a person's morality is not admissible. So, I mean, in modern system, maybe you could have like expert witness or something like, but it's not admissible in terms of.
Yeah, so you already said modern law has nothing to do with morality, so
But in
of
biblical
course, assertions about morality aren't admissible.
Yes, so that's why it's point. So morality is not in the purview of human judgment.
Says you, which just seems kind of weird. It's like that means you can't tell if people are good. That's just weird.
Yes, so that's the point, that man is not the judge of the goodness of other men.
Just seems like a bad way to go through life because, you know, I don't know.
I would argue the action. I'm saying, like, I mean, even the basic wisdom, judge people based on what they do, not what they say. And, you know, certainly judge people on what they do and say, not on your assessment of their heart.
What if my assessment of their heart is more accurate than what they do and say? Gonna go with the more accurate one, I think.
Yeah, but saying that can't be empirically measured.
So I know it.
If you want to say that, yeah, I mean, so
because a bunch of people don't agree that I know it, doesn't matter to me because I still have all the facts.
I mean,
all the knowledge that I need to know to apply it. So somebody being like, "That's not knowledge," is like, "Alrighty."
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, I would
your knowledge.
I wouldn't say the majority of people probably are in your school of thought, like they haven't thought through it, or you know, like.
No, I have thought through it. I just don't. I have thought through it.
It's even a form.
I'm surprised that you don't think I've thought through it.
I was saying, even a form of solipsism to.
Okay. Solipsism, as in mind dependence. So to deny mind dependence is begging the question.
No, solipsism, where you are presuming that your internal reality is the correct projection of the outside world, or even think the only thing that exists is your internal reality.
I don't think I said that. I said Ahimsa is what makes morality. That doesn't have anything to do with my internal judgment. That's a scriptural fact.
But you're saying that your mind's perception of other people is the reality.
It's accurate. So I don't know if it's the reality. It's mediated by my senses, so it's not the reality. It is a perception of their reality.
As opposed to saying that my mind is completely blind to the morality of other people. So you just, instead of opposed to wasting time judging things that I can't observe or make an assessment on, I just recognize that it's beyond my ability to assess. So
you're stuck assessing in a framework that doesn't understand other frameworks and is false relative to those other frameworks?
Yeah, and so even say it's irrelevant. What's your opinion on this person? Are they good or bad? And say, well, it's irrelevant. If they are good or bad, I'm not the judge of it. God will judge their goodness or badness. I'm not their judge of goodness or badness. I might judge their speech and action.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you don't recognize people's goodness, who's supposed to lead? Shouldn't it be the best person, like, logically?
the best person as determined by track record of action and speech, not some sort of impossible assessment of what's on their inside.
By their assessment and their speech by a system that can't say what good is?
If you say, well, theoretically, you could have a person that's always done the right thing, always said the right thing, but
that's the thing. You can't even say what the right thing is. You can't even get to that point. You can only say this is not bad. It's not bad to obey these laws. You can't get past that. You can't get to good.
Well, if you have a
and now if you can't, because if you can't get to good, you can't get to best. Because
prescription
good comes before best.
You have a prescription of the law. So if you're accepting there's a prescription of the law, and you have observation of people and their accordance with the law. So you're saying you could reject the prescripted law, but with the prescripted law, then you could judge a person in accordance with the prescripted law. If you don't have a prescripted law, you could try to derive some form of law and then assess a person within a derived law.
Yeah, so your only standard of goodness is obeying the law. You don't have anything that actually distinguishes someone as good relative to that.
Well,
there's nothing better than obeying the law.
I would say there's no prescriptive, I would say there's no prescriptive judgment of good or bad. So righteousness generally is, righteousness mean you could say is in terms, or justice is accordance to the law. Goodness or badness is not, because is not enough information. So it
just sounds like a word game. It's like, it's not goodness anymore. It's justice, and justice is these laws that benefit me tremendously. Okay, that's weird.
Goodness is not a qualification for leadership.
Says you, but what exactly qualifies you to speak on what qualifies someone for leadership?
Well, I mean, that says me. I'm saying theoretically says the sages, because my opinion doesn't matter. And if I was going to
make the sages say that goodness has nothing to do with someone's ability to lead. Nothing.
Yeah, it's not one of the prescribed.
Well, it's definitely interesting. So yeah, have you been having any interesting talks on Twitter?
I mean, you could have the infinite definitional regress on these issues.
Well, yeah, I think I made my point. It's like self-justified authority that doesn't have any concept of goodness, where justice just means obeying the law that's presupposed.
Well, I mean, your point was just a definitional regress on the word proper.
It was about how do you establish that someone is moral? That's what it was. Because we were talking about morality, then legitimizing, because most of us tend to presuppose that
but saying what it was.
There's a certain morality that the state is enforcing through the legal system.
Yeah, but I mean, really, what we did was a definitional regress of the word of proper related to proper behavior.
Sure. And I said you couldn't judge propriety because you didn't have an absolute moral standard, and I did.
Yeah, I mean, you go back and flow for the conversation. We're saying, like, at the end of the day, it was just a definitional regress of proper, or the word proper.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've noticed yet that all conversations are definitional regress, or if you're still in the phase of thinking that there's something other than that. But yeah, all conversations are either definitional regress or definitional reassertion, or some kind of metaphysical thing where you have to already agree. You can be able to discuss it. So
yeah, but that's really what Wittgenstein's held. that philosophy is irrelevant, that philosophy is just
Well, I mean, I don't conclude from that philosophy is irrelevant. I'm just saying, like, if you're expecting something other than that, what exactly are you expecting? Because this is just the structure of language.
we're saying that with minus philosophy, if you get past the definitional regress and agree on terms, then there's no question of philosophy.
Sure, there is.
Well, that means this thing.
You have an ontology at that point,
That's
or a set of axioms that could be like an ontological basis. You don't have. You don't have a complete. That's not the end. Like agreeing on a definition is the beginning of philosophy, not the end.
Yeah, but that's I mean, I guess the constant difference between me and you, where you're always asserting what you think.
Well, so are you. It's just that what you think is more backed by conventions, so you feel more entitled to say it. And I'm just saying, if you want to claim that your claims are logical and rational, you have to be able to ground them based on self-evident axioms. And if you can't do that, everything you say should not be taken as authoritative over anything other than your own experience.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Yet you always presuppose more than that as authority when you speak. But then you kind of want to Mott and Bailey your own authority by saying, well, I'm not really speaking for myself, I'm speaking for everyone else.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But then it's like, not everyone else even accepts that.
I don't assert myself as an authority.
By correcting me, you're presupposing your own authority. By disagreeing with me in any way, you're presupposing that your authority not only trumps mine, but that you get to speak in dissent of my assertion. Two presuppositions. Not saying that they're not conventional, because they are. I'm just saying that's what you're doing too. It just doesn't feel like you're reasserting definitions because you have conventions on your side, whereas I just have the power and might of my own will, which has managed to reform to some extent some of these conventions. But I'm still expressing things in terms of your conventions. I'm speaking English. I'm telling you what the problem is. And you're not acknowledging that it's a problem. You're just saying, well, that's not the point. It's not about morality. It's about justice. So that's fine. I mean, I wasn't trying to get that point across, but that was the point that was made, which is fine. It's an interesting point. Well, sort of explains why a lot of Westerners think very bad things about me.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily said that. I didn't say it's not about morality or morality is not important. I said that morality, I mean, morality is important. It's something to be strived for. It just can't be measured. It's not something that a person should judge. So say, yeah, morality, person should strive to be moral, morality, but you can't accurately judge another person's morality. And therefore, it's relatively wasteful to cause the judgment, or it's a category.
Well, if you judge other people's morality, then you'll have an idea of how safe you are, which might be good if you're around a bunch of incredibly immoral pieces of shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you assess that, like even in terms of that, it would say, rather than trying to make an assessment of the state of mind of people, you judge the people and their track record of action and speech.
Mm-hmm.
And you say, well, I mean, morality includes a level of action, but you say, okay, like I observed and judged a person behavior and made an assessment of whether their behavior is in accord with proper behavior, as opposed to judging some overall, like ethereal state of them being good or bad or moral or immoral. They say, I don't know whether they're moral or immoral. I was able to observe their action and speech and a temporal assessment of how much of my observe of their speech and action is in accord with proper speech of action to make an assessment of association. And say, like, if
I understand that it's more Ahimsa to judge by behavior and not intention, but I found people are very treacherous, and so that their behavior is not always reliable as an indicator of their intention.
Well, they're treacherous. You're saying that you
They're willing to do exceedingly horrible, disgusting things with very low self-awareness due to their feelings being offended, due to God knows what. But whatever it wasn't justified.
You could be saying one of two opposite things. Either you're saying that you observe that people have really bad behavior, and how would that be? Or you're saying you observe that it's problematic because you observe that people have really good behavior, but they have really bad hearts.
Yeah.
How is it problem? You're
Second
saying
one.
That's regular. It's very often that you observe people have good behavior but bad hearts.
Enough, yeah.
Even enough. You're saying you regularly observe people that have good behavior
and bad intentions. Yeah, absolutely.
You're saying that's more problematic.
I tried to just judge behavior, and then I was just being abused way too much, and then it's like, I'm a fucking chump if I don't change my strategy here. So yeah, I'm gonna push forward into knowing what people's intentions are by meta-analysis rather than just direct analysis and aggregation of behavior. It's not a decision I took lightly, but basically had to do it. People are just so immoral that I had to do it. They're so superficial and immoral, right? That I have to do it.
The opposite.
They're so superficial that their behavior can't actually validate their morality.
Were you saying the opposite also, that you observe people that have bad behavior but that later you assess to be moral?
No. Bad behavior is usually a way to get me to not talk to you. So there's a degree of self-selection going on.
So you're in agreement that you're always safer with the person with good behavior than bad behavior? You're saying there's cases where the person with good behavior is more dangerous than the person with bad behavior?
Oh, there's definitely times when the person with good behavior is more dangerous, more often than not. I mean, that's why I changed my strategy.
More often than the person with
bad behavior. Because the good behavior is often motivated by an evil desire.
For some sort of precision. You're saying that more often the person with good behavior is more dangerous than the person with bad behavior?
Absolutely. Unless the bad behavior is itself like physically directly dangerous.
You're saying, as a rule, people with good behavior are more dangerous than people with bad behavior.
Yes, in this society right now, due to immorality. This would obviously not always be the case.
So, like, your track record, like, if you see someone bad behavior and good behavior, you're going to go with the person with bad behavior.
No, I'm always going to go with the person with good behavior, but that is not sufficient to negate the probability of danger.
But the danger would be future bad behavior.
If I had to pick somebody to spend time with no other qualifications, it would be a person with bad behavior, because that person has the least likelihood of hurting me.
The person with bad behavior. So if you're just you're saying that you would, if you had to select.
Now that's if it was completely unqualified. Obviously, if I was selecting for a friend, like let's say if I'm selecting for like someone I have to spend time with, then it's going to be the lowest effort thing, which is a person with bad behavior.
So
what?
I mean, I don't know, maybe you're worried about violence, but you're saying, okay, like, I'm scared of violence.
I'm worried about danger, which isn't just, it's not just restricted to violence. It's basically the result of bad intentions.
But so if you say violence, so you say you're safer with a person who exhibits violent behavior than nonviolent behavior.
I said bad behavior. I said bad behavior.
So,
and then I qualified it by saying there's the exception that if that bad behavior is obviously an immediate threat to my physical body, that would be the
what's
exception.
An example of bad behavior? So if you give like violence, so we say violence,
lying, cheating, stealing, duplicitousness. Fucking take your pick of stuff that doesn't actually hurt you physically.
Well, you were talking about something in the faculty of speech. So I mean, stealing is in the realm of action, lying and cheating in the faculty of. I mean, maybe cheating could be in the faculty of action, but generally
and I'd sooner spend time with a liar than a phony piece of shit that has good behavior.
Yeah, but maybe you're making a category because we're talking about action, so I wasn't talking about speech.
To me, what matters is intention, right? So
yeah, no, we're just not having a conversation because we were talking about action, and now you're talking about speech. So let's just talk about action. So you like violence, stealing, those are actions. Lying's not an action. So it's a speech act. But so we talk about actions. You could be lying, stealing, property damage, invasion
Yeah, the
of
answer
private space.
changes if it's just restricted to immediate physical actions, obviously.
But you're saying, so in the realm of action, you would go with a person with improper behavior over a person with proper behavior?
No, obviously I'd go, actually, yeah, I would. Because the person with proper behavior is statistically more dangerous to me.
So you're saying the person who isn't stealing, isn't doing violence observably is more dangerous than the person who's observably doing violence and stealing. So if you
sadly, statistically in this society, yes.
If there's two people and all you have is an observation of action, one is doing violence and stealing, you would go with and the other person is not doing violence and stealing, you would go with the person safer to interact with the person doing violence and stealing.
Yeah. And that's just because of how many times I've been blindsided by people who did have good action.
But you're blindsided that the person has good action.
Shit. And I'd rather get ripped off than be betrayed by someone I thought cared about me in a way that actually matters, which means they were moral and they cared about me.
Yeah, maybe you're going too far off topic. You're saying you were betrayed that the person with good action eventually did bad action. How were you betrayed?
I don't want to go through every last instance of my personal betrayal. The point is, it happened enough times that I switched my method.
Two people that you're saying, okay, you're like, okay, you're gonna hang out with a person. There's one person who's lying and stealing. There's one person who's stealing and doing violence, and there's another person who's not stealing and doing violence. And was saying it's more likely that for the future outcome, the person who's currently not doing stealing and violence is going to steal and do violence to me.
Is going to be a greater danger to me. Is going to bring those things to me in the future. Is going to be a greater source of danger themselves.
The person who's not doing it is a greater likelihood of danger than the person who you observe doing it.
Not directly from them, but through their manifested intention, yes. And that is a very sad conclusion to come to, but I think I'm not the only person who's probably come to this conclusion.
I mean, I can't make any sense of what you're saying. It seems completely counterintuitive.
Well, you don't like people on the basis of their morality, so you're not going to be able to relate to a judgment that has to do with morality. Like, if I'm going to have intimacy with someone, I want to share something with them. They may not study morality to the same extent as me, but I at least need them to care about the concept to some extent.
I'm saying okay, if you're saying you predict future action based on current action, we have an alternative method. So I'm saying the best predictor,
I judge outcome based on intention.
The best predictor of future action is current action. You're saying no.
The best predictor of future outcome is present intention.
You're even saying it's counter, that current action has an inverse correlation to future action. So that based on
not future action. I didn't say that, because it's not going to be the people
currently stealing.
You're just misrepresenting what I'm saying. So what I'm saying makes no sense if you're just going to force the entire thing into actions, because you have one category where the person doesn't do those actions. So you can't look at it that way, because obviously
I can. That's how I'm looking at it.
Bad behavior. Well, because for me, bad is an intention versus good is also an intention. So a person with good behavior, experientially, that usually hides a bad intention, a dangerous intention to me. Not that it's not like a paranoid thing. It's just that they have such a low level of self-awareness statistically that they don't care if they betray me this way. They don't care if they say things that are just inhumanely cruel that I'll never be able to forget that they said, because they're not moral. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. So my perspective, exact opposite. Saying, well, what's the person really think? How do they really feel? Saying, well, I don't know.
So
I
it's
don't
like
know.
I spent many years just
I
judging people on
you go
actions,
with the track
and that
record
had
action.
very limited outcome because I was still constantly getting betrayed. So if I continue to judge
You're
based on
using all these
actions,
words
I'm going to
ill-defined,
continue to get betrayed, aren't I?
but betrayed in the realm of action.
Betrayed in the realm of speech, betrayed in the realm, primarily in the realm of intention, and then finally betrayed in the realm of action. Because speech is an action.
I mean, the speech is a lesser form of action. We talk like the speech act,
Not in my worldview, you know.
but
it's like
so betrayal in speech. I mean, betrayal usually the term is reference to speech, but we're talking about damage in action, damage in speech. So if you say, okay, the person, but the essential judgment is action. So if the person's betraying you in speech, and so
the
if you're
essential judgment is intention, and my original proxy for intention was action, but it was insufficient. So I don't know how many times I have to keep saying that.
okay, I mean, you're just repeating your worldview. So it's like, okay, that's your worldview. I've said my worldview. And you just want to say your worldview is better. I mean, you could assert that, but whatever. Okay, that's your worldview. See how well it works. Go for it. That's not my worldview. I mean, if you want to make a truth assessment about the worldview.
Truth assessment, I think everyone thinks their own worldview is true. I don't know how to do a multiple truth hypothesis assessment.
Yeah, so I mean, generally, I don't put too much thought or mind to what people think or feel, and just go with a track record, largely of action. If it's like internet, you're talking like speech as a speech act for various things.
Right. And so what's my history of action?
Well, I have very little history view of action, only speech act. When we say like action in terms of like showing up
so
on
streaming, that's not an action. Talking, that's not an action.
What action?
Writing, that's not an action.
Well, I would say relatively most of our history is not. So if you say, well, action in terms of like showing up on time, like streaming, running the software, I mean, writing is also largely a form of speech act, or like the realm of ideas. But like a track record of action, like we've never done business together, we've never made a financial transaction, we've never even been in the same geographic vicinity to your relatives. So I have very little track record of action, only speech acts. Like relatively reliable in terms like of showing up on time, or use of computer technology. You say, okay, relatively, like you've been pretty trustworthy, reliable action, that when we streamed, like you showed up on time, or followed through and doing what you were going to say you were going to do. But most of our interaction was through speech act.
Oh, okay, got you. So you can't tell much through that, I guess.
Well, track record. So, well, like if I say, like, should I do business with Jennifer or not? Well, I don't have any track record for that. So I have no assessment of prior experience to predict future outcomes. So I say based on possibly like a trustworthiness general, but like from a Bayesian or something. So just I have to assess a prior. So it's like, okay, should I do business with Jennifer? And saying, well, we've never had a single financial transaction in the whole time we've known each other, so I have no prior. So we're just going to randomly like set a Bayesian prior based on our other styles of interaction. I might per force have to do that, as though I have a pretty good track record with her. She's probably trustworthy for financial transactions, but I don't really know. So I just set a Bayesian prior, and then readjust that with the track record down the line. Or if we met in person, like if we were roommates or something like that, and saying, well, I have no track record. Is she good? Is she clean or not? She probably, or she says she was trustworthy, but like, no, I have no track record. I just have to randomly, best knowledge, just assess like a Bayesian, and then readjust it with the experience. And
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just usually give everyone a clean slate and assume they're perfect until I see how much harm they do to themselves through their speech. Then I adjust my expectations.
Oh, I mean, you give the person like a 1 prior per chance. Like you're saying, you give everybody, start with them with a 1 as your prior. Man, I probably, maybe I would agree with that. Like in the assessment, like I would give everybody a 1 as the first prior, as a judging favorably, and then from there readjust it based on track record, and then separate. So you could only do that with empirical things of speech acts and physical actions. And you say, okay, so I know Jennifer, like you say, well, they're trustworthy, but to say, okay, do I think Jennifer is a good person? I would say, well, I'm not the judge of whether she's a good or bad person. You say, okay, I like her, they're smart or various qualities, but the assessment, like, is she a good person or not? And well, I'm not the judge of whether she's a good or bad person. That's God will be the judge of what is Jennifer moral or not. And say, well, I'm not the judge of that. If you define that in a different way, like that might be associated, like is Jennifer trustworthy, which could be parallel to morality or goodness. I would say, yeah, Jennifer's pretty trustworthy, but if it has to be like, is she good or bad? I would say, well, I'm not the judge of that. Like, I have no way to assess whether she's good or bad.
Interesting.
And from the Judeo theology, you say, well, yeah, there is, God will be your judge. Like at the end of the day, when you die, and like theologically, you stand judgment before God. You're like there is. I do believe in karma, although I can't assess your karma. I can't even assess my own karma. So to say there is.
Yeah, I can assess karma, and I would say that suppressing the innate desire to judge leads to extreme cruelty when you get cognitive dissonance that not everyone submits to the same legal doctrine as you do.
We have to submit to my legal doctrine, like relatively. I'm not a legal, like, okay, like in America you have like jury duty. In fact, I was called up for jury duty like a year ago, but then it got canceled. But like the rare case where like if I saw something happening and I had to be the judge because no one else, like a duty, but it's saying like, no, very rarely do I need to judge anybody. And I only need to judge people whether I should associate with them or not.
Do you have an innate judgment?
I might have intuition, like whether I should associate with somebody or not, or I might have a draw for whatever reason internally. I want to associate with the person or not associate with another person based on whatever possible reason that might even go against assessment criteria. Like, okay, like, God forbid, whatever reason that you can't necessarily know the proclivities of your own heart. But I'm saying that my judgment, very rarely am I in a situation where I'm a judge of another person other than my own association. Like, am I going to give the person my business? Am I going to spend time with them? Am I going to associate with them? If I was in a legal situation, I have never been in a situation to pass legal judgment on somebody. Never has there been like a court convened. Occasionally people ask me my opinion, like, should I, for their judgment of association. But I mean, judge is an official position that I've never held. I mean, you're saying, like, have you officially held the position of judgment? Like, I'm not a cop.
I was asking whether you had a tendency to judge, not whether you were a judge. So I'm just saying, we just accept that everybody has an innate tendency to judge and try to channel that towards healthy outcomes. I just don't see yours being channeled towards a healthy outcome, because you're basically telling me you don't have a judgment, which tells me you're suppressing it and it's coming out in a completely fucked up way, which I'm
Well, I do
sure
suppress judgment.
anyone who watches your streams will agree that's an accurate description, because you are constantly passing judgments that piss people off, which I'm sure you at least to some degree aware of what you're doing.
Well, assessments are patterns. But saying judgment in terms of good or bad.
You judge the pattern, and then you judged yourself authoritative to speak about it. So you can say you didn't make a judgment, but I can count 2 judgments anytime someone even opens their mouth, regardless of who it is.
Yeah, but you're just returning to another definitional regress. It was saying that I recognize a pattern and I predict that this pattern will play into the future. It was saying, you say, well, a definitional regress, that's a judgment. But that's not what I'm meaning by judgment in the term of another assessment, in terms of that of a different quality than judging good or bad. And I mean, generally that's why I used to say to Luke Ford, like Charles Moskowitz, and the problem, it was Jonathan Haidt and Steven Pinker that said, when you bring good or bad into the conversation, it lowers the IQ by 10 points. So like generally I will.
Well, that's just something someone evil would say, right? So arguments against good are just special pleading evil. Arguments for non-Ahimsa good is also special pleading for evil. So.
No, but it's a belief pattern. They say that God is the judge of good or bad, not me. Like, I don't step into the realm of God. Like, God will be the judge of good or bad, not me, so I don't waste my time with it. It doesn't mean I don't believe in good or bad. He said that I'm not the judge of it. There is such a thing as good or bad. There is such a thing as karma.
Well, you are judging it by associating authority.
How am I associating authority?
You're saying I'm going to follow these rules because it's right.
Yeah, of authority over myself.
You're saying I'm right. My judgment of what rules to follow was the right one.
No, I didn't even say that. I said, like, this is how I accord. The only authority I have is over my own behavior, my own thoughts, speech, and action. That's the only authority that I have. I have no authority over any other thing other than my own thoughts, speech, and action.
Yet you voice opinions outside of that domain all the time. So you say you don't pass judgment, yet you're constantly giving opinions, which are always a judgment. So that lines up with what I'm saying. You're in denial that you have this delusion that it's possible not to judge people, and therefore you've suppressed your urge to judge. And the desires come out in a completely crooked way. You can't even admit that it's what you're doing. In the chat, is Doooovid judging people on the streams he appears in?
Within it.
Want to fucking back me up, somebody in the chat? Like, is he passing judgment on like what's happening in the conflict in the Middle East? Like, do you ever pass any judgments on that? You can say they're just descriptions, but you're still judging that your description is accurate. On what basis?
Once I'm judging, I'm giving. That's mine. Like,
all right. So there's one agreeing with me.
So you're saying that, okay, there's my faculty of thought or speech. So I've used a speech act to judge somebody. That Doooovid said, this is my assessment. God forbid Israel is committing genocide. And so, okay, like, I'm not on the ICJ. I'm not.
Yeah, it's a judgment you made, and other people don't agree with it. Okay, but to deny that it's a judgment I think it's a bit dishonest.
But it's just a definitional regress, because, like, I'm not a judge. I'm not on the ICJ. It's just a definitional regress of saying what's going on. Genocide just means.
So according to your
killing a bunch of
interpretation
people.
Of the UN, some UN convention, is that it?
Well, the judgment for them might illegal. So if it's just definitional regress of how I understand, like, well, genocide just means killing a bunch of people, and this has crossed the threshold of killing enough people to be considered definitional of this word that defines killing a bunch of people. So it's just a definitional regress. So if a judgment in that sense, that I have judged that I will use the word genocide to refer to what's happening in Gaza, because according to my understanding that of the definitional regress, that genocide just means killing a certain amount of people, and from what I understand, that they've killed enough people to fit that definition, but it doesn't have any repercussions on the course of action that I've made this definitional regress, that I've called this genocide, is like has no course on action.
You can't attest to whether it has an influence on outcomes, and are you still clinging to the notion that this isn't a judgment?
And it's a judgment in terms of a definitional regress that I've chosen with my faculty of speech to use this word to describe.
So it isn't intrinsically authoritative. On what authority do you base the assertion?
It's not authoritative. It's just a definitional regress that I've chosen to attach this word with the observation.
Okay, then the definition is authoritative.
The definition is, it's just authoritative in the sense that that's the word that I've chosen to use for my speech act.
That's what it means to be authoritative. You arbitrated that, right? So you made a judgment about something that wasn't within your intrinsic domain of authority.
So I was like,
on the basis of a definition that maybe the UN shares, but I feel like killing a bunch of people is not sufficient to qualify. Like, I haven't researched this, but I know that just the word in itself is a politically loaded term. So you also judged, you made the choice to use a politically loaded term versus not. Now, I'm not judging, okay? Like, whatever. I'm not speaking my judgment out loud, but I am not passing judgment on this act, but I think it's pretty accurate description of what's going on.
Yeah, so it's saying like a position of the judge. So it's like, okay, there's the International Court of Justice.
This has nothing to do with the position of a judge that is deciding whether someone's guilty or not. This has to do with deciding whether what you say implies a judgment. And even if it's just a description, is it a judgment?
That you say
I'm saying yes.
Judgment.
Yeah.
So anytime you use the faculty of speech, it necessitates a judgment.
Yeah.
And even so, thought. So if they think like, okay, like I don't like this Netanyahu guy, I think is a bad guy, and say, well, no, I really haven't thought to assess the goodness or badness of any, like Biden or something, like, assess Biden's mental faculty or his competence at the job. But I have never really thought much into assessing whether Biden's a good or bad guy, or even whether I like him or dislike him. If you say like a judgment, do you like or dislike? And it's like, well, yeah, I don't know if I ever thought about that. I don't even know if I have an opinion on it. Do you think he's a good or bad person? I don't, never really thought about it. I don't have an opinion on it.
Well, it's because you're not thinking this way that you fail to see the intention that is loaded into the way you phrase things.
And then if you're just like, well, I chose to speak up and I decided to use the word genocide. So as a speech faculty and a judgment, should I use this word or not? And you say, well, is there implication to my choice that, I just think theoretically, because I've been borderline, whether it's genocide or not. So I say, but it was like, well, homicide is killing a single person, genocide is killing a race. And, it's just a matter of, as I showed today that 200 people have been killed every day now for 4 months. And so, okay, like, so if it's just definitional, I'm going to make a judgment. Should I use this word or not? And yeah, it has some implication. I chose to use the word, God forbid. And like, okay, well, he used the word. And
yeah, so what was the motivator for that decision, Like,
well,
I'm saying, when I decide to say something that I expect will be controversial, there's always an Ahimsa motivation behind it.
I did, because that was my assessment. So I had an Ahimsa calculation that I'm using the word because I say, like, yes, like they've killed enough people
So
that
somehow you using that word is going to de-escalate the situation.
yes, and similar. Okay. I made an assessment that the evidence against Michael Jackson Bolanos, that he killed my friend Samantha Woll, is not sufficient, and I'm suspect that he's not guilty of the crime. And like, okay, God forbid. And I went over and, John Wolf was on, and we looked at the evidence, and like, we'll see. I don't have any inside information. God forbid somehow there's blood on his jacket. But looking at the case and the assessment, I made the assessment that I'm skeptical that Bolanos is guilty of the crime. And so I stepped out because I felt Ahimsa that, yeah, like, God forbid my friend was killed and it's horrible, and I want whoever did it to be justice to be served. But I'm skeptical that this guy's the right guy. So I publicly spoke out and made the assessment to publicly say that I'm skeptical that, this guy currently being charged with the murder is the correct guy.
Yeah, you judged that it was in the interest of justice that you express skepticism as to his culpability.
But you could use the word judge, but because there's it's going to return to a definitional regress. I did not judge whether Michael Jackson Bolanos is a good or bad person. And if it turns out he did kill Samantha,
if you don't like the word judge, you can look at the word choose. You chose to talk about the topic. You chose to express skepticism. Presumably that was in the interest of justice.
Well, saying whether he's a good or bad person. So saying, is it possible that, God forbid, he did kill?
Well, that wouldn't have anything to do
and he's still
with
a good person. Or is it possible that he didn't kill her and he's still a bad person? And so, well, I didn't make any assessment on whether he's a moral or immoral person. So, like, certainly killing Samantha Woll, like, I would call that immoral. Like killing her was a moral bad thing to do. God forbid. However, it would say the person, whether, to put that upon a person. So, okay, the person did this immoral act. Are they a moral person? Are they a good or bad person? Well, I'm not their judge of that matter. I don't know how God is going to judge the person. It's
well, then you can't say if it's an immoral act.
Well, I say definitionally that murder is an immoral act.
Definitionally, according to who?
Definitionally, according to the Ten Commandments, murder is an immoral act.
So it's morality all of a sudden?
Morality is in accordance with a standard of behavior and character. I mean,
or is just obeying the law again.
Yeah, I would say moral is a Greek term, and so moral has an aspect of simply obeying the law. It's immoral to break the law. It's moral to obey the law. If you obey the law, you're moral. I mean, you're just talking the Greeks. Like, what do you mean by moral? So you have your own definition, but you're using Greek words for.
I'm saying moral means good, but most people don't know what that is because, in my experience, most people have very bad intentions.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're just making up your own definition to words that don't correspond to their origin.
I'm using the standard definition.
You're just claiming you're using the standard definition, but you're not.
I'm using the standard Indian definition. The one that's lasted since forever.
There is no standard Indian definition of the Greek words.
There is for the concept.
Yeah, but you can't. There's no standard definition of moral. It's a Greek concept. So if there's a corresponding Vedic concept, it's not moral. It's some Sanskrit word that moral would at best be a loose translation of.
You got a citation on that the Greeks came up with morality? Seems kind of weird.
Well, it's an etymology.
Well, I think the conceptual etymology is probably more important than the word. Again, unless you just want to arbitrarily appeal to authorities. So the problem is you're appealing to different authorities as we go. Bible, the law,
No, I mean,
abstract concept of good.
You're
It's like, okay.
you're claiming that there's an objective concept.
And you're saying, oh, it's just a description of reality. I'm saying that's not a thing.
You know, I mean, moral's just a word, and it's a Latin word. And so you're saying the Latin word is a descriptor of a Vedic concept. So I was saying, like, I don't think so. The Latin word is not a descriptor of a Vedic concept.
The concept of good.
And you're saying that
versus moral versus whatever. So
I mean, that's why you're hard, because you're not precise in your language, so it's hard to understand, comprehend you, and then you're just getting these definitional regresses. Okay, so I better get to sleep. It's like 2 o'clock. Anything else?
No. Thanks for having me on. It was a fun chat. Thanks to the chat people typing in the chat for participating.
Did you put out a few streams? I thought I checked your channel. It looked like you did a.
Yeah, I was talking about like my notes on my writing, and that's what I've been mainly working on this week.
Okay, I shared that. That was last week. I was in the chat on yours, and I shared that on my last week in review.
Yeah, I had a conversation with a streamer, and he tried to like logically dominate me, and he failed miserably, and he didn't upload the conversation to his channel. So I guess we're always humble about our failures, aren't we?
Do you do Twitter Spaces?
No, I'm not really very good at starting my own things, so I wouldn't even know what to talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been just, Twitter Spaces because the war in Israel and everyone's talking about it. And I was actually, if you saw this, I didn't mention, I was on Mike Ben's Frame Games. So I saw that Mike Benz was live on Twitter Space, and he was like talking about how to overthrow a dictator, like an analysis of a movie of like overthrowing the Serbian dictator in like 2004. And so like I popped on and he added me as a speaker, and like he rambled for like 3 hours, but I was like there was only me and one other guy. So like I was on a Twitter Space with the former Frame Games Mike Benz this week. Then I was on another Twitter Space.
What did you talk to him about?
Of like the 3 hours, like he was talking like 95% of the time. Or he played a movie, so it wasn't like me talking. But there were a few times like he asked like mic check or just rhetorical questions or like information sourcing, and I put that in. And then a few comments where I just asked questions. So it was a little bit interesting. We talked about Machiavellianism, ironically related to what you were talking about, where he was talking about how to overthrow a dictator in the State Department, and basically where they were doing the exact opposite, where they were, in order to making it look like it was, the people of, actually it's confusing, like Bosnia, Herzegovina, Yugoslavia. I don't remember which one, but that the people were organically rising up to overthrow the dictator, when in reality it was basically a psyop where the CIA purposely chose and paid people to, so he was basically going over this U.S. psyop operation of overthrowing a dictator and, finding willing patsies to create a movement and pay them, and so on. So the main thing that like I talked about with him, especially at the end, was Machiavellianism, the conceptually of making yourself appear benevolent when you're really ruthless. Because like his assessment was like, well, like it's a psyop. Like, of course, like, the CIA portrayed itself constantly inaccurately. And for the psyop purpose, it portrayed itself as it wasn't involved. It was making it look like it was an organic uprising, when really it was them doing it. Portrayed himself to be peaceful when it really was violent. So at the end, it was like, well, obviously, like, of course, it's a psyop. Of course, that's how they did it. And so I asked him about, like, well, just it's basic Machiavellianism. And to that, he kind of agreed. And we talked a tiny bit about Machiavelli. And ironically, according to your point, you seem to possibly be saying, like, okay, good actions, bad intention, which is the Machiavellian, like, of course, that's what you got to do. If you want to achieve power, you have to make it appear that you're benevolent, but to secretly be ruthless, because the best way to obtain power is to be ruthless. But if the people know that you're ruthless, they'll turn against you. So you have
Might I suggest not doing that?
Doing what?
Generally, to anyone.
Well, I mean, you would.
Machiavellianism is not a good lifestyle.
Some of his frame games, so that's now that's what he does. He talks about, like, psyop operation.
I mean, he said it himself. He was a de-radicalization agent. That's Machiavellian as well.
Yes, I mean, if you find that interesting, that he had this Twitter space, and then he was on Rumble, and so I wasn't his co-host, but I was like on the stream. There was like over 100 people, and I mean, he probably recognized me, Doooovid. I'm still the same Doooovid, so he probably recognized that it was me. But like, he brought me up, and like we spoke a little bit, and he seemed to appreciate my points, and
you're becoming a legend.
Yes, I thought, like, and then I was on the Politically Provoked last night with like Richard Spencer was there, and like, God forbid, it was like, I mean, there was some level of like, I mean, it was ironic because like Richard Spencer.
Did it turn into Retard Central again?
Yeah, so even like Richard Spencer is like, I hate to admit I agree with Doooovid, and so somehow the conversation.
Well, he doesn't want to look like a fucking idiot, and the fact is, Doooovid, you're a bit of an edgy character.
Well, so the question was, I mean, there were a whole bunch of stupid topics, but like there was like, he was talking about basically the decline of civilization. So like I popped in, it's like, yeah, like the problem of competency, and like, because he used to stream with Edward Dutton, and Dutton, he came on to my channel, you were on the stream, and you talked about the inverse Flynn effect, and how people aren't competent, and society is going to collapse because people don't know how to run it anymore, as opposed to previous generations. I largely agreed, and so the topic came up. Like, I don't know, you probably never heard of the guy like Mio or whatever, the co-host of Brittany on Politically Provoked now on Cozy TV, but he's some form of Christian nationalist, and he's saying, so he wanted to argue with Richard Spencer in the olden days, like the old Richard Spencer, like he's like that, he's like a ethno Christian nationalist, but he's like, you need Christianity. And so I popped in, I was like, there's the problem, how is Christianity going to help the crisis of competency? And then he was claiming, so we argued a little bit, and then I was claiming that he was like, well, historically, like, Newton and the these people are all Christian. I was like, that's history, the last 100 years, and like currently there's an inverse relationship between Christianity and scientific knowledge. And so this Mio guy was arguing the opposite. He was like, no, like, the only way to increase competency is to bring back Christianity. And so Richard Spencer was even said, like, I hate to agree with Doooovid here, but like, no, I don't think Christianity is going to help for the competency crisis or scientific knowledge, and that there is some sort of conflict between Christianity and science.
Christians aren't exactly known for their understanding of history, are they?
Yeah, well, some are, but like, yeah, I mean, his like, I mean, he was trying to talk like historical argument, but then it got like retarded. Although ironically, so
wow, no one could have predicted that.
No, ironically, like so I mentioned the blue-eyed man, and like ironically,
expressing one of your more controversial judgments I see.
Well,
What
no,
caused you to make that judgment?
so ironically, this guy Mio agreed with the blue-eyed man assessment because like he's like a blue-eyed nationalist. So like
The Christian thought white people were superior and blue eyes? That's unprecedented. Oh no, wait. It's the entire history of Christianity.
yeah, so I was ironic that this guy was like yeah, the blue-eyed man, like yeah, I'm the blue-eyed man, and like yeah, it's the so ironically like he agreed with me on that.
How is that ironic?
That was basically the only thing he agreed with me about.
Oh, I see.
And like he liked the terminology. So usually, what the hell are you talking like blue-eyed man or something? And so there were a few other people on the panel, and like one of the other person was like, "What do you like? I don't care about people's eye colors." And like Brittany was like, "Says the guy without blue eyes." And so they had like they agreed that there was like a blue-eyed thing going on there. And so like at that point,
Yeah,
like,
so you've got this like massive character flaw, superficiality, and zero self-awareness that that's a flaw, and you should, not show off your flaws as though they're somehow like social norms.
it was saying whether it was just
The whole blue-eyed cult really doesn't understand this concept. I don't know. They must have some sort of mistaken understanding, some sort of conceptual impoverishment, if you will. I don't know how that could happen.
It actually came up with Stephen James when we were talking about Elon Musk, and he was like, "Well, is Elon Musk our guy?" And what do you mean our guy? You mean like the blue-eyed people? And so saying, well, but, and I guess it turns out Stephen James is colorblind. So he's like, he said he really can't tell eye color because he's colorblind. But he meant like Elon Musk. Is he our guy? If he mean like white or Europeans. So I use the term blue-eyed, and so we discussed that a little bit. So I said like any pattern is going to be flawed, like white people, Europeans, any of these like denominators is incorrect. And so you say, well, blue-eyed people as a group, like, well, you say, well, even Finnish people, like only 90% of Finnish people have blue eyes. 10% of Finns still have other color than blue eyes, but presumably the blue-eyed man would include the non-blue-eyed people, some non-blue-eyed people. Just any denominator is flawed, and so the pattern. But like so on politically provoked, the assessment that like whether to call whites or Europeans or blue-eyed men, that they preferred that distinction and said, yes, like we're blue-eyed people. We're not Europeans. We're not whites. We're blue-eyed people. In fact, the guy Mio's profile picture was like of his blue eye even. So like I specifically said it because the guy's, I guess he's like anonymous, but his profile picture is just like a close-up picture of his blue eye. So like they were into the blue-eyed thing. They were into that distinction. They thought the distinction was meaningful.
Yeah, so pretty good red flag there.
Well, I think the distinction is meaningful.
Yeah, and it's a red fucking flag. And if you wanted more influence, you'd stop bringing it up so much.
You're saying the distinction's not meaningful.
I'm saying it's meaningful on a biological level, maybe, but not a profound one. Well, a very superficial biological level. And I mean, the sense in which it's relevant is extremely limited. It hasn't really been studied. There's some indication that there's a superior night vision, but also more sensitive day vision. So
yeah, I mean, I agree. But if you said the same thing about race in general, so if you say black and
like
white,
that to me, yeah, again, yeah, I would agree. If you went,
you say that the distinction between
a racial basis of a political movement is not.
But I'm saying, would you also say the same thing?
I don't want to say sufficient, but it
black
is
or
not.
White is also a meaningless distinction.
What?
That black or white is a meaningless distinction. Chinese or European is a meaningless distinction.
I'm saying it's not a distinction on which to ground an ideological movement.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. That's why specifically my point when I say it, but it's the same thing where like I would agree with you. Like the distinction between blue-eyed and non-blue-eyed people is on the same level the distinction between black and white people. But it is a meaningful distinction that you could say, well, there's people who have black skin, there's people who have white skin, there's people who have blue eyes, there's people who have brown eyes. It's a distinction. It's clearly some form of meaningful distinction that you could group people together with it. But he's saying overall, like essentially the distinction is meaningless, the distinction between blue-eyed people. But to say, well, people use the distinction.
People according to a lot of standards. So the question is like, why would I color, like, be the standard? Why would you doing that? And it's like, why are we even fucking talking about this? So it's like, again, back to the evil thing. It's like that people think that this is something they can even speculate on publicly indicates a high degree of
the
evil.
reason I do it is because
the evil, in case anyone's wondering, is believing that superficial appearances have anything to do with fundamental reality. That's why it's technically evil.
I tell you the reason, because I don't consider myself white. I don't like being classified as white. So I make the distinction. I say, well, blue-eyed people. I'm not a blue-eyed person. So if you say, well, white, according to most understanding, technically I'm white. So that's why I use the term blue-eyed people to put a category that I'm not a part of. So to say, if the distinction between white and black, and I had to be on one side or the other, I would be on the white side. But I don't like being on the white side. I don't like being classified as white. So the reason I use the blue-eyed people is to avoid the word white. And so the sense,
so you don't like what you are, therefore subdivide what you are into two halves.
Well, I don't think
that are arbitrary.
Like I don't consider myself,
and then just straw man the shit out of the other half. That's basically what it is.
Well, it's saying the reason I prefer the blue-eyed as opposed to the term white, and so I don't like the term white, and that's why, and because. And I'm distinguishing the category to say that that whatever this blue-eyed man thing, I'm not a part of it. If this white thing, like, I don't consider myself a part of this white thing. People might consider me part of the white thing. I don't consider it. So the meaningful distinction.
Coming into discussions and presupposing that your opinions are worth hearing is a very white thing, Doooovid. You're one of the whitest people I've ever met.
I mean, if you consider that meaningful for your understanding, but generally that's why I use the term blue-eyed man as opposed to white. And that's what, like, Stephen James, like, our guy, and he's saying, well, you mean because he's white? So no, because I'm not looking.
Why do you think they love to talk to you? Because you agree with their presuppositions about white culture.
And I exclude myself from it. So if you're saying our guy, he doesn't mean Stephen Doooovid guy. He means the blue.
He means our guy who's describing us accurately, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I'm saying Elon Musk is our guy, meaning he's not our guy inclusive of Doooovid. He's our guy inclusive of blue-eyed people, of which Doooovid is not a part of.
Yeah, so it just sounds like a really roundabout way to exclude yourself from the modern day, I don't even know what you want to call it with this whole white, black color obsession with people.
Yeah, so that's I prefer the distinction. So I don't like the term white. And so anytime.
Yeah, but you're still basically just taking the framework and then shifting it onto blue eyes. You're taking what used to be white supremacy and shifting it onto blue eyes. So it's like you've just strawmanned someone else that's not you for whatever reason.
Which is
say, well, it's not me. Even though I'm white, it's not me. It's these other white people with blue eyes because, they're the real white people. Sort of sounds like what you're saying, but it's just weird.
But it's just a pattern.
You are white. You are definitionally white. It's like you're trying to skirt a definition and you just spend all this time saying how you're just like basically a slave to definitions. But this one definition is the one you want to try to skirt without even saying what you're doing until now.
No, I don't consider myself white.
Exactly. So it's like a lot of people would hear that and think that that's literally a lot of people would hear that and think it's insane because your skin is light.
My skin is not white. I'm not white.
Okay, you know what I mean? Like, but that's
like,
what people would
I'm not
consider
white.
you.
This is white.
I get it. Like
white.
nobody who is
white.
called white, nobody calling themselves white is literally white, right? So once again, it's labels like that is more what other people identify you as.
Yeah,
right?
but
Like I can say
most
I'm
blue-eyed
not.
people
I can say
have
I'm
blue
not
eyes.
5'10". I can say
Or,
I'm not okay. I'm
or say
just
I'm
under
not
5'10",
white.
but we'll
You could
round
look
up.
and say you're not really white. But if someone had blue eyes, they like, no, your eyes are actually blue. So I say my eyes aren't blue, but like a blue-eyed person is like, yeah, your eyes are actually blue, as opposed to white. I'm not actually white. It's not an accurate descriptor. Blue-eyed man is
So
relatively
by that
an accurate
definition,
descriptor.
nobody's white. Then they're
It's a
anywhere from olivey, kind of olive hue to pink to light-ish yellow, or what? Like,
white is in opposition to black. People are white, meaning they're not black. So we
see,
say that
like is that the definition that
when you
everybody
say,
who identifies as white is using?
yeah, I
Like
mean, legally in
when they think
America,
I'm white,
historically,
that what they're actually thinking is I'm not black. Like to me, that sounds insane.
well,
But
that's my understanding. That's why I don't like the terminology
well,
of,
to me, white is not just about skin color; it's also about a culture. And when the people who oppose white supremacy talk about it, they're not talking about individual whites, but the white culture.
yeah.
So what
So
exactly about white culture do you not conform to again, Mister? My whole life's centered around white supremacist Western culture rules. I mean, I don't like to use this terminology, but it is accurate. And you can look at the history, the entire fucking history of Christian imperialism. So I know there's people in the chat who were like about me saying this, but it's like, yeah, it was all giving white people more, or like the European colonists more rights, as well as their like offspring.
I live amongst
And
black.
like literally they had quote caste systems based on skin color. So it's like how much mixed you were with the natives determine your caste. They call it caste or whatever the heck they called it. Yeah, but this is the history of Christianity. This is why one of the many reasons most Christians do not know anything about history, because it's just too horrifying. If you knew, you'd just be like, okay,
Yes, I'm familiar with all this,
later.
and that's just why I choose the alternative classification system of the blue-eyed man.
That doesn't seem kind of like you're straw manning. Now you're straw manning blue-eyed people. It's like you realize white was itself a straw man in the first place. Now you're making another straw man upon the original straw man. So it's just like, what next?
There's nothing next. It's just a distinction without a difference to subclassify people.
Yeah. So why would you focus on that one?
Because you're talking about group identity, you need to classify people. I prefer the expression blue-eyed man that excludes me.
So you want to get all the benefits of adhering to the Western culture customs, but you don't want to have the label of white, even though you are white, and you also fit the description of white according to the people who say that white supremacy is a social construct. It just seems like you're trying to have it both
of U.S.
ways.
law. If you say that,
I'm asking you, what about white culture exactly is it that you go against? Because I can say a fuck ton of ways that I go against it, because I've been getting fucked over my whole life for not meeting conventions well enough and being judged inferior and worthless and unhuman for that, being treated like absolute garbage. So I'm sure you can come up with examples, unless you're actually, a white supremacist who loves white imperialist culture, loves the shit out of it so much.
Was the opposite. I don't identify as white.
Well, let's see one example of white culture you don't observe.
That I don't observe?
Yeah. I mean, going against white supremacy would entail at least one violation of a Western cultural norm, would it not?
Well,
I'm just saying. I have a bit of experience with this stuff, just a smidge.
I'm a multiculturalist. I support immigration. I support redefining America in a multicultural way.
Those are Western values. Moronic Westerners having no understanding of history doesn't change that. Multiculturalism, the Western value. Ask any politician. They're going to agree with me.
Mediterranean values. He was saying,
oh, yes, Mediterranean. Oh, are we back in Rome already? I was wondering why it felt so hot.
The Romans weren't a blue-eyed people. The Greeks
So
were
I'll
the
take that
blue-eyed
as
people.
no, you can't point to any conventions of white supremacy that you don't obtain. Just checking. So multiculturalism doesn't count because it is one of the tenets. Anything else? I mean, don't you need multiculturalism to have white supremacy?
I mean, maybe you can make that argument, but
Kind of one of those polarizing things. So anyway, I think you're probably the whitest person I've ever met, both culturally, but more culturally, more so emphasis on culturally than physically. But physically, you're also white as a ghost. So if you don't think that's contentious, and if you think shifting that contentiousness onto this blue-eyed LARP is going to make it less controversial, well, I don't know. Maybe give that a second look.
okay, well, say this week, I'd say like the blue-eyed thing was catching on, and I saw other people were, copying and agreeing, and started to use the terminology, use the expression. So,
Guess you really love white culture then. Love it.
I mean, whatever your psychoanalysis of me, I mean, it's possible, but I don't think so. But,
I just don't even think I've even brought up the term white until I came into these circles, and it just always seemed so obscene. But there is such a thing as a Western culture, and it does have a history of white supremacy from Christianity. So if you don't identify as white, the only way I could possibly grant that is if you somehow went against the conventions associated with whiteness. And I just don't see it.
yeah, well, there's also the one drop rule.
That's another convention associated with people who have this like obsession with whiteness, right? So it's just like, okay, what? Okay. How do I explain the Indian caste system? I say that a bunch of racist, idiotic morons pillaged the country, and that prior to this pillage, there was the Varnashrama system, which involves going to a sleepaway camp with a master teacher, and the master teacher telling you what your vocation should be based on your predispositions that Doooovid doesn't think anyone's capable of knowing about. So that idea that there's 4 primary vocations gets misrepresented by bigoted sack of shit white supremacists, imperialist colonialists in India and other places as the same exact Christian horseshit they were promoting since their little LARP got out of control in Rome. So it's a lot of projection, right? So you can look this up. It's a very well-known history of Christianity. Don't ask the Christians, obviously, but yeah, you can look these papers up where it's like, oh, here's the top level, and then here's the next level down, and it's all to do with how like what
Well, God forbid you just like ranting like Claire. So better wrap it up. So God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for
I'll be waiting to hear what of your non-white customs are, because I can't wait to hear that. I'm really excited to hear the proof that you're not the whitest person that's ever lived.
Okay, well, thanks for your opinion on that. So,
always good to have a goal. Yeah, good chat.
Okay, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, so Wednesday, I will finish my Philosophy of Science stream, part 10. Might be a little bit shorter, or I only have 3 encyclopedia entries to read, and then I'll try to do a good review, some closing comments, and you'll see if anything else happens. So if anything else happens, it'll probably be on Twitter. So I didn't end up reading my articles on the Vienna Circle. Had some interesting things on Spengler and Rorty and Truth and Metaphysics. So hopefully push this off till next week. So God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks, Jennifer, for joining. Thanks, Zargons, for popping on. And see you next week.